Chapter 654. Ji Beixin looked at Dongfang Jing and said, "Sister Dongfang, to be honest, you are very beautiful, but I still have a few sisters who are not as beautiful as you. It is indeed impossible for you to become big, because this position has already been reserved. Even if you really like to laugh, you can only be a concubine like me in the future." Ji Beixin seemed to have let go of the knot in her heart, and actually spoke to Dongfang Jing with a playful tone. Feng Yaxin, who was at the side, was so angry that she couldn't speak. In the past 3 years, she and Ji Beixin had been as close as sisters, and she knew about Ling Zhao's affairs. However, she didn't expect Ji Beixin to say that she was just a concubine. This really made her speechless. She couldn't help but ask, could it be that when you love someone to the extreme, you don't care about anything else? Gu Jiaojiao, who had been paying attention to the situation at the side, also had an unnatural expression on her face. Her thoughts towards Ling Xiao had also been completely destroyed. Ling Xiao was so outstanding that even the young miss of an ancient family was willing to be a concubine or take the initiative to pursue him. Furthermore, she was inferior to him in all aspects, so she felt a little inferior in her heart. Therefore, she also cut off that little bit of affection for Ling Xiao. Is that so? Perhaps you all have a very high position in his heart, but I, Dongfang Jing, am confident that one day he will admit that I am big. Dongfang Jing lightly opened her red lips and replied indifferently. Then, her gaze landed on Ling Xiao, and she said, "Ling Xiao, remember our agreement." After saying that, she turned around and left. The people of the Dongfang family immediately followed. Only Dongfang Xiong came in front of Ling Xiao. He was half a head taller than Ling Xiao and had a condescending aura. He looked down at Ling Xiao and laughed maniacally. "Good brat, my cousin's standards have always been very high. It is your good fortune that she has taken a liking to you. She has never changed her mind, so don't ever let her down. Otherwise, you will be very miserable." After saying that, he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder a few times and chased after Dongfang Jing. Ling Xiao touched the pain in his shoulder and cursed inwardly. "This big guy is really strong." The 1-year deadline was almost up. Ling Xiao, Yin Feng, Gu Jiaojiao, and the rest of the Feng clan decided to stay put and wait for the space to open again. Taking advantage of the time, Ling Xiao wanted to spend some time with Ji Beixin. However, Ling Xiao didn't know what was wrong with Feng Yaxin. She was always with Ji Beixin, which made Ling Xiao very depressed. However, in these 2 days, he had become friends with Feng Wuying. The two of them seemed to be on the same wavelength. Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao seemed to be much closer than before. In these 2 days, although Ling Xiao did not meditate in peace, the ancient emperor's divine arts and the supreme origin Qi were constantly healing his injuries, and now he had once again returned to his peak state. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of powerful energy explosions sounded in the sky, and a visible crack gradually appeared in front of them. At this moment, all the earthly kings in the abyss of war flew towards the crack. Just as Ling Xiao and the rest were about to leave, a green light quietly appeared behind Ling Xiao and followed them out of the abyss of war. Outside the space of the abyss of war, more than 10 old men who were half emperor rank and above were already waiting for them. In less than half a day, more than 400 earthly kings who survived appeared. The only old man who had reached the emperor rank glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone will go to the ruined city to inspect your harvest and decide the ranking." No one had any objections, and all of them flew towards the nearby ruined city at the same time. At this time, Ling Xiao couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Old man, why did you come back?" An old voice sounded in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. "Young friend, your resentment is not small. Could it be that you don't want to see this old man?" It turned out that when they left, the green light was Lu Wang. At this moment, it didn't force its way into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. Instead, it was attached to Ling Zhao's clothes, and no one else could sense its existence. That's right. This young master doesn't have the time to nurture an old thing like you. You should leave, Ling Xiao replied directly. Lu Wang fell silent for a moment. You know? Of course I know, but you don't owe me anything. You've already gained a lot, so I think you should find a primitive mountain range and live there. If others find out about your existence, I'm afraid I'll have to die with you. Ling Xiao replied. Ling Xiao had absorbed the remnant souls of the warlord and many half-emperor rank souls, and he had learned many secrets from their memories. He had also finally found out about Lu Wang's true origins. It was a variant tree of heaven and earth called the Undying Tree. Everything from the immortal tree was an extremely rare top-quality elixir. The 10,000-year tree sap, 10,000-year tree fruit, and 10,000-year tree root were only a small part of its essence. However, it had the effect of bringing people back from the dead, as well as improving their physique. For a martial artist with a wood attribute, it could greatly increase the purity of their attribute. Ling Xiao's 100% purity of the wood attribute had been formed when Lu Wang had placed it in his sea of consciousness. The true essence of the undying tree lay in its undying heart. This undying heart was the essence of the undying tree. No matter who it was a rare treasure that could only be found once every 10,000 years. With it, anyone whose soul had yet to scatter could be revived, and it could even restore one's youth. Its constitution and vitality had the effect of immortality. Unless the head and heart were completely severed, it could regrow limbs without fear of injury. In addition, it could help any peak would attribute Emperor rank cultivator step into the Saint realm, or even allow a peak saint to enter the Holy Emperor realm. In terms of the grade of spirit herbs, it was already a peak 9th tier holy tree. Lu Wang was the tree spirit of the undying tree, and at the same time, it also had the undying heart. It was just that it could transform into a tree spirit. From the inherited memories, Ling Xiao knew that this kind of holy tree could only exist in an immortal land with extremely dense spiritual qi. When Lu Wang had appeared in the Illusion Valley, it had probably been injured. Otherwise, how could it have been affected by a mere second-stage illusory demon? Later on, it had rejuvenated the barren Illusion Valley with all its vitality. To it, it hadn't used up much energy, but it had been too lazy to deal with Ling Xiao, and wanted to reside in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea to recover its energy essence. Through all these things, Ling Xiao already understood that Lu Wang definitely had some unspeakable secret. Ling Xiao also knew that leaving Lu Wang in his knowledge sea was definitely more beneficial than harmful. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to feel like he was being used by others. Ling Xiao absolutely couldn't allow such an uneasy factor to exist. If he had the ability to capture Lu Wang and extract its undying heart, then Luo Ming would be able to come back from the dead. However, Lu Wang was a 9th stage tree spirit. Even if it couldn't display its full strength, it wasn't something he could provoke right now. Moreover, Lu Wang had helped him quite a bit over the years, so he couldn't bear to make a move against Lu Wang. That was why he had opened his mouth to drive Lu Wang away. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Lu Wang heavily sighed. Little friend, although I've been recovering in your knowledge, see, this old man has never treated you unfairly. Why must you be so heartless? I'm heartless? If it weren't for the fact that your strength isn't bad, this young master would have already taken your undying heart, said Ling Xiao in a very displeased manner. Is there no room for negotiation? Lu Wang truly didn't want to leave Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. That pure spiritual fluid was the best medicine to purify his profound qi. Back then, he had chosen Ling Xiao because of Ling Xiao's enormous knowledge sea. At the time, Ling Xiao's strength was extremely weak, and he hadn't been able to harm him. Originally, he wanted to wait until his profound qi recovered before leaving. However, he had encountered the Blood Devil Spirit Tree, a tree spirit on the same level as him. Although the Blood Devil Spirit Tree was an evil tree spirit, as long as Lu Wang could absorb its essence, it would definitely be able to recover to its peak. It might even be able to evolve further. Unfortunately, the Blood Devil Spirit Tree had still managed to escape in the end. Thus, before leaving, He had no choice but to return to find Ling Xiao. However, he had sensed the existence of the Blood Devil Spirit Tree. Now that a human expert was present, he didn't act rashly. A cunning light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes as he said, "There's naturally room for negotiation, but I know that you won't agree. Thus, I think you should find someone else to nourish you. Little friend, tell me, as long as this old man can do it, I will definitely do my best to help you," said Lu Wang. After leaving Ling Xiao, it would be extremely difficult to find another person with a knowledge sea as vast and pure as Ling Xiao's. Moreover, Ling Xiao's opportunities were plentiful. If he followed him, he might even be able to step into that legendary realm and become an immortal existence. Thus, he had no choice but to compromise with Ling Xiao. "My requirements aren't high. Just half an undying heart will do," Ling Xiao said without even thinking about it. For the past few years, he had been bitterly searching for a method to revive Luo Meiying. Only now did he know that Lu Wang's undying heart had the effect of reviving the dead. Wasn't this the peerless, life-saving treasure that he had been searching for? Just half an undying heart was enough to take Lu Wang's old life. This old man definitely wouldn't be willing. Sure enough, Lu Wang flew into a rage and shouted, "Little friend, you're trying to take this old man's life. Half an undying heart won't be able to take your life. At worst, I'll let you stay in my knowledge sea for 1,000 years, and I'll also store some wood attribute spirit herbs for you to absorb. I'm sure that you'll be able to recover one day," Ling Xiao said with absolute certainty. Lu Wang sank into silence for a long time. It was likely that he was calculating the pros and cons of this matter. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He had already returned to the ruined city along with everyone else. The Emperor-level expert indifferently said, "Now, we'll check the number of Emperor pills in your hands. The one with the highest number will be bestowed the title of First Emperor. The top 10 will be bestowed the title of Slaughter Emperor, and the top 100 will be bestowed the title of Battle Emperor. You can exchange your Emperor pills with us for things you need, or we can use profound crystals to purchase them. Of course, you can also leave your Emperor pills behind. We won't force you." Chapter 655. The 18 half-step emperors split up in 18 different directions and began to inspect the imperial pills handed over by the earthly sovereigns. Heavenly Snow Ridge's O Yonghao harvested 28 imperial pills. Wooden Blade Gates Mu Lin Sun harvested 21 imperial pills. Jade Sea City's Yin Fong harvested 12 imperial pills. Song Fong Mountain's Fan Fong harvested 16 imperial pills. As the voices of the quasi-emperors from all over the city resounded, the ruined city seemed to be bustling with noise. At first, the earthly sovereigns handed over a dozen to 20 imperial pills. Occasionally, there would be single digits, but only a few had over 30. Within the chaotic abyss of war, imperial pills were guarded by resentful spirits. It wasn't easy for them to obtain them, and most of them worked in groups, so each person wouldn't get much. When there were more than 100 people, the earthly sovereigns who had obtained a large number of imperial pills finally showed up. Myriad Weapons City's Yu Dongfeng harvested 78 imperial pills. Maple Fire Sex Montage harvested 91 imperial pills. Mystic Blade Sex Xia Hualing harvested 103 imperial pills. Ruan Jiaqing Ruan Jinshao harvested 98 imperial pills. As more and more earthly sovereigns came up to inspect, there were finally some with over 100 imperial pills. These people had the potential to advance into the top 100 battle emperors. Suddenly, an elderly half-step emperor shouted, "Hidden Sword Sex Xia Shaojian harvested 243 imperial pills." As soon as the announcement was made, everyone gathered in the direction of the elderly half-step emperor. They saw a young man dressed in luxurious clothing with an arrogant expression, his eyes filled with pride. This person was the Hidden Sword Sex Xia Shaojian, a peak earthly sovereign. He was currently the one with the most imperial pills and felt that he had a high chance of becoming one of the top 10 imperial killers. Hidden Sword Sect? The Hidden Sword Sect that rarely makes a move? It said that their foundation is already comparable to a 4th-rank sect. That's right, the Hidden Sword Sect is a famous sect in the central region. Even the 18 major powers have to give in to them. It's no coincidence that their disciples have such results. 243 Imperial Pills. Even if he can't enter the ranks of the exterminators, he's still one of the top battle emperors. That's right. Although Xie Shaojian is only at the peak of the earthly sovereign realm, I've seen him fight before. His strength is definitely comparable to a low-level heavenly venerable. As time passed, there weren't many people who surpassed Xie Shaojian, but it wasn't as if there weren't any. Gan Moning, who came from the aristocratic Gan clan, obtained 251 sovereign pills. Pan Changhe and Luo Ning, who came from the 4th grade sect, Li Shui's sect, each obtained 247 sovereign pills. Liang Junhua, a peerless genius from the 5th grade sect, obtained 285 sovereign pills. He was currently the person with the most sovereign pills. These were all geniuses other than those from the major powers. To be able to obtain such a number of emperor pills was already incredible. After all, their equipment was far inferior to those from the major powers. At this moment, a half-step emperor expert exclaimed excitedly, Yuan Zhantian harvested 850 emperor pills. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Yuan Zhantian is the person who fought with Ling Xiao. He actually harvested so many emperor pills. Could it be that he entered a place with a half-step emperor remnant soul and obtained the emperor pills? That's definitely the case. Yuan Zhantian's battle strength is comparable to a high-level heavenly venerable. No wonder he's stronger than the leaders of the major powers. I wonder how many emperor pills Ling Xiao, who's even more terrifying than him, has harvested. Yuan Zhantian will definitely enter the ranks of Imperial Killer. In the future, when he becomes a heavenly venerable and stimulates more sacred battle apes Tenbin, I'm afraid he'll still be invincible among those in the same realm. That day, he was seriously injured and was chased by dozens of earthly sovereigns. To think that he's still alive. He's really extraordinarily tough. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Zhantian, who was not far away. His expression was somewhat hypocritical. He sighed in his heart. It's a pity that he gave me 500 imperial pills. Otherwise, he could have broken through to 1,000. With such an opponent, I would not be lonely in this life. Yuan Zhantian seemed to feel Ling Xiao's gaze. He turned around and exchanged a glance with Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, he nodded lightly and walked to the side, sitting down cross-legged, not bothering with anything else. All right, you two can go and inspect as well, Ling Xiao said to Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao, who were beside him. The two nodded lightly and walked towards the half-step emperor expert, who was inspecting the emperor pills. Gu Jiaojiao was in front of Yi Yunfeng. She bowed slightly to the half-step emperor expert and took out all her emperor pills. Placing them in front of the half-step emperor expert, she said, "This junior is Gu Jiaojiao from the Gu clan. Please inspect." The half-step emperor expert nodded lightly and scanned the emperor pills with his consciousness. He immediately said in a clear voice, "Not bad. Gu Jiaojiao from the Gu clan has obtained 361 emperor pills." Gu Jiaojiao revealed a proud expression. She put away her emperor pills and immediately retreated. Yi Yunfeng took out all his emperor pills and said, "This junior is Yi Yunfeng from the Yi clan city. Please inspect." A pile of emperor pills appeared in front of the half-step emperor expert. The surrounding earthly sovereigns looked on with envy. Not bad. Yi Yunfeng from the Yi clan city has 582 emperor pills. The half-step emperor expert said loudly, his eyes filled with admiration. Up until now, Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao's emperor pills were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively. The surrounding earthly sovereigns were in an uproar. At this moment, Yi Yunfeng really wanted to shout, "I, Yi Yunfeng, am already a war emperor." With this amount of emperor pills, it was impossible for him to not enter the war emperor rank. In the central region, all the earthly sovereigns who had reached the war emperor rank felt unparalleled glory. The slaughter emperor rank had always been occupied by powerful forces. Yi Yunfeng becoming a war emperor was definitely a piece of good news for the Yi clan. This was the first Yi clan member to become a war emperor in thousands of years. This was Yi Yunfeng's dream. Now that he had achieved it, his heart was filled with boundless excitement. He knew that this was all thanks to his big brother. His heart was filled with gratitude. If he hadn't chosen to leave the Yi clan city with his big brother, would his strength have increased by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time? This was all thanks to his big brother's nurturing. If he hadn't been saved by his big brother in the chaotic abyss of war, would he still be alive to take out so many emperor pills? This was obviously impossible. Yi Yunfeng's brotherly love for Ling Xiao had already reached a point where he would never regret it. Even if Ling Xiao wanted him to die in the future, he wouldn't even frown. Gu Jiaojiao was also glad that she had lent a helping hand to Yi Yunfeng. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to obtain 100 emperor pills, let alone 300. Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao returned to Ling Xiao's side, their faces filled with joy. Big brother, aren't you going to inspect? You have more emperor pills than Yuan Zhantian. It won't be a problem for you to become the first emperor, Yi Yunfeng said excitedly to Ling Xiao. Gu Jiaojiao also smiled and said, "That's right. Brother Ling, quickly go and inspect. Let us bask in your glory." Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. "Don't be anxious. Don't you see that the major powers haven't gone up to inspect yet?" Gu Jiaojiao was confused and asked, "What does it have to do with you that they haven't gone up to inspect?" Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled without saying a word. Yi Yunfeng, who was standing to the side, guessed what Ling Xiao was thinking. He immediately smiled and said, "Big brother will definitely be the finale." Gu Jiaojiao came to her senses and immediately covered her mouth and chuckled. She thought to herself, "This guy really likes to be in the limelight." As the inspection neared its end, the major powers also began to enter the ranks of the inspection. Lu Shuang of the Lu family harvested 300 to 500 emperor pills. Lu Ming of the Lu family harvested 552 emperor pills. The Devil of the Ghosts sect harvested 620 emperor pills. Wei Jinyao of the Heaven-Splitting sect harvested 612 emperor pills. Gu Yufei of the Gu family harvested 631 emperor pills. The harvest of these major powers was indeed much more than that of ordinary Earth emperors. The lowest harvest of their leaders was more than 300. When a half-step sovereign announced the Black Demon sect's Devil Son's Emperor Elixir, it caused quite a stir. He had obtained 998 Emperor Elixirs. He only needed 2 more Emperor Elixirs to break through the 1,000 mark. As expected of the Black Demon sect's Devil Son, with this number, it's not impossible for him to obtain the title of the first Killer Emperor. It's hard to say. A few days ago, he ambushed Ling Xiao. At that time, I heard him say that the other 9 members of the Black Demon sect were all killed by Ling Xiao. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao has more emperor pills than him. That's right. Ling Xiao is truly a peerless dark horse that surpasses his peers. Perhaps only that person from the martial spirit court has the power to fight him. None of the other powers that were announced could surpass the Devil's Son. The closest to him were Shang Gongyun of the Gong family, Dongfang Jing of the Dongfang family, and Hua Hao of the Medicine sect. The 3 of them had harvested 753 emperor pills. Dongfang Jing ate 12 emperor pills, and Hua Hao of the Medicine sect 922 emperor pills. These people were destined to become Earth emperors in the ranks of the first Killer Emperor. Now, only a few people had not come forward to inspect. At this time, the leader of the martial spirit court, Wu Bufan, finally slowly walked to the side of the half-emperor elder who was inspecting. The old man seemed to know Wu Bufan's identity, so he actually nodded slightly towards Wu Bufan. There was a hint of respect on his face. Wu Bufan revealed his trademark smile. Then, with a flash of his spatial ring, a large pile of emperor pills appeared in front of everyone. The surrounding Earth emperors were already staring at them closely. Suddenly seeing so many emperor pills, their eyes were about to be dizzy. So many emperor pills. I'm afraid it's not less than the Devil's Sons. No, it's more than 1,000. It's just that I don't know if it can reach 2,000. As expected of the world's #1 pavilion. I'm afraid this new generation's leader is much more outstanding than the previous generation. I'm afraid that the number one emperor will be none other than him. It's possible, but that Ling Xiao hasn't been inspected yet. Who knows? He might be an unexpected winner. Chapter 656. The half-emperor elder hadn't even announced Wu Bufon's number when the surrounding earthly kings couldn't help but exclaim. The number of emperor pills on the ground was truly shocking. The black demon sect's devil son's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he murmured to himself, "If that brat hadn't ruined my plans, I wouldn't have lost out to him." The people from the other great powers were all shocked. They didn't know how many dangerous places Wu Bufon had gone to obtain so many pills. The other 9 people from the martial spirit court all revealed arrogant expressions, as if Wu Bufon's glory was their glory. "Senior, you can announce the numbers now," Wu Bufon said calmly to the half-emperor elder, who was in a daze. There wasn't the slightest bit of arrogance on his face, as if he would always have an amiable expression. The old man returned to his senses and nodded. "The Martial Spirit Pavilion's Wu Bufon has obtained 1,581 Emperor pills." Hiss! Everyone in the surroundings gasped when the half-martial Emperor old man announced the number. This was the first person to obtain more than 1,000 pills today, and it was likely that he would be the last. Who knew how many dangerous places he had to go to obtain so many pills? All right, is there anyone who hasn't inspected the pills yet? If not, then we'll announce the results, the elder said faintly. After a minute of silence, the elder was about to say something when a figure walked out. "I'm sorry, I haven't inspected yet. It's Ling Xiao. That bastard is finally willing to go up and inspect. He's more arrogant than anyone else." "That's right, but I can fight as well as he does, so what's the harm in acting arrogant? I just hope that Ling Xiao can obtain the title of First Emperor. Otherwise, the martial spirit court will monopolize everything." How boring. This Ling Xiao is so handsome. If he takes a fancy to me, I don't mind being his concubine. Just give up. The Eastern Princess has taken the initiative to pursue him, and one of the Feng family's pearls is Ling Xiao's wife. With your looks, how could he possibly like you? The Emperor Stage Cultivator looked at Ling Xiao with displeasure. Normally, the last to appear would be from the 18 great powers. Now that this Lone Ranger was the last to appear, he couldn't help but want to show off. He immediately became displeased with Ling Xiao. "Hurry up. How many sovereign pills do you have? Let me inspect them right away," urged the arch. Ling Xiao scratched his head and revealed an embarrassed expression. "People have 3 urgent needs." Ling Xiao didn't inspect them on purpose. "Please don't misunderstand, sir." As soon as he said this, the surrounding earthly sovereigns all wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. All of them were cursing inwardly. This bastard is F***king outrageous. He actually dares to speak to an Emperor-rank powerhouse like that. The Emperor-rank expert's face darkened, and he immediately shouted, "Hurry up. I don't have time to waste with you." "Yes, yes," Ling Xiao repeatedly replied before a pile of sovereign pills appeared on the ground. The Emperor-rank old man looked at the sovereign pills on the ground and felt a bit better. He immediately said, "Not bad. There are a total of 735 pills. All right, you can announce the results of the Imperial Ranking Tournament." My lord, I have more." Ling Xiao hurriedly interrupted the Emperor-rank old man. The Emperor-rank old man shouted angrily, "Then why don't you take them all at once?" Ling Xiao quickly took out dozens of spatial rings. The Emperor-rank old man and the surrounding people didn't know what Ling Xiao was doing. Could it be that these spatial rings were all stolen? Didn't he see the number of sovereign pills inside? Immediately afterward, everyone watched dumbfounded as Ling Xiao took out the sovereign pills from the spatial rings one by one. There are some here. There are some here as well. Why are there so few? Damn it. This is still passable. Ling Xiao looked through the spatial rings one by one and took out the sovereign pills. When he saw the small number of sovereign pills, he couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed, but when he saw the large number, he wasn't surprised. However, in the eyes of the others, Ling Xiao was a monster. Just how many earthly sovereigns did he rob to obtain so many sovereign pills? If Ling Xiao heard their words, he would immediately cry out in grievance. They were the ones who took the initiative to rob him. This young master had no choice but to rob them. Each spatial ring had dozens of sovereign pills, and occasionally 100 or 200. With so many sovereign pills added together, there should be at least 500 or 600 in total. This number was infinitely close to Wu Bufon's. Wu Bufon, who was standing to the side, also revealed a slightly moved expression. Over at the Feng family side, Ji Beixin couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Xiao, he's always so unexpected, so handsome." Feng Wuing took a sip of wine and said, "This guy likes to show off too much. He doesn't even know how to keep a low profile." I'm laughing at his personality. Most of the time, he's like a child, but sometimes he's like an emperor, making people feel that he's a bit serious and scary. But he's always been very considerate to me, Ji Beixin said with admiration. Feng Yaxin interjected, "I'm afraid it's not just to you. He's just as considerate to other women." Just as Ling Xiao finished taking out these spatial rings, the Emperor Rank Old Man revealed a look of shock, but he nodded lightly and said, "There were 735 before, and now there are 583. That's a total of 1318. Good, good. This number is second only to Wu Bufon." As soon as the old man finished speaking, not only did the surrounding Earth sovereigns not exclaim in surprise, but they instead had looks of pity. They felt that Ling Xiao was a dark horse that had a high chance of surpassing Wu Bufon, but unfortunately, he was still short by more than 200 pills. It seemed that the position of first martial emperor had fallen into the hands of the martial spirit pavilion. The people of the martial spirit pavilion breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when they saw Ling Xiao take out so many emperor pills one after another, they were really shocked. If the position of first martial emperor was taken away by someone without any force to rely on, their expressions wouldn't look good. "All right, you can leave now. I'll announce the rankings." The Emperor Rank Old Man glanced at Ling Xiao, who had yet to leave, and said. Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said with embarrassment, "Sir, I haven't taken out all the emperor pills yet. How can you announce my number so soon?" The Emperor Rank Old Man's face darkened as he couldn't suppress his anger and roared. "Then what are you still dilly-dallying for? Do you really think this emperor is that patient?" Ling Xiao's face was sprayed with saliva, and he repeatedly said, "I'll take them out. I'll take them out." However, in his heart, he was thinking disdainfully, could there be some kind of virus in this old man's saliva? Then Ling Xiao took out a space ring and grinned foolishly. "I almost forgot about the treasures I used to watch you win." Saying so, he took out all the emperor pills from the space ring. A large pile of emperor pills fell to the ground. When these emperor pills appeared, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Wu Bufon, who had always been calm, had a slightly moved expression on his face. This is impossible. How could he plunder so many emperor pills? The facts are right in front of us. This Ling Xiao is destined to become the first martial emperor of this generation. This Ling Xiao is really too terrifying. As expected of the monster that defeated the sacred battle ape, who else in this generation can be his match? After he breaks through to the heavenly venerable realm, I'm afraid he will also be able to suppress his peers. Yes, this guy is too abnormal. Who knows how many dangerous places he went to obtain so many emperor pills. Some even have emperor rank remnant souls in them. Even heavenly venerables don't dare to approach them easily. I really don't know how he did it. The surrounding earthly sovereigns were discussing in horror. The expressions on their faces were very interesting. "Jingjing, you really have good taste in choosing this husband." Dongfang Xiong of the Dongfang family couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Dongfang Jing. He looked at Ling Xiao as if he couldn't wait to make Ling Xiao his brother-in-law. Dongfang Jing's seductive face revealed a trace of pride as she said, "I just felt that he was extraordinary. I didn't expect him to surpass that monster from the spiritual martial pavilion. It seems that I, Dongfang Jing, can't let this man go no matter what." Dongfang Jing was also speaking the truth. She also didn't expect that Ling Xiao could surpass Wu Bufan and seize the position of the first martial emperor. On the Feng family side, Ji Beixin exclaimed with joy, "I knew that laughter is always the most outstanding." Feng Wuing drank a mouthful of wine, lightly flicked his scattered hair, and said, "Is this guy still human? He actually seized so many emperor pills, too abnormal." Feng Yaxin's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, but her heart was extremely complicated. The more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the more she felt conflicted in her heart. Could she really let such an outstanding man slip away before her eyes? On the Gu family side, Gu Yufei's resentful gaze became even more gloomy, and he clenched his fists tightly as he said in his heart, "I'll let you be complacent for a few days. Once I return to the clan, there'll be no place for you to hide in the central territory." On the other hand, Gu Xiaohe felt extremely bitter in her heart. She really wanted to disregard everything and pounce into Ling Xiao's arms and say that she liked him. However, her older brother had formed enmity with Ling Xiao, so what other choice did she have? The beautiful eyes of the earthly emperors in the surroundings revealed amorous gazes as they gazed at Ling Xiao, and they wished for nothing more than to strip naked in front of Ling Xiao and seduce him. Ling Xiao exclaimed lightly, and then he said to the emperor rank old man, "My lord, I only have a few emperor pills left. I don't have any more. I only have a few emperor pills left." This sentence was like a slap on the faces of all the earthly emperors, and it caused them to feel extremely uncomfortable and burning. There was no need to count to know that there were more than 2,000 emperor pills, and he was already the person who'd obtained the most out of all the earthly emperors. However, he'd actually said that he only had a few. Wasn't this purely trying to make others die of shame? The emperor rank old man heaved a sigh of relief, and he recovered from his shock. He swept the list with his divine sense before he continued to read. Ling Xiao of the Northwest, 2,318 emperor pills. This number was 737 more than Wu Bufan's 1,581 emperor pills. The surrounding earthly emperors couldn't help but gulp when they heard this number, and they were so shocked in their hearts that they didn't know how to describe it. The expressions of the other half-realm emperors had become quite interesting as well, and their gazes towards Ling Xiao had become scorching hot. All of them had the same thought in their minds, and it was to rope him in no matter what. Chapter 657. All right, if no one else comes forward to inspect, shall I announce the rankings of this year's Imperial Ranking Tournament? The Emperor Stage old man glanced at all the emperors and said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, no one else came forward. Following that, the Emperor Stage old man finally announced the list of the top 100. First Emperor, Ling Xiao of the Northwest, 2,318 imperial pills, fully deserving of the title of champion. The top 10 imperial slaughtering emperors were Wu Bufan of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, who was ranked behind Ling Xiao, followed by the Devil Son of the Black Demon Sect, Hao of the Medicine Sect, Yuan Zhantian, who had no influence, Dongfang Jing of the Dongfang clan, Shangwan Yun of the Shangwan clan, Kong Lan of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, Ouyang Jinxing of the Ouyang clan, Lei Hu of the Purple Thunder Sect, Enhua Feishue of the Myriad Flower Sect. The 90 imperial slaughtering emperors were Feng Wuing of the Feng clan, Gu Yufei of the Gu clan, Gui Zi of the Go sect, Yi Yinfeng of the Yi clan, Lu Ming of the Lu clan. There are a total of 101 imperial slaughtering emperors. All of you can stay and head to the Pond of Enlightenment. The rest of you can go to the side and exchange the imperial pills in your hands before returning via the transmission formation, the Emperor Stage expert said. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 300 imperial slaughtering emperors immediately rushed towards the half-step Emperor Stage old man. Every imperial elixir in their hands could be exchanged for high-level spirit herbs, elixirs, or upper-grade mysterious crystals. It all depended on the quantity. The higher the value of the elixir, the higher the value. Although they didn't enter the Imperial Warrior list, it could still be considered as a gain. The Emperor Stage old man looked at the 101 earthly emperors and nodded his head in satisfaction. He said, "This time, the imperial ranking competition has ended. You are the most outstanding among the new generation of earthly emperors. According to the discussion, you can soak in the enlightenment pool once. As for whether or not you can gain anything, that will depend on your own luck. At this point, many of the imperial emperors revealed expressions of ecstasy. The Pond of Enlightenment was a wondrous place in the central region. It was said that there was a 30% chance of comprehending one's own Tao and stepping into the Empyrean realm. However, the Pond of Enlightenment had always been jointly controlled by the 18 great powers, and others rarely had the chance to touch it. This time, it was taken out as a reward for the imperial emperors, which made them extremely happy. The Emperor Stage powerhouse continued. The first throne and the other 10 slaughtering emperors will also receive a generous reward. Then, he gave out the rewards one by one. However, Yang Kai did not announce what rewards each of them had received, just giving each of them a space ring so that they knew what they had received. After all, the top 10 slaughtering emperors were mostly from the 18 great powers. Their foundations were still very rich, and many people would not be interested in these rewards. All right, you can all disperse. Take your imperial pills and exchange them. Tomorrow, I'll bring all of you to the Enlightenment Pond, said the old man indifferently. Everyone dispersed. However, those earthly sovereigns of the major powers would not use their emperor pills to exchange, because the half-emperor experts who purchased the emperor pills were the elders of their respective clans. Just as Ling Xiao was about to walk to the side, with Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao, the emperor-level expert appeared in front of them. The three of them immediately bowed and greeted the emperor-rank expert. Ling Xiao, stay here. I have something to say to you, said the emperor-rank expert. Ling Xiao was taken aback, but he waved at Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao, gesturing for them to wait to the side. When the surrounding battle emperors heard the emperor-rank expert call out to Ling Xiao, their eyes were filled with intense envy. It was as if they had all guessed why the emperor-rank expert was looking for Ling Xiao. May I know what business you have with me, my lord? Ling Xiao asked respectfully. Ling Xiao, you're really good. The emperor-rank expert was not stingy with his praise, and then said, You're the first earthly sovereign in the last 1,000 years to obtain first place in the imperial rankings without relying on your sex resources. At the same time, you're also the youngest first throne in history. You're only 26 years old. Even the demonic emperor from 10,000 years ago was older than you by a year. You're really amazing. Haha, my lord, you're too kind. Ling Xiao replied humbly. He thought to himself proudly, so I've already surpassed Master. Haha, when he finds out in the future, I'm afraid he'll beat his chest and go crazy again. Yes, are you really from the Northwest? The emperor rank expert asked after responding. Ling Xiao immediately nodded and said, Yes, Ling Xiao is a disciple of the Purple Sky sect, an 8th grade sect in the Northwest. The emperor rank expert's mouth formed an O shape, and then he exclaimed, But a mere 8th grade sect's disciple actually managed to produce such a weirdo. It's really hard to predict. I presume you must have had some personal opportunities before. Forget it. No matter where you came from, obtaining the first throne is enough to prove that you have the strength to suppress your peers. I wonder if you're willing to join our spiritual martial pavilion? Spiritual martial pavilion? Ling Xiao was immediately stunned when he heard the emperor rank expert's words. The spiritual martial pavilion was second to none in the central region. There were as many experts as the clouds, and there were also many high-grade alchemists, blacksmiths, and beast tamers. Their influence was spread throughout the major cities of the central region, and there was no need to doubt their strength and heritage. In the central region, all the youths felt honored to be able to enter the spiritual martial pavilion as a disciple. It could be said that the spiritual martial pavilion was the holy land of the central region. Even the Black Demon sect, the Medicine sect, and other powerful forces could not compare. If it were anyone else, they would probably immediately kneel down in gratitude and agree. But who was Ling Xiao? He was the successor of the Holy Emperor Realm's romantic demonic emperor. Back then, his master had not accepted the spiritual martial pavilion's invitation, so it was naturally impossible for him to accept it now. Moreover, he had the memory inheritance of several ancient almighty beings. This heritage of knowledge and experience was enough to make him powerful. Moreover, he had always wanted to establish his own force, so it was absolutely impossible for him to join another force. Ling Xiao refused without even thinking. Ling Xiao appreciates this lord's good intentions, but Ling Xiao has been used to being lazy since a young age. I have no intention of joining another force. The Emperor rank expert was stunned at first. Then he said, "You have to think it through. Although your aptitude is outstanding, once you reach the heavenly sovereign realm, it will not be easy for you to advance quickly without the support of resources. Moreover, it will be even more difficult to break through to the Emperor rank in the future." This Emperor rank old man sincerely wanted to recruit Ling Xiao into the spiritual martial pavilion. This kind of genius surpassed Wu Bufan and even faintly revealed the demeanor of an emperor. He was truly more suitable than Wu Bufan to be the leader of the new generation. Ling Xiao refused again. Ling Xiao has already thought it through. "Lord, there is no need to persuade me anymore. Moreover, Master Ling Xiao will not allow me to join your side." "Who is your master? How strong are the people of a rank 8 sect? How can they not allow you to join our spiritual martial pavilion? Are they tired of living?" The Emperor rank old man said somewhat angrily. He thought that it was only a rank 8 sect could the strongest person surpass the heavenly sovereign realm. They actually did not allow such a genius to join their spiritual martial pavilion. They might even annihilate such a sect. Ling Xiao continued, "Although Ling Xiao is a disciple of the Purple Sky sect, I was taken in as a disciple by another master after I arrived in the central region. My master is the demonic emperor. I don't know if Lord has heard of him, but that old fellow always said in front of me that he is very famous, powerful, and invincible. Even your pavilion, he does not put you in his eyes. However, Ling Xiao knows that your pavilion is the #1 pavilion in the central region. So Ling Xiao only thinks that the old fellow is bragging. I hope Lord will not take offense." You said that your master is the demonic emperor?" "No." "Lord demonic emperor?" The Emperor rank old man's expression became shocked, and he asked carefully. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. That old fellow even said that he seized the position of the first imperial throne all those years ago, and he just had to force me to participate in the imperial rankings competition. How boring." The Emperor rank old man's face turned green, and he thought to himself, the position of the first imperial throne is a glory that everyone wants to seize, but not everyone has the strength to do so. But this little fellow actually said that it's boring. Could it be that he really is that Lord's disciple? Then how can you prove that Lord Demonic Emperor is your master? You can't joke about this. If I find out that you're lying to me, then not only will I strip you of your position as the first imperial throne, I'll even suppress you for 100 years as punishment. The Emperor rank old man spoke in an extremely solemn manner, and a faintly discernible aura pressed down on Ling Xiao. This powerful aura wasn't meant to shake Ling Xiao, but to test whether or not Ling Xiao's mind was stable. Once he sensed that Ling Xiao was panicking, he would be sure that Ling Xiao was lying. Ling Xiao ignored the Emperor rank old man's aura, and he smiled lightheartedly. He calls himself the Demonic Emperor, but in my opinion, he's just a lecherous old man. I really can't see how he's capable of being a playboy. However, he once said that the supreme demonic emperor divine technique he cultivates was created by him, and it's a unique divine technique in the central region. I don't know if it's true or not. Have you heard of it, my lord? The supreme demonic emperor divine technique? Circulate your energy for me to see. The Emperor rank old man said impatiently. Ling Xiao didn't know why the Emperor rank old man was so nervous, and he thought to himself, could it be that Master's name can really intimidate the martial spirit pavilion? Ling Xiao circulated the supreme primordial restoration technique, and layers of multicolored divine light interweave around Ling Xiao, as if they were tiny multicolored dragons. They looked so lively and mighty. The Emperor Rank Old Man's expression suddenly became excited. Five elements at the same time. Metal, fire, wood, ice, and wind. The 5 elements have fused together, and this is indeed the supreme demonic Emperor divine technique's nether protection technique. However, this dragon form is even more regal than that, Lord. The heavens have taken pity on me. I, Daoin, have finally met my benefactor's disciple. The more the Emperor Rank Old Man spoke, the more excited he became, and his old eyes actually began to blur. His next action was even more shocking, and he actually knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao jumped in fright, and he hurriedly jumped to the side. "My lord, what are you doing?" Ling Xiao asked nervously. He really couldn't understand what the Emperor Rank Old Man was doing. Although his master had been famous for nearly 10,000 years, he had disappeared for thousands of years. There was no reason for an Emperor Rank Old Man to kneel to him, right? Chapter 658. The Quasi-Emperor Realm Old Men and all the earthly emperors in the surroundings were shocked by this Emperor Realm Old Man kneeling down in public. A few of the Quasi-Emperor Realm Old Men even walked over and exclaimed with surprise, "Taoist brother, why are you doing this?" "Yes, my lord, don't make things difficult for Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao was on the verge of tears. How could he have imagined that this Emperor Realm Old Man would kneel without any warning? This old man was an elder of the Martial Spirit Pavilion, and there probably weren't many people in the entire Central Territory that could make him kneel. Why is he kneeling to me now? This would cause others to misunderstand that I, Ling Xiao, am bullying an old man. After all, Ling Xiao had always been a kind and handsome young man that respected the old and cherished the young. The Emperor Realm expert paid no attention to the gazes of the others, and he still knelt down as he spoke in a clear voice. "The Lord Evil Emperor once saved my life, and he even showed some kindness to me. Daoin has never forgotten the Lord's kindness for thousands of years. If it wasn't for the Lord Evil Emperor, then I would have probably perished a long time ago. Young Master Ling, as the Lord's disciple, you should accept a bow from me." The others in the surroundings gazed at Ling Xiao with surprise when they heard this. A Quasi-Emperor Realm expert had a bewildered expression as he asked, "Taoist brother, is Ling Xiao really the Lord Evil Emperor's disciple?" Daoin nodded heavily and said, "The Lord Evil Emperor's Sovereign Evil King divine technique is a unique divine technique created by the Lord himself. I'm absolutely not mistaken. Otherwise, there's no cultivation technique that's capable of fusing the 5 elements together and achieving a uniform balance and conversion. So that's how it is. I truly never imagined that young brother Ling is actually the Lord Evil Emperor's disciple. I've truly been disrespectful." The Quasi-Emperor immediately greeted Ling Xiao respectfully. He'd even changed his address to young brother Ling, and it obviously showed how much importance he attached to Ling Xiao's identity. The Evil Emperor had been famous for close to 10,000 years and had become a legendary figure. Everyone present, regardless of their generation, was far inferior to the Evil Emperor. Ling Xiao replied modestly, then called Daoin over and said, "Sir, you should get up. If you continue like this, I'm afraid that you'll be a disgrace to the younger generation. Although Master has done you a favor, this has nothing to do with me. You just need to treat me like an ordinary person. Master doesn't want me to borrow his name to cause trouble everywhere." He spoke humbly, but there was a hint of smugness on his face. It was as if there was a saying on his face, "The demonic emperor is my master. Don't think that I don't have a backer." Dwayne stood up and said, "Does young Master Ling know where Sir is now? Although I've only met you once in the past, I've never forgotten your kindness even after thousands of years. I want to personally repay your kindness." Ling Xiao replied, "Even if I tell you where Master is, you might not be able to find him. I think it's better to forget about it." However, he muttered in his heart, "If you really want to repay my kindness, just give me some high-grade spirit herbs or high-grade mystic crystals as a token of appreciation. Why do you need to see my master?" Dwayne was a little puzzled and said, "What does young Master Ling mean?" Could it be? Could it be that Sir is already gone? Are you trying to curse my master death? Ling Xiao hurriedly spat a few times. Then where did Sir go? Although Dwayne's strength is low, he's still a mid-stage mystic emperor. There aren't many places in the central region that Dwayne can't go, Dwayne said. With Sir's strength, he can indeed go anywhere in the central region. But what about outside the central region? Ling Xiao kept him in suspense. Outside the central region. Could it be? Dwayne's eyes lit up as he immediately understood where Ling Xiao was referring to. However, before he could finish speaking, an elderly half-martial emperor immediately exclaimed, "Dao brother, little friend Ling is referring to the heaven region. With Sir Evil Emperor's talent, how could he fall? So he has already gone to the heaven region." That's right. When Lord Evil Emperor was arrogant in the central region, we hadn't even made our debut. The battle between the four great legends thousands of years ago caused countless legends to disappear. No one knows what the result of that battle was. Now that Lord Evil Emperor has a successor, I presume that the battle has already come to an end, said another quasi-emperor with a look of worship. Blade Tyrant is bloodthirsty, Evil Emperor is romantic, Sword Fanatic is single-minded, and Mad Monk is invincible. All of them are peerless figures. Although Evil Emperor has a successor to prove that he is still alive, we can't jump to the conclusion that the other three are no longer around. Another elderly half-martial emperor sighed. The other quasi-emperors spoke one after the other, and their old faces were filled with admiration and admiration, causing the earthly sovereigns in the surroundings to feel cold. However, most of the surrounding earthly sovereigns didn't know about the four legends, so they couldn't help but discuss in low voices. What kind of person is this Evil Emperor? Why are these lords worshipping him so much? He must be an old senior who has been famous for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to teach such an outstanding disciple like Ling Xiao. Perhaps he's a hidden expert, but the name Evil Emperor sounds a bit familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. I remember now. In the past, my ancestor would often talk about the Blade Tyrant is bloodthirsty, Evil Emperor is romantic, Sword Fanatic is single-minded, and Mad Monk is invincible. Thousands of years ago, they were invincible existences. They had experienced countless battles and had never been defeated. Even the major powers had to be courteous to them. Back then, Evil Emperor was one of them. Although he was extremely romantic, his strength had already reached the peak of the martial path. It was rumored that he reached the Saint Realm in just a few thousand years. So he's such a terrifying figure. No wonder this Ling Xiao is so abnormal. The Gu family's Gu Yufei had grown up in a large power, so he had naturally heard about a legendary figure like the Evil Emperor from his predecessors. He never thought that Ling Xiao would actually be the Evil Emperor's only disciple. This caused his heart to be in a state of turmoil. If the Gu family really killed Ling Xiao and took back the Golden Dragon Spear, then what would they do if they angered the Evil Emperor? The Evil Emperor was a legendary existence, and even their Gu family didn't dare to say that they could completely contend against him. Gu Yufei clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself, no matter what, I must snatch the Golden Dragon Spear back. So what if he's the Evil Emperor's disciple? Could it be that the Evil Emperor will return from the Heaven Realm? Dwayne no longer paid attention to the rowdy crowd and brought Ling Xiao to the side to chat. Young Master Ling, did Lord Evil Emperor really go to the Heaven Realm? Dwayne asked seriously. Ling Xiao nodded. Of course, Master only taught me for a year before leaving. Dwayne let out a heavy sigh and said, it looks like Dwayne will never be able to repay benefactor's kindness in this lifetime. The Heaven Realm was a realm that only those who had reached the strength of a saint would have the chance to step into. Although Dwayne was already at the middle stage of the Mystic Emperor, it wasn't that easy for him to step into the Saint Realm. This required a great deal of comprehension and opportunity, and not every Mystic Emperor had the chance to step into this step. Dwayne also didn't really hope that he would be able to reach the Saint Realm. It was unknown how many geniuses had been stuck at this hurdle. Lord, don't belittle yourself. Lord is still in his prime. and there will be a day when you can break through to the Saint Realm and step into the Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao said, Young Master Ling, you should just call me Dwayne. I am not willing to be called Lord. Dwayne responded and then handed 3 items to Ling Xiao, saying, Since I am unable to repay benefactor's kindness in person, then these items can be considered as a greeting gift from Dwayne to young Master Ling. I hope that young Master Ling will not dislike them. Ling Xiao looked at the items in Dwayne's hand, and his eyes lit up, and his heartbeat immediately sped up. This is an undeserved reward. Lord Dwayne is too kind. Ling Xiao's words were very polite, but his hand were not slow at all as he immediately received the 3 items. Dwayne only hopes that I will have the chance to meet your respected master in the future. Please convey my thanks on behalf of Dwayne, Dwayne said. Lord Dwayne, please feel free to do so. In the future, I will definitely explain this matter to my respected master, Ling Xiao replied. That's good. Let's go back. If there is anything you can't resolve in the future, you can bring this token to Lingwu City to find me. No matter what it is, I, Dwayne, will definitely do my best to help Ling Xiao, Dwayne said as he handed a token to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao thanked him again and accepted the token. All right, the imperial pills you have can be exchanged for all kinds of high-grade spirit herbs, medicinal pills, or mysterious crystals. Why don't you exchange them with me? That way, you won't be cheated by those old foxes outside, Dwayne said as he thought of the imperial pills. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, Lord Dwayne, I have my own uses for these imperial pills, so I don't plan on exchanging them for now. Imperial pills were good stuff for alchemists, so Ling Xiao didn't plan on exchanging them. Dwayne didn't ask any more questions and just nodded before returning to the crowd. Half a day later, all the earthly sovereigns had exchanged their imperial pills, and the earthly sovereigns who didn't make it into the top 100 were escorted back to their original cities by the various quasi-emperors. As for Dwayne, he led the 101 earthly sovereigns to the Pond of Enlightenment through his personal transmission array. The Pond of Enlightenment was located in the center of the central region, in a place called the Sunset Mountains. The Sunset Mountains was one of the desolate ancient mountain ranges. It occupied an extremely vast area, and it was one of the few large mountain ranges in the central region. Just like the other mountain ranges, there were all sorts of exotic plants and spirit beasts here. It was a hunting ground for mercenaries, and it was also a favorite training ground for the various great powers. The Pond of Enlightenment was also a wondrous pond discovered by the various great powers more than 3,000 years ago. Peak earthly sovereigns who soaked in it had a certain chance of comprehending their own Tao and deducing a world that belonged to them. From there, they could suddenly attain the strength of a heavenly venerable. It was also because of this great discovery that the Pond of Enlightenment was immediately jointly controlled by the 18 great powers. The other powers didn't have the opportunity to share the benefits of the Pond of Enlightenment. It was also from there that the Pond of Enlightenment became one of the famous wondrous places in the central region. Historically, the Pond of Enlightenment was only open to the younger generation of peak earthly sovereigns from the 18 great powers every 10 years, and the number of spots was limited. However, this time, the Lord of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion had actually opened his mouth to allow the top 100 battle emperors to have a chance to soak in the Pond of Enlightenment once. This was an extremely great temptation to any peak earthly sovereign. This also caused the competition for the imperial rankings to be much more intense than in the past. Which peak earthly sovereign didn't want to use the Pond of Enlightenment to deduce their own world and step into the ranks of the heavenly venerable? Chapter 659. The dense forest was lush and verdant. Hundreds of birds soared in the sky, tens of thousands of bees cried out, and tens of thousands of flowers bloomed. This was the scenery of the setting sun mountain range. From afar, it made people feel that this mountain range was infinitely beautiful. However, this beautiful mountain range was filled with countless dangers. The ferocious spirit beasts would often devour the humans who trespassed into their territory. Dowlin led the 101 earthly emperors and flew into the setting sun mountain range. Everyone unleashed their powerful forces, causing the low-rank spirit beasts below to not dare to act rashly. The group didn't fly for long before a few elders flew out. These elders' expressions and actions seemed to carry great power. They must be the Emperor's stage experts that guarded the Enlightenment Pond. Brother Dao-In, you've finally come. It's been hard on you this time. One of the Emperor's stage experts called out to Dao-In. Dao-In cupped his hands and said, "There's no need to be so polite, brothers. It's more important to bring these children into the Enlightenment Pond as soon as possible." Brother Dao-In is right. The Emperor's stage expert responded and immediately flew into the setting Sun Mountain range with everyone else. These Emperor's stage experts already knew the path to the Enlightenment Pond like the back of their hands. Under their lead, they weren't attacked by any high-ranked spirit herbs. After flying for half a day, they finally landed in a valley surrounded by mountains. Just as they got close to the valley, they felt waves of dense spiritual chi gathering towards them. This spirit energy was actually more than 10 times denser than the outer region. It made people feel extremely comfortable, and the divine arts that were circulating within their bodies greedily absorbed it. Immediately after, the 7 Emperor stage experts waved their dazzling attribute lights at the center of the valley. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 7 attribute lights bombarded 7 different locations. Cracks appeared on the surface of the valley. It was obvious that there was a formation set up here, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter. After the spatial ripples split open, a thin layer of milky white mist appeared below the valley. Through the mist, one could see that there was a pond below. This pool was probably a miraculous pool in the Central Territory, the Pool of Enlightenment. The Enlightenment Pond wasn't very big, but it was no problem for it to accommodate all 101 of them. The earthly emperors in the sky all revealed looks of joy. This time, they had tried their best to enter the top 100. Most of them were here for the Pond of Enlightenment. The top 100 battle emperors can soak in the Pond of Enlightenment for a day. The top 10 imperial killers can soak for 7 days, and the first martial emperor can soak for half a month. Once you gain enlightenment, come out immediately. Do not destroy anything under the Pond of Enlightenment, or you will be killed immediately. Dao-In's voice sounded. The earthly sovereigns nodded their heads and prepared to descend into the Pond of Enlightenment. However, right at this moment, Gu Yufei suddenly left the group and flashed toward an Emperor Realm Old Man. Yufei greets 5th great-grandfather. Gu Yufei bowed to the green-robed Emperor Realm Old Man. The Emperor Realm Old Man said in a dignified tone, "So it's fair? I haven't seen you for 10 years, but your strength has risen from the low-level earthly sovereign realm to the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. Your cultivation speed isn't bad. Did you enter the top 10 this time?" This person was an ancestor-class elder of the Gu clan. His name was Gu Xing, and he had the strength of a low-tier mystic Tharch. He'd been guarding the Pond of Enlightenment for the past 10 years. After all, if there weren't any Emperor Realm experts from the various great powers guarding such a miraculous place, then it was likely that some hidden experts would forcefully break it open and allow their disciples to enter the Pond of Enlightenment, or perhaps destroy the natural wonders of the Pond of Enlightenment. They had to guard against all of these. Fei has failed the Gu clan's expectations this time, and is only ranked 13th. I didn't enter the top 10. Gu Yufei lowered his head and spoke guiltily. Gu Xing revealed a displeased expression when he heard this, and he thought unhappily in his heart. He didn't even enter the top 10. Isn't that a disgrace to my Gu clan? And he still has the nerve to come looking for me? He's still not childish enough. However, Fei wasn't able to enter the top 10 because my little sister lost the golden dragon spear left behind by our ancestor in an ancient cave. It was later obtained by someone else, and Fei wanted to take it back. However, the other party was too powerful, and Fei wasn't able to take it back. Fei has truly let down our ancestor's spirit in heaven. Please punish me, 5th great-grandfather, Gu Yufei said with a sorrowful expression. What? The golden dragon spear was lost? Gu Xing exclaimed absent-mindedly. That's right, but it's currently in the hands of Ling Xiao, who won first place. I don't know what method he used to make the golden dragon spear recognize him as its master, but if it wasn't for the help of the golden dragon spear, how could he have obtained first place? I asked fifth great-grandfather to take back the golden dragon spear. Gu Yufei said angrily. Ling Xiao, who was just about to descend, frowned deeply when he heard this. He cursed in his heart. It looks like this Gu Yufei will only be satisfied when he's courting death. Which one is the first emperor? Ling Xiao. Gu Xing almost roared in alarm. Gu Yufei immediately pointed at Ling Xiao and said, "That's him. You, a junior, actually dared to steal my Gu clan's golden dragon spear. You deserve to die." Gu Xing was furious. He let out a roar and, disregarding his status, swatted a mountainous palm towards Ling Xiao. The golden dragon spear was a divine tool that his clan brother had obtained by chance in the chaotic abyss of war. After his brother's death, no one could truly obtain the golden dragon spear's approval. However, this divine tool was of great significance and absolutely could not fall into the hands of others. Moreover, it had already been recognized as its master by the other party, which was why Gu Xing was so furious. Back then, he had also racked his brains to make this golden dragon spear his own. Unfortunately, he had no way to do so. In the end, he found out that he had to cultivate the Vajra's 5 transformations technique left behind by his ancestor in order to have the spear recognize him as its master. Unfortunately, even though they had cultivated the Vajra's 5 transformations technique and reached the blood refinement realm, and most of their blood already contained the blood essence of a flood dragon, they could only attack with the golden dragon spear and still couldn't make it recognize him as its master. Now that the golden dragon spear had fallen into someone else's hands, and yet someone else had made it recognize him as its master, it was truly a great mockery of the Gu family. Ling Xiao was only a peak earthly emperor. Although his strength was comparable to a heavenly venerable's, a casual attack from an emperor wasn't something he could easily dodge. No one had expected such a sudden turn of events, and they were all still in a daze. However, just as the palm was about to land on Ling Xiao's body, a powerful force came from another direction and blasted the palm away. Rumble. Brother Dao, what's the meaning of this? Gu Xing looked gloomily at Dao In, who had stopped him. Dalvin didn't say a word and immediately went to stand in front of Ling Xiao to protect him. I'd like to first ask you, Brother Gu, what's the meaning of this? Ling Xiao is this generation's first emperor, and his name will soon shake the central region. All the emperors are not allowed to kill him before he becomes a mid-stage heavenly venerable. Now you're actually trying to kill him here? Are you disregarding the reputation of all the emperors? Any earthly emperor who obtained the first emperor and the 10 killer emperors would be able to enjoy some special treatment. One of the special treatment was that the emperors were not allowed to kill them before they became mid-stage heavenly venerables. After all, if one wanted to obtain the title of first emperor and killer emperor, they would have to go through a series of massacres to prove their worth. They would definitely make many enemies along the way, and this special treatment was to give the first emperor and killer emperor a chance to improve their strength. Otherwise, if they were killed by their enemies right after obtaining the title of first emperor and killer emperor, then the meaning of each imperial list tournament wouldn't be that great. However, this special treatment was only for emperors and above. There were no restrictions for those below the emperor rank. If they couldn't withstand the pursuit of martial artists below the emperor rank, then the first emperor and killer emperor wouldn't be worthy of their title. When Gu Xing heard Dao En's words, he immediately calmed down. However, his anger hadn't dissipated, and he said to Dao En, Brother Dao En, this brat took my Gu family's golden dragon spear. I just want to take it back, not his life. I hope that Brother Dao En won't stop me. Gu Xing had clearly wanted to kill Gu Xing earlier, but now he had changed his words completely because of the special treatment enjoyed by the first emperor. He was also glad that he hadn't killed Ling Xiao just now. Otherwise, the other forces would have ganged up on him and killed him, and the Gu family would have faced the danger of a crusade. What is the Imperial List Tournament? Its goal is to make the younger generation constantly strive to become stronger so that they will one day recover the power they had in ancient times. Any earthly emperor who participates in the Imperial List tournament has to disregard life and death, and they can't blame others if they die in battle. Moreover, it's only the things they've brought with them that have been stolen. If you want to take them back, then you'll have to rely on your own ability. Gu Xing, your descendant asked you to take action, so you took action. I'm afraid that your Gu family will lose all face because of you, Daoan said righteously. Needless to say, Daoan would definitely stand on Ling Xiao's side. However, as the representative of the spiritual martial pavilion and the person in charge of the Imperial List tournament, he naturally couldn't appear to be shielding Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was standing on his side, which was why he had reprimanded Gu Xing. If it was anyone else, Daoan might not have deliberately obstructed them. Gu Xing had never expected Daoan's attitude to be so unyielding. He immediately suppressed his anger and said, "Brother Daoan is right. Gu Xing has lost his composure." He then glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, you'd better take the initiative to hand over the Golden Dragon Spear. Otherwise, my Gu family will definitely go all out to hunt you down, and there will be no place for you in the central region." Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and laughed lightly. "As long as your Gu family isn't afraid of losing people, then come at me. Ling Xiao will take you on." At this time, Ling Xiao already had a strong killing intent towards Gu Yu. He thought about how he had once saved the lives of the two siblings, but now he was being treated like this. Since that was the case, then he, Ling Xiao, could no longer be blamed for being vicious and merciless. Gu Xiaohe, who was standing to the side, had already sensed that the fate between her and Ling Xiao had come to an end, and her heart was filled with bitterness. "What big words! Just you wait and see." Gu Xing snorted coldly and then said to Gu Yufei, "Go down to the enlightenment pool and soak in it to search for your Tao. If you're unable to comprehend your Tao this time, then go into seclusion for 10 years after returning to the family, and you're not allowed to come out again." Gu Xing had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only vent it on Gu Yufei. He cursed in his heart. The juniors these days are getting worse and worse. It's fine if they can't enter the Imperial Slayers leaderboard, but they can't even protect the Golden Dragon Spear. They've really lost all face. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and go down, Daoan said with a slight frown. Chapter 660. When the group of earthly emperors heard Daoan's words, they immediately descended into the pond of enlightenment. At this time, Daoan said to Gu Xing, "Brother Gu, there are a few things I need to make clear to you." Gu Xing was angry that Daoan had stopped him from dealing with Ling Xiao, but he didn't dare to fall out with Daoan. He immediately said patiently, "Brother Daoan, please speak. It's best if your Gu family doesn't touch Ling Xiao." Daoan narrowed his old eyes and said to Gu Xing in a serious tone, "Could he be a true disciple of your pavilion?" Gu Xing faintly felt that something was wrong and asked. Throughout history, the title of First Emperor was mostly won by the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, so he guessed that Ling Xiao was for the Spiritual Martial Pavilion. If he really was from the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, then the Gu family wouldn't dare to act rashly this time. Although they were all within the scope of the major forces, the Spiritual Martial Pavilion was many times stronger than the Gu family. Daoan shook his head lightly. "No. Although our Spiritual Martial Pavilion is the #1 pavilion, no one has taught such an outstanding disciple." "Oh, if he's not a disciple of your Spiritual Martial Pavilion, could he be a disciple of the Black Demon sect or the Medicine sect?" Gu Xing asked again. Other than these three forces, the Gu family might not be afraid of the other forces. Daoan shook his head. "None of them." "Then why is Brother Daoan so protective of him?" Gu Xing asked angrily. "Humph. Although he's not a disciple of any of the major forces, his status is more noble and terrifying than any of them." Daoan glared at Gu Xing. "Brother Daoan, don't keep us in suspense. Tell me, what kind of background does this Ling Xiao have?" Could it be that he's the successor of those old monsters? The emperor from the Purple Thunder sect asked impatiently. Besides a few great powers in the Central Territory, there were many experts that lived in seclusion that hadn't made an appearance in the world. Even though these experts were all alone, their cultivations were terrifying. If one were to offend them, then it wouldn't be a joke if they came to kill their way over. This type of expert was the most troublesome. They had no worries. They could kill and leave as they pleased. Even if they were powerful, it would not be easy for them to gather their strength to deal with them. After all, the central region was vast, and it would be impossible to find him anywhere he wanted to hide in. At that moment, a look of reverence appeared on Dwayne's face as he quietly said, "He's my benefactor's disciple." "Who is Brother Dao's benefactor?" The other emperors asked anxiously once more as their curiosity was piqued by Dao in. "My benefactor. He is the demonic emperor of amorous flow." Dwayne's face revealed an even more tyrannical expression as he said, "Lord Demonic Emperor Feng Lu." All of the emperors were shocked. They were all ancestor-level figures who had lived for thousands of years. Of course, they already knew about the 4 great legends of the past 10,000 years. Most of them were influenced by the 4 great legends, so most of them were admirers of the 4 great legends. When they heard that Dwayne's benefactor was the demonic emperor, how could they not be shocked? That's right. If it weren't for him saving me from danger and giving me some pointers, I wouldn't have the achievements I have today. I, Dwayne, will never forget this double act of kindness. Dwayne said with deep emotion, "I didn't expect that Brother Dao was acquainted with the demonic emperor. I, Leamo, am extremely envious." The emperor from the Violet Thunder sect sighed with envy. Another emperor followed. "That's right. The Blade Tyrant is bloodthirsty. The demonic emperor is amorous. The sword fanatic is single-minded. And the mad monk is invincible. Which one of them isn't heroic? It's just that we were too young and didn't get to see the glory of the 4 great legends. It's always been regretful. I didn't expect Dao to have such good fortune. It really makes one jealous." Another Emperor Realm expert said, "That's right. Not only was the evil emperor extremely powerful, even his playfulness was unparalleled in the Central Territory. He was even more sincere and affectionate than the other 3. Brother Dao, you're saying that Ling Xiao is the disciple of the demonic emperor?" Gu Xing asked. Dwayne nodded complacently, and then he replied, "Ling Xiao is the disciple of the demonic emperor. I've already verified this myself, and it's absolutely not wrong. So, Brother Gu Xing, it's best if you don't have any ill intentions towards Ling Xiao. Otherwise, your Gu clan will probably be in great trouble." Dwayne's words were straightforward and filled with warning. Gu Xing's aura rose and fell, and he was obviously unable to maintain his composure. If it was the disciple of one of those secluded old eccentrics, then there was no need for Gu Xing to lose his composure like this. But if it was the disciple of the demonic emperor, then it was a different matter. A figure that was said to be the closest to the godly realm wasn't someone that their Gu clan could go against. That's all I have to say. Brother Gu Xing, think about it properly. Dwayne spoke indifferently, and then he closed his eyes and didn't speak another word. Damn it, are we just going to let it go like this? Gu Xing had a deep unwillingness in his heart. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said in his heart, since he's the disciple of the demonic emperor, then all the more I can't let him go. Once he grows up in the future, he'll definitely be a calamity for my Gu clan. Right, if he didn't die at the hands of my Gu clan, then the demonic emperor wouldn't have to blame my Gu clan, right? Beneath the pool of enlightenment, a layer of white aura floated incessantly, like a thin veil covering a beauty's face. It looked mysterious and alluring. 101 people fell into the pool at the same time, and waves of thumping sounds could be heard. Everyone began to calm down and enjoy this rare limited time. The female earthly emperors all formed a screen of light around their bodies to prevent others from peeping. Ling Xiao didn't directly enter the pool. Instead, he floated on the surface of the pool and sized up everything around him. As the first emperor, he had half a month's time to comprehend here. so he wasn't as anxious as the others. The terrain here is excellent. It's a top-notch gathering place, and it's surrounded by majestic mountains. No wonder the spirit chi is so dense everywhere. The pool here has probably accumulated for more than 10,000 years. It's truly worthy of being called a miraculous pool. Ling Xiao looked around and sighed softly. He didn't even need to circulate his divine arts now. The two strange pearls in his sea of consciousness were constantly absorbing the pure energy of heaven and earth, and Lu Wang, who was attached to his sleeve, still didn't move at all. That's the strange flower of enlightenment. Suddenly, Ling Xiao saw some strange flowers blooming by the side of the pool and exclaimed softly. This time, Ling Xiao finally understood the origin of the pool of enlightenment. At the side of the pool, the small flowers of various colors flickered incessantly, as if the stars in the sky were blinking, appearing incomparably intelligent. These small flowers were the strange flower of enlightenment, one of the 81 strange flowers in the world. They had the wonderful effect of cleansing one's marrow and sea of consciousness, as well as enlightening oneself. However, these strange flowers of enlightenment were very difficult to preserve. Once they were plucked, they would wither in less than a quarter of an hour. Only vessels made of 10,000-year-old cold jade could be preserved for a longer time. The growth of these strange flowers of enlightenment was very strange. Once they bloomed, they would wither after a day, and the next time they bloomed would have to wait for 10 years. This cycle repeated endlessly. Therefore, in order to pluck these strange flowers of enlightenment, one had to be lucky. There were so many strange flowers of enlightenment growing around the pool of enlightenment. Presumably, this pool of enlightenment had accumulated the essence of these strange flowers of enlightenment, which was why the water of this pool had the effect of enlightening peak earthly emperors. Ling Xiao looked around again, and seeing that there was nothing else, he descended into the pool. Balls of warm water instantly wrapped around him, and an unparalleled sense of comfort made Ling Xiao feel relaxed like never before. Ever since he started his cultivation, he had experienced countless killings and made many enemies. This also made him develop a mentality of being vigilant at all times. Even when he was sleeping, he had to be somewhat awake. Now that he was in the pool of enlightenment, it was as if he was in a world without disputes, making his mental state extremely comfortable and refreshing. At this moment, all the distracting thoughts of the secular world were thrown to the back of his mind. Then, Ling Xiao seemed to fall asleep in the pool of enlightenment. There was still a faint evil smile on his face, making him look extremely evil and awe-inspiring. At this moment, an astonishing change occurred in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. The pure, milky white mind power actually gradually surged, and in the end it surged and surged repeatedly like raging waves. In the end, it formed a whirlpool that spun at a high speed. The spiritual fluid seemed to gradually compress and became extremely viscous. The spiritual fluid, which had originally occupied 2/3 of his sea of consciousness, gradually shrank to a quarter. At this moment, many black spots that were difficult to be seen by the naked eye appeared on the surface of the milky white spiritual fluid. These black spots looked extremely disgusting and ugly on the surface of the milky white spiritual fluid. It was as if they had been infected with a virus, destroying and affecting the pure and boundless feeling. However, these black spots did not stay on the spiritual fluid for long. They were forcibly expelled by the surging spiritual fluid. This time, the spiritual fluid became even purer and more boundless than before. At this moment, Ling Xiao's soul gradually emerged in his sea of consciousness. His soul became extremely ethereal, and his temperament became extremely sacred and unadorned. At this moment, his soul sat on the spinning spiritual fluid, and his thoughts seemed to be separated from his body. He seemed to see a golden world. The sharp golden spears with an extremely sharp aura destroyed countless mountains into pieces. Then, a golden dragon broke through the sky and charged in all directions. In a short while, countless golden dragons appeared in the sky and kept entangling with each other. That part of the world was smashed into pieces by the dragon's body. This impressively became a world where the golden dragon resided and wreaked havoc. However, when the world of the golden dragon disappeared, it was replaced by a huge volcano. This volcano was dark blue in color. Those blue flames and molten lava erupted from the volcano in an instant, as if to blast this part of the world into nothingness. The blue flames and molten lava immediately formed a blue sea of fire wherever they went. Not long after, those dark blue flames gradually gathered together and finally formed a majestic Chilean mythological beast. The terrifying pressure of the mythological beast made people breathless. It was spraying strong blue flames all the time, as if it wanted to burn the river and steam the sea. It was full of supreme power. Chapter 661. When the huge volcanic crater and the blue fire Chilean gradually disappeared, gusts of bone-chilling cold wind continued to blow. These gray, cold winds formed all kinds of hurricanes that swept away everything in the world. Wherever they went, they were devoured by the strong, corrosive force. Wind blades flew everywhere, and the clouds in the sky and the rocks on the ground were all crushed into powder. This gray world of hurricanes made people feel at a loss, as if it was the end of the world. As the cold wind dissipated, what replaced it was a world of ice. Icebergs towered high and low, and the icicles that never melted flickered with incomparably sharp light. The temperature below absolute zero instantly turned everything into a popsicle. Piles of icicles smashed down from different corners like thousands of sharp ice weapons that could destroy everything in the world and freeze any giant river. After the world of ice melted, a scene of towering ancient trees appeared. It was as if a large mountain range had formed. This scene was filled with incomparable vitality, but it was very different from the previous four worlds. This was a tranquil scene. Those exotic flowers and plants, spirit beasts, and all living things lived peacefully in this forest. There were no disputes or distracting thoughts here. It was as if they had transcended the world of five elements and were in a paradise outside of the world. However, this place seemed peaceful, but the trees, grass, and flowers were changing in an instant, from growing to withering. It was as if they were demonstrating the flow of time. The radiant life seemed to turn into nothingness in that instant, disappearing into the horizon. Perhaps this was a world where a year passed and a month passed. The golden dragon roared, displaying the domineering aura of a king. The volcano Chilean displayed its ferocious might. The cold wind wreaked havoc, leaving no corpses behind. Icebergs sealed thousands of miles, surging rivers and giant rivers. Vitality surged, and time passed in an instant. 5 different wonders constantly changed in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, and his soul also changed due to the 5 different colors of the wonders. Ling Zhao had no idea where he was and was immersed in the comprehension of these wonders. Those worlds seemed to be formed by his thoughts, but the mysteries and the wonders made him unable to grasp them thoroughly. He felt that these wonders were not mature enough, or perhaps they had not completed their formation, causing him to become confused. A day passed quickly, and the 90 earthly sovereigns were pulled out of the pond of enlightenment by the emperors in the sky. Most of the earthly emperors had disappointed looks on their faces. Some of them still had blank looks on their faces, while a small portion of them had joyful looks on their faces. It was obvious that they had gained something. Dwayne sent a voice transmission to these earthly sovereigns. Go to the side and wait for the others to come out. Everyone bowed to the mystic sovereigns and landed on the empty space outside the pond of enlightenment to meditate. A small number of people found a quiet place and entered a meditative state. They seemed to want to completely memorize the enlightenment they had gained today so that they could break through to the Empyrean stage as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, another 6 days passed, and 10 figures rushed out of the pond of enlightenment at the same time. These 10 figures couldn't wait to enter the quiet place. It seemed that they had gained a lot in the past few days. Some of their auras were already overflowing, and it was obvious that they were on the verge of breaking through. Although the Pond of Enlightenment had the effect of the Tao Comprehension Flower, whether or not one could comprehend one's own Tao depended on one's comprehension ability and luck. Not everyone could gain something. For the next few days, many quiet places exploded with powerful auras one after another, causing the nearby trees and flowers to be shaken into pieces. It was obvious that these were all earthly sovereigns who had comprehended something. Some of them had already become half-step Empyreans, and they only needed to comprehend their Tao to perfection before they could become true Empyreans. A few of them had even directly raised their strength to low-level Empyreans, becoming true sovereigns. 10 days passed quickly, and Ling Xiao, who was under the Pond of Enlightenment, had regained his consciousness. There wasn't a hint of joy on his face, only confusion. It seemed like he was in a difficult situation, and he didn't know what to do. He sighed softly. The soul power of the remnant souls I absorbed previously contained many impurities, and I didn't notice it. Fortunately, this Pond of Enlightenment eliminated all these impurities. Otherwise, it would definitely hinder my spiritual fluid from forming a world in the future. It's just that 10 days have passed, and I've comprehended all 5 worlds, but these 5 worlds are still in their embryonic forms. None of them can become my world force. My Tao is still not clear enough. Not long after he entered the pond, the black spots that were expelled from Ling Xiao's consciousness were the impurities and distracting thoughts that Ling Xiao had absorbed from the remnant souls. After these impurities and distracting thoughts were expelled, his mental energy was reduced, but it was purer. This would be of great benefit to Ling Xiao's future cultivation and use of mental energy attacks. In addition, he had comprehended 5 different wonders, which were the small universe that he wanted to comprehend and deduce. However, he cultivated all 5 attributes at the same time, so he had 5 different small worlds. However, any martial artistry of consciousness could only deduce one small world, thus forming a spiritual world. But this spiritual world couldn't take turns to deduce the 5 attributes. Even someone like Ling Xiao, with his vast sea of consciousness, couldn't do it. Now, Ling Xiao was conflicted about how to choose his own small universe. Once he decided, he could smoothly break through to the Heavenly Lord realm. However, Ling Xiao felt that these 5 small universe realms were not the world force that he wanted to possess. This was because possessing one of these small universe realms would mean giving up the world force of the other 4 small universe realms. This was a headache for him. If it were someone else, Ling Xiao's jaw would probably drop in shock. World power was divided into 3 levels, which could also be called the mortal, spirit, and emperor levels. These 3 levels were also divided into lower, middle, and upper levels. The higher the level, the more terrifying the power. Everyone's opportunities were different, so the world power they comprehended was also different. However, the world power formed was closely related to the martial artist's Xian skills and opportunities. An ordinary Heavenly Lord's small universe could mostly comprehend the mortal level world power. This kind of world power was displayed by many martial artists. Tinbin could comprehend the spirit level world power. Reaching the spirit level world power was already considered amazing. This kind of martial artist often had a great advantage in battles of the same level. To reach the emperor level world power, only those who were born with a monstrous talent, Tinbin, could barely comprehend it. This kind of world power was especially abnormal. Whether it was in terms of attack or defense, it was perfect. It was also an invincible existence in the same level. However, this kind of emperor-level world power might not even be comprehended by 1 in 1,000 people. For example, someone who had comprehended a spirit-level world force could fight against 2 or 3 mortal-level world force martial artists at the same time without losing, and could even win. The power of an emperor-level world force was even more terrifying. Often, it wouldn't be a problem to fight against 5 spirit-level or 10 mortal-level martial artists alone. Now, according to Ling Zhao's understanding of the five worlds, the crouching golden dragon world, the volcano Qilin world, and the innate Wind nether world could all be called emperor-level world. The iceberg river world and the mountain forest world were the weakest, but they were also spirit-level world. Why were the first three worlds considered emperor-level, while the last two were only spirit-level? The true dragon was the head of the 9 great divine beasts, and its battle strength was self-evident. The crouching golden dragon world formed by it had top-notch attack power. It was not an exaggeration to call it a high-grade emperor-level world. The volcanic eruption was a world-destroying natural disaster, and the energy it erupted was terrifying. Such a world with only the volcanic eruption was not enough to reach the emperor level. But the blue flame was a heavenly fire that could burn anything, and the Qilin formed by it was a divine beast. All these superimposed together were definitely stronger than the crouching golden dragon world, and it could be called a high-grade emperor-level world. The innate Wind netherworld was a gray world with a powerful, corrosive hurricane. Its destructive power was not inferior to the heavenly fire, and it could corrode anything here. Only heavenly jewels of the same level might be able to resist this innate Wind netherworld. This innate Wind netherworld could be called a mid-grade emperor-level world. 10,000 miles of ice could freeze anything, and the might of the icicles was also extremely great. The pure world of ice made people feel fear and bewilderment. The iceberg river world was a high-grade spirit world. The mountain forest world did not seem to have any offensive power, but it had a different kind of effect. Every tree, every grass, every flower in the mountain forest world could be used as an offensive weapon. Although its offensive power was slightly weaker, it could transform into various spirit formations to confuse the enemy's vision. Furthermore, the boundless life force it contained was absolutely the lowest consumption for the user, and it also had a great healing effect for the people around the user. That was why this world could reach the mid-grade spirit world. The iceberg world and the mountain forest world could be rated as spirit level because Ling Zhao's attributes were extremely pure, and it fought Tenbin and gained a lot of experience. Furthermore, his spiritual sea was boundless. All of these factors had a great connection with the world he had derived, so no matter which world he created, it would be much stronger than an ordinary martial artist world. In other words, an ordinary person could only reach the mortal level world, but Ling Zhao's world could reach the spirit level. This was because Ling Zhao was extremely strong among people of the same level, so the world he derived was naturally better than ordinary people. If it was anyone else, they would thank the heavens and earth if they could comprehend any kind of spirit-level world. However, Ling Zhao now had 3 emperor-level world powers and 2 spirit-level world powers to choose from, but he still had a worried expression on his face. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Another day passed, and Ling Zhao was still in the same state. He sighed softly. I think this enlightenment pond can only do so much for me. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to achieve the effect I want. Forget it. Perhaps this young master will have to walk around and comprehend for a while. Only then will I be able to form a new world, a unique world that belongs to me, Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao slowly flew out of the enlightenment pond. Many people looked at him in confusion, as if they didn't expect Ling Zhao to come out before the time was up. Chapter 662. There are no elemental fluctuations on Ling Zhao's body, and his energy hasn't dissipated. Could it be that he hasn't gained anything in the past 11 days? That's impossible. He fought Tenbin like this, so he should have more or less comprehended something. That's hard to say. Becoming a sovereign is a huge hurdle, and not everyone can comprehend their own Tao and create their own world. Who knows how many geniuses have been stuck at this hurdle? Perhaps Ling Zhao is destined to be a tragedy. You can't be too sure. Even without the Pond of Enlightenment, Ling Zhao will still have a chance to comprehend it in the future. He's still very young after all. That's true, but there are quite a few who have directly stepped into the Sky Sovereign stage. and there are even quite a few who have become half-sovereign stage. However, he's still at the same place. Many of the earthly sovereigns who did not gain anything looked at Ling Xiao, who had come out, and whispered to each other. At this time, a few Emperor Stage elders appeared in front of Ling Xiao at the same time. Their eyes were also filled with confusion. Gu Xing could tell at a glance that Ling Xiao's spiritual energy did not show any signs of rebellion. In other words, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to break through right now. This proved that Ling Xiao had not comprehended his own Tao. He thought to himself, this demonic emperor's disciple is only SOSO. A mere peak earthly emperor can kill him like an ant. Dwayne stepped forward and asked, Young Master Ling, what are you doing? He would never miss the disciple chosen by the demonic emperor. It was impossible for him to break through the sky sovereign stage. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Ling Xiao has already gained something. There's no point in staying in the pond of enlightenment any longer. Gain something? Haha, I'm afraid that's just to hide his face. Gu Xing sneered. Ling Xiao smiled non-committally and ignored Gu Xing. He said to Dwayne, this matter is over. I wonder if Ling Xiao will leave? Dwayne hesitated for a moment before saying, Young Master Ling, do you really not plan to stay for a few more days? Perhaps you really did gain something? Ling Xiao shook his head and said firmly, No need. Brother Daowen, take them away. We're going to seal this place. Gu Xing tried to stop them, his eyes filled with ridicule. Dwayne snorted coldly. After glaring at Gu Xing, he waved his hand at the many earthly emperors and said, Those who are willing to go back, follow me. Those who are unwilling can also train a mountain range and seek a breakthrough. Dao In Dang Fei flew out of the pond of enlightenment, and dozens of earthly sovereigns followed closely behind. But they didn't fly far before Dwayne turned back again. Young Master Ling, you'd better leave with me. Dwayne didn't know why Ling Xiao hadn't left, but he was worried about Ling Xiao's safety, so he called out. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, Lord Dwayne, you guys should leave first. I'll stay here for a few days. But Dwayne was about to say something, but Ling Xiao interrupted him and said, Don't worry, Lord Dwayne. Ling Xiao doesn't care about these little thieves. Gu Xing, who wasn't far away, was angered by Ling Xiao's words. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some reservations, he really wanted to strangle Ling Xiao to death. It's better if you don't leave. This Sunset Mountain Range will be the place where you die, Gu Xing thought to himself. Dwayne hesitated for a moment and said, All right, as expected of Lord Evil Emperor's disciple. Just this boldness alone is not inferior to his name. After pausing for a moment, he took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Ling Xiao and said, This is a spirit sovereign pill. It might be of some use to you. Young Master Ling, take care. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Ling Xiao. He turned around and left with the earthly sovereigns who didn't gain anything. Ling Xiao's hand froze in place. This pill didn't seem to be of much use to him. Forget it. Even if I don't need it, others can use it. Ling Xiao sighed and then flew towards Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao, who were not far away. At this time, the two of them were in seclusion in a hidden cave. It seemed that the two of them had comprehended something. Ling Xiao once again sensed Ji Beixin's aura from the Feng clan. He found that Ji Beixin's aura was rising steadily, as if she was about to break through to the lower level of Sky Sovereign. This girl started later than me, but she's actually going to surpass me so quickly. I'm really ashamed. Ling Xiao sighed in relief. Ling Xiao didn't wait for long at the entrance of Yi Yunfeng's cave. Yi Yunfeng walked out. Boss, you came out so quickly. Yi Yunfeng looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and asked, Well, it's useless for me to stay here any longer. Ling Xiao responded softly. Then he looked at Yi Yunfeng's increasingly perfect aura and knew that he must have gained something this time. He immediately said, Yunfeng should have reached the semi-venerable level. Yi Yunfeng scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, I'm lucky to have comprehended something, but I'm still a long way from becoming a real Sky Sovereign. I guess I'll have to wait for a year before I have the chance to become a real Sky Sovereign. Ling Xiao patted Yi Yunfeng's shoulder heavily and said, Not bad, not bad. It seems that both of you are ahead of me. Boss, even if I really break through to the Sky Sovereign level, I may not be a match for you, Yi Yanfeng said very sincerely. Well, I won't talk to you anymore. I plan to stay here for a while. Are you going to cultivate in the cauldron or find another place to do seclusion? Ling Xiao asked. With Yi Yunfeng's current state, he would definitely gain something if he cultivated in seclusion for a while. That was why Ling Xiao asked this question. Before Yi Yanfeng could speak, Gu Jiaojiao had already walked out of another cave and said, "He and I will return to the Maple Flame Valley first. You can come to the Maple Flame Valley to find him." Ling Xiao looked at Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng in astonishment. In the end, he revealed an expression that said, "There must be something going on between the two of you." This caused Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao to reveal embarrassed expressions. Gu Jiaojiao immediately explained, "It's not what you think. It's just that this place is not too far from the Maple Flame Valley. He only needs to rush to the Central Light City from here, and then return to the Valley of Absolute Flame from the transmission array. Anyway, he needs a place to cultivate, right? Hee, this young master understands. You guys go. When I have something, I will find you guys. I'm leaving." Ling Xiao chuckled and then gave Yi Yanfeng a look. He immediately flew towards the depths of the Sunset Mountain Range. Just as Yi Yanfeng was about to say something, something shot towards him. "I'll leave the reward inside for you." Ling Xiao's voice came back leisurely. Gu Jiaojiao looked at the spatial ring in Yi Yunfeng's hand and exclaimed, "This is the reward of the first sovereign." That's right, boss is still as generous as ever. I must break through to the Sky Sovereign stage as soon as possible and create hegemony with boss. Yi Yunfeng held the spatial ring in his hand tightly. He looked in the direction Ling Xiao had left and made up his mind. Ling Xiao flew extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of meters away. His face still carried a hint of coldness. After flying for half an hour, Ling Xiao stopped at the top of a mountain. His slender figure stood in the wind, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "You guys come out. Aren't you tired after following me for so long?" Ling Xiao said faintly as he looked behind him. When he left the Pond of Enlightenment, Ling Xiao had sensed that his aura had long been locked on. He deliberately sped up in order to lure out the person who had locked onto his aura. Under the forest, a handsome young man in black armor slowly flew out. At the same time, a few people flew out from another direction. "I didn't expect all of you to come. That's good too. This young master can take care of all of you at once," Ling Xiao said faintly as he glanced coldly at everyone. The young man in black armor was the devil son of the Black Demon sect. The others were Gu Yufei and his family members from the Gu family. There were 5 of them in total. The devil son actually had the strength of a mid-level heavenly master. Gu Yufei was a low-level heavenly master. The other 3 were half-level heavenly master. It seemed that they had all gained something from the Pond of Enlightenment. You, Ling Xiao, are just a mere peak Earth Emperor. Not only have I broken through to the Heavenly Master level, but I've also gone up a level. With my current strength, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. The Devil Son laughed proudly, as if Ling Xiao was already a turtle in a jar in his eyes. For some reason, Ling Xiao felt that this Devil Son was a little strange. The thick blood energy he emitted was very familiar. At this time, Lu Wang's voice reached Ling Xiao's ears. He has already joined forces with the Blood Demon Spirit Tree. As long as you burn him with heavenly fire, you can drive away the Blood Demon Spirit Tree. When the time comes, young friend, help this old man capture the Blood Demon Spirit Tree. This old man promises to hand over half of the Undying Heart. Is this true? Ling Xiao asked happily. Since it's true. However, this old man must continue staying in your sea of consciousness to nourish it for 500 years. Lu Wang continued. No problem. Ling Xiao replied without hesitation. Half of the Undying Heart was enough to bring Luo Ming back to life. No matter what price Ling Xiao had to pay, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Ling Xiao hand over my Gu family's golden dragon spear and wipe away the blood essence that recognized you as its master. Then I can spare your life." Gu Yufei pointed his golden spear at Ling Xiao and shouted loudly while displaying the aura of a heavenly master. Even though his aura hadn't consolidated yet, it was more than 10 times stronger than before. The 3 half-level heavenly masters of the Gu family had already dispersed, and their auras were locked onto Ling Xiao from afar to prevent him from escaping. "Pompous and dignified," Ling Xiao said with extreme disdain. Then he looked around at the crowd and said, "You think you can stop this young master with just a few rotten sweet potatoes and rotten bird eggs? You think too highly of yourselves. Since you're courting death, then don't blame us for being ruthless." Gu Yufei shouted gloomily, and then he beckoned to the people of the Gu family. The 3 half-level heavenly masters of the Gu family immediately took out their high-grade spirit weapons and attacked Ling Xiao. Gu Yufei then said to the Devil's Son, "This guy's body is powerful. Devil's Son, how about we kill him together?" "Of course, but his spatial ring belongs to me." The Devil's Son nodded in agreement. "All right, I only want the golden dragon spear that belongs to my Gu family." Gu Yufei nodded in agreement. "Then let's attack together," the Devil's Son said faintly, and a ball of something appeared in his hand. "Black poison spiderweb." Gu Yufei looked at the thing in the Devil's Son's hand and exclaimed, "You have a bit of foresight. When I take him down, immediately blow up his head." The Devil's Son replied coldly. Chapter 663. The black venom spider web was a web refined from the silk spat out by a Tier 7 advanced black venom spider and other materials. Although the black venom spider web was only a Tier 7 advanced black venom spider, it was so tough that even a half-step sage artifact would find it hard to cut it in a short period of time. Its main use was to capture and bind high-level spirit beasts or powerful enemies. The Devil's Son had already advanced to the mid-level heavenly venerable realm, but he was also well aware of how powerful Ling Xiao was. With the protection of the golden dragon spear, it was impossible to kill him in a short period of time. Therefore, he took out the black venom spider web to prevent Ling Xiao from escaping. Since we have this black venom spider web, it's absolutely foolproof. Let's make our move, Gu Yufei said, and the golden spear in his hand started to shine. Before he could make a move, he heard 3 miserable cries. He saw that the heads of the 3 half-step supremacies of his clan were blown up by Ling Xiao's 24 clones, and they died. The 24 clones merged into one, and Ling Xiao seemed to have not moved at all, with a disdainful sneer on his face. Gu Yufei saw that the 3 half-step supremacies of his clan had died in the blink of an eye, and his heart was filled with intense fury. He roared, "Be ****starred. My Gu clan will not rest until you, Ling Xiao, are dead." With that, the spear in his hand shook, and the small square world was gradually deduced by him. A golden world bloomed 100 meters in front of him, and countless golden spears shot out like rain. Then, a golden Jiao dragon coiled around and roared. Its momentum was indeed filled with a strong killing intent. If it was just the golden spear rain world, then Gu Yufei's world force could only be called mortal grade, but with the addition of the flood dragon with the bloodline of the dragon clan, it could barely reach the low-grade spirit grade world force. The golden rain enveloped Ling Xiao, and the flood dragon pounced down from the sky, as if it wanted to devour Ling Xiao. "Is this the small square world that you comprehended? Why do I feel so weak?" Ling Xiao asked calmly in the face of the pressure from Gu Yufei's small universe. The world of the crouching golden dragon flashed through his mind. It was many times more majestic than this one, and its power was also different. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. His powerful battle prowess exploded forth and dispersed the pressure of the exalted realm. Then he directly flew up, and a dragon fist smashed fiercely towards the flood dragon above him. Boom, boom, boom. Under Ling Xiao's powerful fist energy, the mighty flood dragon was immediately smashed into pieces. Gu Yufei, even if you advance to become a heavenly venerable, you're nothing more than this. Ling Xiao bellowed and was just about to pounce towards Guyu when a black net shot towards him. Just as he was about to teleport away, he was firmly locked on by another powerful aura, causing his speed to decrease greatly. The black poisonous spiderweb firmly bound Ling Xiao. Haha, let's see where you can run now. The Devil's Son laughed proudly. Now that Ling Xiao hadn't summoned the golden dragon spear, and the black poisonous spiderweb had captured Ling Xiao, the Devil's Son felt that Ling Xiao was already food on their plate, and it was impossible for him to escape. Let me beat him up first. Gu Yufei was overjoyed. Without thinking, he raised his golden spear and smashed it towards Ling Xiao's face. The powerful golden shadow brought about an incomparably sharp wind, and the golden light was even more dazzling. Gu Yufei had already made up his mind to kill Ling Xiao in a single strike. Ling Xiao was indeed caught off guard. The black poisonous spiderweb had a strong corrosive effect, and it began to invade his skin. However, the toxicity did not pose any threat to him. After all, his skin and flesh were already immune to all poisons, and he was not afraid of fire or water. However, what truly made him feel threatened was the powerful, binding power of the black spiderweb, making it difficult for him to break free. Now, Gu Yufei's spear thrust was a true Empyrean-level attack. The powerful spear flower carried a sharp cutting power that caused people's hearts to feel a chill. Furthermore, this attack was aimed at his weakest point, his face. He had truly fallen into a great crisis. If it was anyone else, they would only have the fate of having their heads explode, but Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't die so easily. Ling Xiao circulated his energy and spun his body to the side, avoiding the blow to his head. However, Gu Yufei wouldn't let him off so easily. He turned around, and another majestic golden spear shadow enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Go to hell. Gu Yufei didn't care about where Ling Xiao was. In short, he only wanted to seriously injure Ling Xiao. Bang bang. Ling Xiao was restrained, and his movements were sluggish. On the other hand, Gu Yufei was already Empyrean. Whether it was his speed or attack power, both had greatly increased. This round of attacks from him was completely absorbed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body landed heavily on a mountain peak, and many trees were broken by his body. Gu Yufei didn't even think about it, and continued to chase after Ling Xiao. He didn't think that Ling Xiao would die just like that. Thinking back to the day when Ling Xiao had taken so many blows from Yuan Zhantian and still hadn't died, he naturally wouldn't give Ling Xiao any chance. However, just as he was about to land on Ling Xiao's ground, a scorching and powerful wave of fire instantly surged over. Gu Yufei immediately retreated without a second thought. He could clearly feel the extraordinariness of this wave of fire, which gave him a faint sense of life-threatening danger. Bang bang. Intense blue flames immediately burned the trees and plants within a radius of tens of meters of Ling Xiao into nothingness. Not far away, the Devil's Son's smug expression darkened. Following that, a huge black saber appeared in his hand, and his eyes turned incomparably bloodshot. Damn heavenly fire! A fiery shadow flew out of the wave of fire. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? The black poisonous spiderweb that bound him was gradually burned and broken by the heavenly fire. Both of you, come at me together. Let me see what you so-called heavenly venerables are capable of. Ling Xiao gently twisted his neck and hooked his finger at Gu Yufei and the Devil's Son. As Ling Xiao spoke, a world of volcanoes appeared in front of him. These volcanoes were all on the verge of erupting, and the energy contained within them could erupt at any time. Small area world. This is impossible. Gu Yufei exclaimed as he retreated 100 meters in shock. If Ling Xiao was a peak earthly sovereign, Gu Yufei wouldn't be afraid. However, if Ling Xiao was also a heavenly venerate like him, Gu Yufei wasn't confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao. He still has the strength of a peak earthly sovereign. This isn't a small area world. It should be something that he forcefully deduced with his mind. It will dissipate in a moment, the Devil's Son exclaimed calmly. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the image around Ling Xiao disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. As expected, it can't be maintained. Bastard, I'm definitely going to kill you. Gu Yufei's face turned ashen as he shouted and summoned his protective spirit beast. A peak rank 5 golden flood dragon appeared in the sky. Its majestic appearance was filled with a strong dragon's might. The Devil's Son didn't waste any more words. Black mist appeared behind him, and hideous demonic blood bats appeared in his small area world. These demonic blood bats were filled with bloodlust, and it made people shudder in fear. This was a small area world that had reached the mid-tier spirit tier. It was even more terrifying than Gu Yufei's small area world. Kill! Gu Yufei and the Devil's Son's small area world instantly shone towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless in the face of 2 genuine heavenly venerables. His battle intent instantly soared, and a golden dragon image roared out. The golden dragon spear also appeared in his hand. Tyrant Dragon Spear Technique's first move, Tyrant Dragon Descends. The powerful golden dragon broke through the sky like an overlord and started wreaking havoc in the 2's small area world. Rumble, rumble. Powerful energy began to collide. The 2 spirit tier small area worlds surrounded the golden dragon, trying to destroy it. As soon as the collision began, Gu Yufei's small area world was immediately smashed by the golden dragon. He felt his blood churning, and it was extremely uncomfortable. However, the Devil's Son's demonic blood bats were able to surround the golden dragon. The sharp bat claws kept tearing the golden dragon into countless pieces. Ling Xiao didn't just have one powerful move. Before the golden dragon was destroyed, another 8 golden dragons appeared. Their ferocious appearance scattered the demonic blood bats. This is definitely a Sage-tier mystic skill. Its power is so terrifying. The Devil's Son's small area world was destroyed, and he immediately retreated hundreds of meters. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand and was covered in dragon scale armor. He looked like a god of war, and he was filled with an overbearing aura. You don't have the right to kill me, Ling Xiao said contemptuously, and 24 doppelgangers appeared at the same time. Ling Xiao was already very proficient in using the unbounded doppelganger technique. Gu Yufei and the Devil's Son once again deduced the small area world to fight. Bursts of powerful energy spread out, causing the mountain below them to explode and explode. The energy of the doppelganger's attacks couldn't compare to the strength of the real body. In just a moment, they were all blocked by Gu Yufei and the Devil's Son. Now, Gu Yufei and the Devil's Son had some thoughts of escaping. Ling Xiao had a Sage-tier mystic weapon and a Sage-tier mystic skill. His battle strength was no problem for him to fight against them. Ling Xiao didn't continue to escape, and it was obvious that he wasn't afraid of them. However, before Gu Yufei could control the golden flood dragon to take him away, Ling Xiao's real body actually appeared in front of him. The golden dragon flood dragon's reaction was faster than Gu Yufei's, and a golden energy shot out from its mouth. Ling Xiao left an afterimage on the spot, and the golden dragon spear in his hand swept through the air. A dragon-shaped energy shot towards the golden flood dragon. Gu Yufei was shocked, and the small area world was deduced again, and it pressed towards Ling Xiao. Countless golden spears stabbed towards Ling Xiao. The Devil's Son behind Ling Xiao had already closed in again with his black saber. Countless demonic blood bats let out sharp sound waves to confuse Ling Xiao's nerves. A blood-red expression flashed across the Devil's Son's face, and he was filled with killing intent. The saber in his hand shone with a black glow. Blood Fiend Frenzy Slash. Beams of powerful saber gleams filled with killing intent flooded towards Ling Xiao from all directions. The black glow shone brightly. The saber was sharp, and the bats were bloodthirsty. More than half of the sky was shrouded by the black glow. It was as if the sky was covered in black, and it looked gloomy and austere. This was already the Devil's Son's strongest attack, and it was definitely comparable to the attack energy of a high-level heavenly venerable. Chapter 664. High up in the sky, one side was shining with golden light, while the other side was covered with dense black clouds. Ling Zhao's desire to kill Gu Yufei had caused him to be in a passive situation. However, this wasn't the time to have a fair duel with someone else. Ling Zhao's spiritual energy condensed into a golden dragon spear, which pierced straight into Gu Yubing's consciousness. Gu Yufei only felt a pain in his head, as though his head had exploded at that moment. Ling Zhao's spiritual energy was extremely terrifying. Although Gu Yufei had already advanced to the heavenly venerable stage, he was instantly killed with a single strike. Gu Yufei didn't even have the time to enjoy the thrill of being a heavenly venerable before he died just like that. He truly couldn't die in peace. Gu Yufei's attack energy disappeared, and the golden flood dragon also fell dead at the same time. However, when Ling Zhao used his spiritual energy attack, his back was already wide open, and he was about to face the demon sun's torrential attacks. Ling Zhao didn't even think, as he immediately dashed into the distance, trying to shake off the demon sun's attacks. However, those demonic bloodbats followed him like a shadow, entangling him tightly, causing his speed to decrease greatly. "Damn it!" Ling Zhao exclaimed, and all the attributes in his body were immediately converted into intense heavenly flames, incinerating all those demonic bloodbats. At this moment, the demon sun's terrifying saber gleam had already slashed over, and Ling Zhao hurriedly blocked it. Rumble! The terrifying saber force covered a radius of several hundred miles, and a powerful explosion reverberated through the sky. Ling Zhao's body was once again sent flying far away. The dragon-scale battle armor on his back already had many cracks, and a lot of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was injured. The demon sun's attacks didn't stop, and once again, it slashed towards Ling Zhao like a dense rain. You think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my prowess?" Ling Zhao bounced up from where he was, brandishing the golden dragon spear in his hand. The golden dragon overlord fought against countless demonic bloodbats, while the golden spear's shadow clashed against the demon sun's saber with an extremely sharp aura. "Oh no!" the devil sun exclaimed and immediately retreated. The broadsword in his hand was smashed into pieces by the golden dragon spear, and the spear continued to stab towards the devil sun's chest. The demon sun had another black shield in his hand, which he used to clash with the golden dragon spear. However, the black shield cracked again as soon as it came into contact with Ling Zhao's golden dragon spear. "Die!" Ling Zhao exerted his strength again, and the golden dragon sped up. Its strength was even more solid as it pierced towards the demonic sun's chest. Who wouldn't die once? The devil child sneered as he grabbed at the golden dragon spear with both hands. However, the demon's hand was in, and he in, the spear up to the spear in, the demon in, the speef, the demon of the spear, he had the spear, into, the chi of the spear. However, the demon son's hands were covered with a layer of sticky, blood-red tentacles. He was actually able to hold onto the golden dragon spear. In the next moment, a blood-red demon appeared on the demon son's body, pouncing towards Ling Zhao to bite him. "Blood demon spirit tree," Ling Zhao exclaimed. "Without that tree of immortality, I'm going to absorb your blood essence." The blood demon spirit tree pounced on Ling Zhao in an instant. The thick, sticky blood energy wrapped around Ling Zhao, as if he had turned into a blood cocoon. The demon sun retreated far away and laughed proudly. This blood tree is really godly. With its help in the future, this demon sun will definitely be able to dominate the central region. Unfortunately, before the demon sun could finish laughing, layers of green light burst out from Ling Zhao's body. "Not good, you old ghost actually came out too." The blood demon spirit tree cried out, as if it had seen a ghost. The blood mist kept surging, as if it wanted to immediately escape from Ling Zhao. This old man has been waiting for you for a long time. It's impossible to escape now." Lu Wang snorted coldly. Countless green rays surrounded the blood mist, and then he shouted in shock, "Little friend, why aren't you making a move?" Ling Xiao had almost had his blood essence absorbed by the blood demon spirit tree, so he didn't hold back anymore. Heavenly fire erupted from his body, forming a ring of heavenly fire that enveloped a radius of several meters around him, trapping the blood demon spirit tree and Lu Wang together. "Bastard! This is heavenly fire!" The blood demon spirit tree cried out in shock. Then it rushed towards the nearby demon sun and screamed, "Damned human! Why aren't you making a move to break this heavenly fire and let me out?" The demon sun came back to his senses. A black broadsword appeared in his hand, and the sharp blade light slashed straight at Ling Xiao. "Hurry and drag it into my sea of knowledge," Ling Xiao shouted at Lu Wang. Once something like the blood demon spirit tree entered his sea of knowledge, Ling Xiao could deal with it as he pleased. Lu Wang naturally understood Ling Xiao's intentions. He immediately dragged the blood demon spirit tree into Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. Ling Xiao didn't care so much for the time being. The golden dragon spear in his hand immediately met the demon sun's. However, he was in a hurry and was pushed far back by the demon sun's powerful strength. The demon sun seemed to be possessed. Countless broadswords continuously slashed at Ling Xiao. "I don't believe that I can't break your defense." The fiend's sun struck out with 120% of his power and slashed out continuously. Beams of black light tore through the sky, causing the surrounding air to ripple. If an ordinary peak earthly emperor, or even a half-step heavenly venerate or low-level heavenly venerate were to face such a crazy attack from the demon sun, they would have long been smashed to pieces. However, Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled. In a few flashes, he had shaken off the demon sun's attack. His spiritual force once again rushed out of his sea of knowledge. This time, the demon sun didn't have the protection of the blood demon spirit tree. His sea of knowledge was turned upside down by Ling Xiao's attacks. He didn't even have time to scream before he fell from the sky. Ling Xiao quickly collected the spatial rings of the people he killed, as well as the dead golden water dragon. Then, he hurriedly flew away. Not long after Ling Xiao left, a figure flew over quickly. The person who flew over was Wu Bufan of the spiritual martial court. His simple clothes made him look like a crane. The battle just now should have taken place here. There's still the smell of blood in the air. Wu Bufan stopped at the place where Ling Xiao and the others had fought and muttered to himself. He spread out his senses, but he couldn't detect any human aura nearby. "Damn, you must have hidden your tracks and escaped. It's a pity that I didn't get to fight you. I hope that the next time I meet you, you'll be a heavenly venerate. I, Wu Bufan, will definitely defeat you fair and square." Wu Bufan said with disappointment. His current aura had actually reached the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerate. These monstrous geniuses from large forces were indeed extraordinary. After directly comprehending their own Tao, the power that erupted from their bodies directly jumped 2 levels. A mid-level heavenly venerate before the age of 30. He, Wu Bufan, was definitely a top genius of the central region. Not long after Wu Bufan left, the people of the Feng family appeared in this area again. "Looks like Brother Ling has successfully escaped," Feng Wuying said indifferently after taking a sip. Ji Beixi knew about Ling Xiao's ability and didn't worry too much. She returned with the others. Near the Enlightenment Pond, Gu Xing summoned Gu Xiaohe and the other 3 peak earthly emperors of the Gu family who hadn't gained anything. "Greetings, 5th great-grandfather, grand elder." The 4 of them greeted in unison. Gu Xing responded indifferently with a straight face. Then he reprimanded them. "You guys are a disgrace to the Gu family. Not a single one of you entered the top 10. This is infuriating." The 4 of them lowered their heads and didn't dare to make a sound. They knew that it was indeed embarrassing for one of the major forces to not have anyone in the top 10. But when they thought about how there were also several other major forces that didn't have anyone in the top 10, they didn't feel so bad. One of them said weakly, Grand Elder, the Lu Bu, and Gu families also didn't have anyone in the top 10. Moreover, Brother Yufei's ranking is even higher than theirs. Gu Xing's expression turned cold, and he immediately scolded. Is there something wrong with your brain? It's their business if they don't enter the top 10, but you guys aren't in the top 10 because you don't cultivate hard enough. When we get back, you're not allowed to take half a step out of the family unless you become a heavenly venerate. The peak earthly emperor's face immediately turned sour, and he didn't dare to make another sound. The three of you step aside. I have something to say to Xiaohe, Gu Xing shouted, then his gaze landed on Gu Xiaohe. Tell me how you lost the golden dragon spear. Gu Xiaohe responded nervously, then recounted what happened in the cave in the chaos abyss of war. When she thought about how Ling Xiao had saved her several times, she felt very satisfied. But more than that, she felt conflicted. It seems that this Ling Xiao had his eyes on the golden dragon spear from the start. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approached you for no reason, Gu Xing concluded. What? Is that really the case? Gu Xiaohe immediately cried out in shock. Otherwise, why would he save you again and again? If he didn't have a motive, why would he risk his life to save someone he just met? You're still young, and you don't know how treacherous human nature can be. Gu Xing didn't blame Gu Xiaohe too much. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, the cave you entered is probably the one that the patriarch went to before. The golden dragon spear did indeed come from there, and that Ling Xiao must have had some fortuitous encounter in there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the golden dragon spear recognize him as its master. What a pity! Gu Xiaohe couldn't listen to the rest of Gu Xing's words. Her mind was in a mess. At first, she thought that Ling Xiao had saved her because she was beautiful and that he had taken a liking to her, which was why he had risked his life to save her several times. Now that she heard Gu Xing's explanation, she felt that he was right. A terrible feeling of being deceived made her heart bleed, and her hatred soared. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. Gu Xiaohe's pseudo-martial exalt strength erupted. She screamed at the sky, then prepared to fly in the direction that Ling Xiao had left. Silly child, wake up! Gu Xing's eyes twitched, and an emperor-level aura instantly pressed down on Gu Xiaohe. Gu Xiaohe's body was restrained, and her face was still contorted in pain. However, her beautiful eyes were filled with intense hatred. Oh no! Why has Yufei's aura disappeared? Gu Xing looked in a direction and frowned. He cried out in alarm, then grabbed Gu Xiaohe and flew in that direction. Chapter 665. Halfway up a mountain ridge, in the middle of a cave, a young man with distinct facial features and an extraordinary temperament was sitting cross-legged inside. His expression was extremely strange, alternating between red and green. Ling Xiao appeared in his sea of knowledge, watching the two trees of different colors entangled and wrestling with each other, a carefree expression of appreciation on his face. He had set up layers of heavenly flames around him. If any of the trees collided with the barrier of his sea of consciousness, they would immediately be incinerated by the heavenly flames. Thus, the two trees were entangled very carefully, not allowing the slightest collision to happen around his sea of consciousness. This also prevented him from suffering the pain of being bombarded. Lu Wang might be much stronger than the blood demon spirit tree, but his profound qi hadn't fully recovered yet, so he couldn't completely suppress the tree. He had no choice but to ask for Ling Xiao's help. Little friend, use your heavenly flames to burn it half to death. Then let this old man restrain it. The blood demon spirit tree cried out in alarm. No, no, human, if you let me go, I can give you an endless amount of blood essence and let you live forever. Live forever? That sounds pretty good. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he muttered. Lu Wen was anxious. He knew that Ling Xiao was a greedy fellow. If he was tempted by the blood demon spirit tree, then he might even be suppressed by Ling Xiao. That would be troublesome. Little friend, don't be anxious. Don't you want my half of an undying heart? Lu Wang hastily said. Ling Xiao rubbed his cheek and said, That's right, I'm still waiting for my half of an undying heart to save someone. It looks like I can't let you go, blood demon tree. Don't. If you want to save someone, I can save them for you. My powerful blood essence can bring any human back to life." The blood demon spirit tree cried out in alarm. "Little friend, don't listen to it. It can only fill a human's blood essence. It doesn't have the ability to bring someone back to life." Lu Wang cried out again. "Bullshit. My powerful blood essence has the ability to revive people and reconstruct their bodies." "You evil thing. Even if you can bring someone back to life, they'll still become a blood-sucking devil. That's better than dying." Ling Xiao snickered on the side. However, he did not intend to let them pester him any longer. He did not want the blood demon spirit tree to do something out of desperation. "Old Lu, get out of the way!" Ling Xiao cried out in alarm and immediately mobilized the surrounding heavenly fire. Balls of raging blue flames wrapped around the blood demon spirit tree. The heavenly fire was the nemesis of this kind of evil being. Once it came into contact with it, it would immediately burn up. The blood demon spirit tree let out blood-curdling screeches as it was burned. "Enough, enough. Don't completely burn it." Lu Wang saw that it was about time and hastily stopped him. Ling Xiao immediately withdrew the heavenly flame, and Lu Wang once again attacked the blood demon spirit tree, shattering its powerful blood essence. The blood demon spirit tree's profound qi was greatly damaged. After another round of bombardment from LV Wang, the tree spirit state was finally on the verge of collapse. In the end, it disappeared with an unwilling and resentful expression. When it disappeared, a square-shaped blood crystal fell from the sky. Lu Wang impatiently scooped up the blood crystal. Ling Zhao's eyes also shone. He knew that this blood crystal definitely contained the essence of the blood demon spirit tree. He couldn't let this old man, Lu Wang, have it. "Cough, cough. Old Lu, shouldn't we split this blood crystal? I was the one who subdued it." Ling Xiao lightly coughed as he reminded Lu Wang. "Little friend, you can't be like this. I already said that I would exchange half of my undying heart for it." Lu Wang's face turned even greener. It wasn't easy for him to obtain the blood demon spirit tree's origin energy to help him ascend to the next level. How could he give away half of it? "That's what you promised, but you're too embarrassed to swallow such a big piece of blood crystal, right? Just now, I spent a lot of effort to subdue it. Otherwise, would you have been able to take it down? You should at least give me some compensation for my hard work." Ling Xiao said pitifully. Lu Wang cursed in his heart. "You're just watching a show. What tremendous strength. You're clearly trying to extort me." But it was just a thought. In order to continue staying in Ling Zhao's spiritual sea, he could only endure. "Other than half of my undying heart, I'll give you 2 10,000-year tree roots." Lu Wang grumpily said. Half of the undying heart had already cost him half his life, and now he had to give it away as well. That made his heart ache. "How about this? Give me 2 more drops of 10,000-year tree sap and 2 10,000-year tree fruits. Then this blood demon spirit tree's blood crystal will belong to you. Don't haggle anymore, or else we'll split it in half." Ling Xiao reluctantly offered. Lu Wang clenched his teeth and decided to endure. "Then you can leave. I'm going to absorb this blood crystal. I don't have time to mess around with you." Lu Wang's heart ached. "Fine, but first hand over the 10,000-year tree root, 10,000-year tree sap, and 10,000-year tree fruit. Otherwise, who am I going to look for if you run off one day?" Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony with Lu Wang and immediately asked for the interest. Lu Wang didn't want to argue with Ling Xiao any longer, so he handed over those items and immediately chased Ling Xiao out. Ling Xiao grumpily said, "I'm only temporarily renting this spiritual sea to you. If you piss me off, then I won't rent it anymore." After settling the matter with the blood demon spirit tree, Ling Xiao began to walk deeper into the setting sun mountain range. He didn't fly. He only walked on foot, completely concealing his aura. He was like an ordinary mountain youth, humming an unknown tune as he experienced nature. At the same time, he also summoned Xiao Long, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Long, allowing them to return to their beastly nature. The towering green ancient trees, the tender green grass, the fragrant flowers, the upside-down waterfalls, the swiftly flying spirit birds, the roaring spirit beasts, Ling Xiao strolled among them. Everything seemed so comfortable and carefree. He threw all disputes to the back of his mind, no longer thinking about the world energy he should be deducing. He only wanted to quietly enjoy the comfortable feeling. For more than 10 days, Ling Xiao's heart was abnormally calm. However, Xiao Long couldn't stay still. He often brought Xiao Long and Xiao Jin to find powerful spirit beasts to fight and kill. They would bring back spoils of war every time. Other than the corpses of spirit beasts, there were also high-grade spirit herbs. Ling Xiao was also happy to let them strengthen their battle prowess and restore their bloodlust. One day, Ling Xiao arrived in front of a piece of broken cloth and looked at the rushing water. The waves were like silver waterfalls hanging upside down, pleasing to the ears. Ling Xiao had a sudden urge to play. He took off all his clothes and rushed down from the top of the mountain towards the pool under the waterfall. He allowed his body to fall. Bang! His entire body directly sank to the bottom of the pool, and an ice-cold feeling spread throughout his body. Awesome! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. With the blazing sun above his head and the cold water on his body, it was truly one of the happiest things in life. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao lay on top of the pool and closed his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, he occasionally heard human voices. "Junior sister, do you hear the sound of flowing water? There should be a pool in front. Let's go there to wash up. These past few days, we've been chased by those fellows to the point that we can't take it anymore." A clear voice came from afar. This was obviously a woman's voice. Following that, another female voice angrily replied, "They're going too far. We were the ones who found the ice flame flower first, but they said that they found it and even wanted to take advantage of us. That's right. If I hadn't acted quickly, that fellow would have touched my chest. Just the thought of that ugly appearance is so disgusting. Don't think about it anymore. Right now, we're already in the depths of the setting sun mountains. There are dangers everywhere, and there are always high-grade spirit beasts roaming about. Let's wash up and find a way out so that Master won't worry." The two women's voices were getting closer and closer, and so were their footsteps. Ling Xiao hesitated. Should he leave now or not? If he left now, he would definitely miss out on the wondrous scene of two beautiful women bathing. If he didn't leave now, wouldn't he also be seen by others? Forget it. Let's just look at each other. There's no harm in doing so. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, and then revealed a devilish smile. He continued to lie in a corner of the pool and quietly close his eyes, quietly waiting for the two women to arrive. "I haven't washed my body in half a month. It's so uncomfortable." One of the women seemed to be a bit impatient. Not long after they arrived at the edge of the pool, she muttered to herself and then hurriedly flew towards the pool. "Senior sister, be careful," the other woman hastily warned. However, her warning didn't seem to have any effect on the woman in front of her. The woman in front of them had already leaped to the edge of the pool and tossed the light gauze and satin on her body to the side. Her smooth and jade-like body was like a mermaid as she fell into the water. When the beauty leaped into the air, Ling Xiao's tightly closed eyes opened a slit, and he just happened to catch that soul-stirring moment. His throat couldn't help but roll a few times. Dong! The woman fell into the water, creating countless waves. She cheered, "How refreshing! Junior sister, hurry up and come over too." The woman who had come with her walked over from behind and reminded her, "Senior sister, why are you always so impatient? What if there are people or spirit beasts in the pool?" "Don't worry, I've already sensed that there's no aura here. How could there be people, let alone spirit beasts?" The woman in the pool responded, "No matter what, it's better to be careful. Otherwise, you won't know what to do if you suffer a loss." The woman said again. After a pause, she said, "I'll let you out. I'll bathe after you're done." "All right, then I'll bathe first." The woman in the pool responded and then happily cleaned her delicate body. The woman at the edge of the pool began to look around to see if there were any other movements. Just when she thought that there were no people or spirit beasts, her gaze returned to the pool. Her beautiful eyes instantly narrowed, and a dense killing intent burst forth. A silver longsword instantly appeared in her hand. "Senior sister, hurry up and come up. There's someone over there." The woman at the edge of the pool cried out in alarm. Then the longsword in her hand exploded, and countless sword flowers shot towards a direction in the pool. The woman in the pool was even more shocked. She jumped out of the pool, and her smooth and graceful body was once again revealed in front of her. Chapter 666. Ling Zhao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at her fair and smooth skin. Her figure could be said to be perfect. Her slender waist, perky butt, and soft breasts, all of them exuded a fatal temptation. Ling Zhao's nostrils heated up, and 2 streams of golden snot instantly sprayed out. It seemed like he hadn't had a woman for a long time. Under such temptation, how could he resist? Die pervert! The woman on the edge of the pool was already stabbing towards Ling Zhao, who was lying in the water. The sharp icicle carried a strong, killing intent, and the edge of the pool was immediately frozen by the intense ice crystals. Ling Zhao was frozen by the cold intent, and just as he was about to meet the sword attack, his dragon eyes immediately flashed with a different kind of joy. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Like water!" The woman who was stabbing towards Ling Zhao saw that the tip of her sword was about to pierce Ling Zhao's throat, but she realized that the naked man was exceptionally familiar. Countless scenes began to replay in her mind. A few years ago, in the same pool, the same assassination scene. That was a memory that she would never be able to forget for the rest of her life. When she heard that "like water" again, it was like a knock on her heart, causing her to feel as if she had been electrocuted, unable to free herself. The woman had already forgotten that she was still stabbing forward, and it was already too late to stop. She couldn't help but close her eyes, afraid that she would see the most unacceptable reality in her life. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the silver sword could no longer move forward even half an inch. The woman opened her beautiful eyes and found that her silver sword had indeed pierced under Ling Zhao's throat, but it actually didn't pierce through Ling Zhao's throat. It was as if Ling Zhao's throat was like metal, and it was difficult to stab it in the slightest. "Ruoshui, why haven't you moved your sword yet?" Ling Zhao said to the woman in front of him with a playful smile. Never had Ling Zhao imagined that he would actually encounter an old acquaintance in the boundlessly vast Central Territory. Moreover, this old acquaintance seemed to have an indescribable relationship with him, and this really caused Ling Zhao to feel extremely happy. This woman was Ling Zhao's senior sister in the Purple Sky sect, Bing Ruoshui. Back when Ling Zhao left the Heaven-suppressing sect and returned to the Purple Heaven sect, he had already learned from Yunmingqi that Bing Ruoshui had left the Purple Heaven sect in a fit of anger because Yunmingqi had agreed to marry the Heavy Sword sect. Unexpectedly, after a few years, we actually encountered each other in the Central Territory. It's really a small world. At this time, Bing Ruoshui had changed a lot compared to a few years ago. Back then, she was like a delicate flower that had just bloomed, and now she was still as gorgeous as ever. Her frosty face was still the same, but she had a more mature charm than before. Her body was even more exquisite than before, like a fruit that had just ripened, and it was the best time to pick it. Bing Ruoshui came back to her senses and loosened the silver sword in her hand. The silver sword fell into the water. She stared blankly at the handsome face in front of her, and her beautiful eyes gradually became misty. "Senior sister, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me, Ling Zhao?" Ling Zhao shook Bing Ruoshui lightly with his hand and said. In the next moment, Bing Ruoshui actually threw herself at Ling Zhao without any regard for anything else. Dong! The two of them fell into the pool at the same time, and sparkling water splashed on the edge of the pool. The girl who had just finished putting on her clothes turned around and saw Bing Ruoshui throw the naked man into the pool. She couldn't help but cover her small mouth with a look of disbelief. Could it be that Junior's sister fell in love at first sight? But this development is too fast, isn't it? She actually went head-on. Junior sister is too valiant, truly a role model for our generation. The girl was surprisingly a bit careless. She had actually forgotten that she had just been peeped on and was surprised by Bing Ruoshue's actions. No, no, I have to hurry and hide so that I don't ruin Junior sister's matter, the girl muttered to herself and hurriedly hid in the forest. But she didn't go far. Her senses were still on the edge of the pool, and if she felt that something was wrong, she would immediately rush out to help her junior sister. But in her heart, she didn't understand why her junior sister, who had always been indifferent to men, would fall for a man she had just met. Under the pool, Bing Ruoshue tightly held onto Ling Xiao. Her icy lips were pressed against Ling Xiao's thick lips, and she clumsily sucked on them. Ling Xiao was stunned. He hadn't expected that Bing Ruoshue, who had always treated people coldly, would actually be so passionate. This made him think of Yulai Yin, whose personality was completely different from hers. It seemed that this passion wasn't any less than Yulai Yin's, right? Right now, Ling Xiao was completely naked, and the woman who had just entered the pool had ignited his beast fire. Bing Ruoshue's kiss was practically the fuse that ignited Ling Xiao's lust. Ling Xiao firmly held on to Bing Ruoshue's slender waist, and his thick lips began to counterattack. The tip of his tongue directly attacked, wanting to turn the world upside down. Those delicious cloves warmed his heart and lungs, and a powerful wave of lust instantly erupted. Ling Xiao's hands ruthlessly tore apart Bing Ruoshue's snow-white clothes. Her smooth, jade-like skin was unmistakable, and the two beautiful and alluring points of captivating redness were simply a fatal poison. Right now, Bing Ruoshue was completely infatuated. Her delicate body trembled nonstop, and her curled eyelashes trembled nonstop. Her jade-like lips gently opened as she murmured, "Ling Xiao, want me, want me. I don't want to be separated from you for the rest of my life." That passionate vow slammed into Ling Xiao's heart. Ling Xiao's arrow was already in the air. If he continued to listen to such emotional words, he wouldn't be a man if he hesitated any longer. A bead appeared beside Ling Xiao, and the water around them began to overflow. The waterless space shrouded the two of them, and they also sank towards the bottom of the pool. His lower body raised its ferocious dragon head and fiercely charged into the mysterious fragrant thicket. Ah! A satisfied cry continuously echoed in the narrow space. An hour later, the bottom of the pool was still lingering, and the woman above the pool began to become anxious. This woman was called Yao Qingmin, and she had the strength of a low-level Earth sovereign. Although she was a bit careless, she wasn't too stupid. She actually couldn't sense Bing Ruoshue's aura, and she was quite anxious. Moreover, it had been a bit long, and she couldn't help but worry. Could it be that junior sister is really going to force herself? It can't be that absurd. Could it be that something happened? Yao Qingmin muttered to herself. She hesitated for a moment and then ran out of the forest, wanting to check the situation by the pool. However, just as she took a few steps, a majestic figure blocked in front of her. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He held a flintlock in his hand, and his fiery red hair made him look very determined. Behind him was a golden-white, three-eyed wolf king. Its huge figure gave off a powerful sense of deterrence. On the back of the wolf king, there was also a spirit beast that looked like a flood dragon lying on it, seemingly sleeping in a relaxed manner. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" Yao Qingmin took a few steps back and said nervously. Facing this young man and the high-ranking three-eyed wolf king, she felt a strong sense of oppression that made it hard for her to breathe. "Boss, no one is allowed to get within 100 meters of the pool. Just stay here obediently." The young man with the flintlock was the prodigal. He had already received a message from Ling Xiao to seal off the pool temporarily until his boss came out. "Who is your boss? Why aren't you allowing me to get close to the pool?" Yao Qingmin said with indignation. She thought worriedly, could it be that something really happened to junior sister? "You will naturally know who my boss is later," the prodigal said coldly. "No, it must be your boss who captured my junior sister." Get out of my way, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Yao Qingmin took out a white sword and pointed it at the prodigal. The prodigal only sneered and still stood tall and straight in place, not moving an inch. Get out of my way, Yao Qingmin shouted in alarm. The white sword in her hand swung out countless hailstones towards the prodigal. The cold hailstones were like the edge of a sword, cutting the surrounding flowers and trees into pieces. Ding ding. The hailstones struck the prodigal's body, producing a series of crisp sounds. Yao Qingmin looked at the unharmed man in front of her, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. If you've messed around enough, then be quiet. The prodigal was a divine beast, and he didn't have the slightest bit of pity for humans. He roared at Yao Qingmin. Yao Qingmin's ears were hurt by the prodigal's voice. However, she wouldn't retreat just because of the prodigal's ferocity. She was worried about Bing Ruoshui's safety. Frost rose in all directions. The white sword in Yao Qingmin's hand spun, and balls of cold intent swept up from all directions. Finally, it formed a frost storm that bombarded the prodigal. Annoying, the prodigal said disdainfully. He lightly patted the frost with his palm, and the frost immediately disintegrated. Yao Qingmin wanted to attack again, but unexpectedly, the prodigal had already arrived beside her and grabbed her neck. My boss is handling official business. No one is allowed to take half a step closer. If it wasn't for the boss's order not to kill you, I would have immediately made you disappear from this place. The prodigal glared at Yao Qingmin and said, Even if I die, I will save Junior's sister from the devil's clutches. Yao Qingmin said unyieldingly, then scrammed to the side. The prodigal shouted in alarm and ruthlessly flung Yao Qingmin away. Yao Qingmin's body smashed through several trees before stopping. A few traces of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. It could be seen that the prodigal didn't let her off lightly just because she was a beauty. It hurts so much. Yao Qingmin cried out in pain as she rubbed her perky buttocks. She then scolded the prodigal. You stinky man, don't you know that I am the #1 beauty in the world? How dare you be so ruthless? She crawled up from the ground and thought to herself, this is bad. Junior's sister must have been taken advantage of. What should I do? I'm not this stinky man's match. I'm so unlucky. That's right, I'm going all out. I don't believe that you can withstand the temptation of the #1 beauty in the world. However, just as she was thinking of ways to trick the prodigal into approaching the pond, a group of fiendish people rushed over from not far away. Chapter 667. Handsome, how can you be so heartless? My butt hurts from the fall. Yao Qingmin touched her perky buttocks and pretended to be bashful. Her voice was coquettish and full of temptation. If it was any other man, he probably wouldn't be able to resist her seduction. However, the prodigal was not a real human. He didn't have the slightest bit of appreciation or pity for human women. The prodigal stood there with a gun in his hand. He was on guard like a door god. He had already sensed that someone was rushing in this direction. Yao Qingqi saw that the prodigal was not moved by his loyalty and thought, could it be that this lady, the #1 beauty in the world, is not good enough? No, this guy must be too greedy. I have to give him a little sweetness. When she thought of this, Yao Qingqi gently bit her pearly white teeth, and a part of her clothes slid down her shoulder, revealing her fair skin that was tinged with a tinge of rosy. She said shyly, Handsome, do you think this servant is beautiful? As she spoke, she took graceful steps and twisted her waist as she approached the prodigal. Although her actions were a little pretentious, the seductive power she displayed was indeed enough to make people's hearts beat faster. Unfortunately, the prodigal was still incompetent and loyal. Damn it, I'm already like this, but this guy doesn't even look at me. Could it be that this guy is a eunuch? Yao Qingmin cursed in her heart. Just as Yao Qingmin was getting closer and closer to the prodigal, she could already feel the sound of footsteps coming from behind her. Oh no, those guys are following us. Yao Qingmin hurriedly tightened her clothes. Her mood suddenly became terrible. There was an obstruction in front, and there were pursuers behind. For a moment, Yao Qingmin was in a panic. Haha, we finally caught up to you girls. You've caused us to lose a lot of men. We're going to have a good time with you two girls to vent our hatred. A dozen or so figures scuttled out from the forest. The leader of the group laughed heartily. This person's name was Meng Nan, and he had the strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor. His appearance was extremely ugly, but his figure was extremely powerful. The aura of the wilderness was very strong, and with a glance, one could tell that he was a mercenary who often went through life and death situations. The dozen or so people behind him were all strong men, and their eyes were filled with obscenity. If you have the ability, then bring it on. This old lady isn't afraid of trash like you. If my master learns that your Lion Fong mercenary group is trying to deal with us, then you'll definitely be dead. Yao Qingmin tightly gripped her sword and coldly snorted at Meng Nan. Her aura surged, and layers of ice formed a barrier around her. At the same time, a mid-level 5 ice sculpture appeared above her head. Haha, you're still counting on that old woman, Li Shui, to save you. You really are delusional. Meng Nan laughed once more. Immediately after, he also summoned his low-rank 5th-rank spirit beast, the Flaming Lion, and the people around him also spread out, forming an encirclement surrounding Yao Qingmin. At this time, Meng Nan also noticed that in addition to Yao Qingmin, there was also an extraordinarily handsome young man not far away. Behind the young man was an exceptionally mighty 3-eyed wolf king. Its golden and white fur was particularly eye-catching, and on its body there was a blue spirit beast that looked like a flood dragon sleeping strangely. It had to be said that this combination was quite eye-catching. Sixth-rank spirit beast. Meng Nan's expression changed as he exclaimed. The people in the surroundings also noticed the team in front of them. When they heard their captain's exclamation, their hearts trembled even more. The strongest person in their group was Meng Nan, who had the strength of a middle-level Earth Emperor. There was also a vice-captain who had the strength of a low-level Earth Emperor. As for the rest, they were all at the king stage. A 6th-rank spirit beast was more than enough to sweep away all of them. Yao Qingmin took advantage of everyone's absent-mindedness to send a frightening ray of ice towards Meng Nan. Meng Nan suddenly recovered and met the attack with his fiery broadsword. However, Yao Qingmin's move was a feint. After a flash, she immediately arrived in front of the prodigal boy with the ice sculpture. Big brother, save me. They want to bully me. Yao Qingmin sent an electric current to the prodigal boy while pleading for help. Yao Qingmin's intestines were a bit direct, but she wasn't a completely stupid woman. She knew that as long as the young man in front of her was willing to make a move, the Lion Fong mercenary group wouldn't be a threat, and she could take the opportunity to save her junior sister. The prodigal boy was also aware of the situation. His boss said that he wasn't allowed to hurt this woman, and this didn't mean that he couldn't hurt her. Others naturally weren't allowed to hurt her either. Therefore, the prodigal boy didn't attack Yao Qingmin. He lightly waved the long spear in his hand, and a flame started burning 1 meter in front of Meng Nan and the others. Those who cross the line of fire will die, the prodigal boy said coldly. Meng Nan calmed down and cupped his hands towards the prodigal boy, saying, "Brother, how do I address you? I am the captain of the Lion Fong mercenary group. This woman has some grudges with us, so I hope that brother won't interfere in this matter. He is my man. If you dare to deal with me, he won't let you off." Yao Qingmin didn't get too close to the prodigal boy. She just stood beside him and shouted at Meng Nan and the others. In her heart, she hoped that the man beside her would fight with Meng Nan and the others. The faces of Meng Nan and the others turned ashen. If the man in front of them was really Yao Qingmin's man, then they wouldn't have a good time. Meng Nan gestured to his men and then slowly retreated. Facing a rank 6 spirit beast, they had no chance of winning. Yao Qingmin saw that the prodigal boy didn't clash with them and immediately said anxiously, "You guys are afraid. What a cowardly man. I misjudged you. If you can defeat my man, I'll follow you guys." Meng Nan was very puzzled. Could it be that the young man isn't that girl's man, and she was also kidnapped by that young man? The prodigal boy glared at Yao Qingmin, who was retreating towards the pool, and said, "If you take another step, I'll immediately let you die. Don't think that I won't kill you." The Golden Wolf King took a step back, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty light. Yao Qingmin froze in her tracks, an unnatural smile on her face. She didn't know what to say. Meng Nan suddenly understood that the young man in front of him wasn't Yao Qingmin's man. Moreover, the young man didn't seem to like Yao Qingmin. "Girl, you dare to lie to me, it's really good," Meng Nan said to Yao Qingmin, then said to the prodigal boy, "Brother, since this woman has nothing to do with you, why don't you hand her over to us to deal with?" The prodigal boy didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and said softly, "Boss, you're out." "Boss." Yao Qingmin immediately became vigilant. At the same time, she couldn't hide the anger in her heart. "He saw this lady's body and even insulted my junior sister. Even if I have to risk my life, I will make this damned bastard pay the price." Her beautiful eyes looked towards the direction of the pool, and her killing intent gradually rose. At this time, a young man and woman walked over from another direction. The man's facial features were as sharp as a knife. His dragon eyes were bright and full of expression, and there was a faint smile on his face, which made him look very demonic. The woman's face was elegant and refined, and she was dressed in white. Her figure was graceful, and her face was still flushed, which made her look even more beautiful. The woman nestled in the man's arms, and her face was full of happiness and shyness. The two looked like a golden boy and jade girl, making all the surrounding scenery lose their splendor. "Junior sister, you." Yao Qingmin looked at Bing Ruoshui, who was nestled in the arms of an unfamiliar man, and her brain couldn't wrap itself around it. She swore that she had never seen her junior sister so shy, nor had she seen her junior sister so intimate with a man. If it wasn't for the fact that her junior sister's breath was still intact, she would have thought that her junior sister was forced. "Senior sister." Bing Ruoshui cried out in alarm. She immediately broke free from Ling Zhao's embrace and ran towards Yao Qingmin. "Junior sister, are you all right? Just now did you rape him?" Yao Qingmin looked Bing Ruoshui up and down and asked with concern. When Bing Ruoshui heard this, her face became even redder. She then patted Yao Qingmin and said, "Senior sister, what nonsense are you talking about?" But when she thought about the absurd matter with Ling Xiao in the pond, her heart beat very fast, and her face was boiling hot. Just now, it seemed that she had indeed taken the initiative. "Your face is red. Something good must have happened just now. Junior sister, you're too valiant. You actually fell in love at first sight," and Yao Qingmin completely forgot about Meng Nan and the others, and directly teased Bing Ruoshui. "Senior sister, if you keep talking, I'll ignore you." Bing Ruoshui lightly stomped her feet and interrupted Yao Qingmin. Being said such a shameful thing in public, Bing Ruoshui couldn't bear it. "Captain us?" The vice-captain beside Meng Nan asked quietly. "Let's go. It seems that the other girl has been taken by that pink head, and the young man in front of us seems to be that pink head's underling. He's only a rank 6 spirit beast, and he's already able to kill us." Meng Nan quietly replied. Then he signaled his men with his eyes, and they began to quickly retreat. Ling Xiao had been paying attention to the movements of Meng Nan and the others. He asked Bing Ruoshui, "Ruoshui, who are they?" "They're from the Lion's Fong mercenary group. They chased us all the way here. Let's quickly escape. They're very strong." Bing Ruoshui hurriedly thought of the enemies in front of her and exclaimed. She didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was, but she didn't think that Ling Xiao could be stronger than so many people from the Lion's Fong mercenary group. Ling Xiao chuckled. Then he lightly patted the body of the Golden Wolf King and said, "Xiao Jin, don't let a single one of them escape." Meng Nan and the others, who hadn't retreated far, felt their hair stand on end. "Quickly escape." The Golden Wolf King howled, and its huge body chased after Meng Nan and the others. Following that, a series of explosions rang out, mixed with screams of agony. Not long after, the Golden Wolf King returned to Ling Zhao's side, and it growled at Ling Xiao. It seemed like it was reporting to Ling Xiao about the mission it had just completed. "Let's go. We'll barbecue over there and chat," Ling Xiao said to the two women. Chapter 668. Near a waterfall that was as silver as the sky, a burst of smoke rose in spirals. At the edge of the pond, two men and two women, one wolf and one dragon, were roasting meat together. The fragrance of the meat spread in the surroundings. Ling Xiao used his sword and dagger to cut off 2 pieces of meat and handed them to the 2 girls. After cutting another piece for himself, he said to the prodigal boy, "Take this meat away and eat it. Boss wants to talk to your sister-in-law and the others." The prodigal boy was not good at communicating with strangers. His eyes were shining as he looked at the roasted meat. He nodded repeatedly and carried the huge roasted meat into the forest. The golden wolf king and the blue flood dragon immediately chased after him, as if they were afraid that the prodigal boy would eat it all for himself if they were any slower. "Let him eat here. What's there to avoid?" Bing Ruoshui asked, puzzled. Hearing Ling Xiao say the words, "your sister-in-law," in front of this young man, the sweetness went to his heart. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "This sworn brother of mine is not good at communicating with others. He prefers to stay with spirit beasts, so let him go." Yao Qingmin hurriedly nodded her head and said, "That's right. He's just an unromantic guy. He even dares to hit me, the number 1 beauty in the world." The number 1 beauty in the world? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment as he seriously sized up Yao Qingmin. Indeed, Yao Qingmin's appearance wasn't inferior to Bing Ruoshui's, and Ling Xiao had seen her body with his own eyes. It was simply perfect to the extreme. Especially the heavy, lethal weapon on her chest, it was truly magnificent to the extreme. Her skin was even whiter than Bing Ruoshui's, and it was as if water could drip out of it at any time. Without even touching it, one could tell that it was definitely very elastic, and her 2 beautiful legs that were exposed to the outside world would simply make any man float in the air. "What are you looking at? This lady's body has already been seen by you. You have to take responsibility for me." Yao Qingmin puffed out her chest and said angrily to Ling Xiao. It was just that her cheeks couldn't help but flush a little. She couldn't deny that the man who peeped at her while she was bathing was really charming. No wonder junior sister fell in love with him at first sight. Bing Ruoshui said angrily, "Xiao, how are you going to explain what happened just now?" Ling Xiao retracted his gaze and said guiltily, "This has nothing to do with me. I was already bathing in the pool a long time ago. It was you guys who suddenly came." "Is that really the case?" Bing Ruoshui knew why Ling Xiao was so flirtatious. She stared at him and questioned him. Ling Xiao quickly nodded and said, "Of course, you should know that I never lie. No matter what, this young lady's pure and clean body has been seen by you. This young lady is determined to cling on to you. Pingyi, you little brat. This young lady is the world's number 1 beauty. It wouldn't be a problem for me to be a match for the newly born number 1 emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao. It's really a pity," Yao Qingmin said in a very narcissistic manner. Looks like this young master is really going to be pestered by you." Ling Xiao touched his nose and said, he really didn't expect that his name would start to spread in less than a month after the end of the Imperial List tournament. "Hey, you're really narcissistic. This young lady was just joking. I won't steal my junior sister's man. This young lady has decided that I'm going to pursue the number 1 emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao. Only that kind of hero is worthy of this young lady," Yao Qingmin said while patting her majestic chest. Ling Xiao smiled, ate a mouthful of meat, and didn't say anything else. But in his heart, he smiled proudly and said, "After all is said and done, she's still a girl who warms my bed. Not bad." Bing Ruoshui, who was at the side, pulled on Ling Xiao's clothes and said, "The Central Region's Imperial List tournament that happens once every 10 years has already ended. The number 1 emperor-level expert is called Ling Xiao. Is that you?" Bing Ruoshui was aware of Ling Xiao's ability, but she didn't think that Ling Xiao would appear in the Central Region. Even more so, She didn't think that Ling Xiao would become the #1 emperor-level expert in just a few years. Ling Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. The #1 emperor-level expert should be referring to me." Bing Ruoshui's mouth opened wide, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Yao Qingmin, who was at the side, cried out in alarm. "How can you be so shameless? Even with your small physique, you still dare to say that you can seize the title of #1 emperor-level expert? Junior sister, this person is a liar. Let's go and ignore him." As she spoke, she stood up and pulled Bing Ruoshui to leave. In the central region, martial arts were prevalent, and the worship of the strong couldn't be blasphemed. Every 10 years, the imperial ranking competition was a grand event that all young men and women yearned for. The top 100 battle emperors and the top 10 slaughter emperors were all respected and worshipped, and the #1 emperor-level expert was the most dazzling and revered. They were all idol-like figures that all young people chased after. Yao Qingmin naturally worshipped these unreachable geniuses, but the man in front of her actually said that he was Ling Xiao, which made her extremely angry. In her imagination, Ling Xiao should be an incomparably powerful 7 feet tall man who wielded a divine tool and rode a divine beast. His imposing manner was tyrannical, and he was like a hero who defeated all enemies. The man in front of her was extremely handsome, but his imposing aura was as insignificant as Min Ping's. Moreover, his eyes were staring at her chest with a lecherous expression. So, how was he related to the title of the first emperor-level expert? Therefore, Yao Qingmin felt that Ling Xiao's words were completely deceiving them. Bing Ruoshui pulled Yao Qingmin back and said, "Senior sister, he really is called Ling Xiao, and we used to be in the same sect. He's the junior brother from the Purple Heaven sect that you can't forget. He has the same name as the #1 emperor-level expert?" Yao Qingmin asked doubtfully. Bing Ruoshui nodded shyly and said, "Yes, it's him. I also didn't expect to meet him here." Speaking up to here, she paused and looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Oh right, Xiao, when you were trapped in the secret realm, how did you get out?" At this time, Ling Xiao told Bing Ruoshui what had happened several years ago in a simple and deft manner. "Xiao, you said that senior sister Meng Qi agreed to marry the heavy sword sect in order to avenge you?" Bing Ruoshui's expression turned ugly as she asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, you misunderstood her." Bing Ruoshui revealed a look of guilt and said, "So that's how it is. I was wondering why senior sister would marry the enemy. It turns out that she had such difficulties. I misunderstood her. I really deserve to die. You don't need to blame yourself. I will explain to you about Meng Qi's matter in the future. But how did you come to the central region?" When talking about Yin Meng Qi, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with deep longing. In his heart, that first love was something that he cherished forever. Unfortunately, he didn't know where that person was now. Bing Ruoshui slowly told him about what had happened in the past few years. It turned out that when Bing Ruoshui left the sect, she went back to her family's ice city. She went back to tell her parents that she wanted to travel outside and increase her strength. She hoped that one day she could reach the Celestial Master stage and break the restriction of the heaven-suppressing sect to rescue Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao died inside, she wanted to see Ling Xiao's corpse. She cultivated ice attribute Xian skills. Only by going to those extremely cold places could her strength increase faster. In the northwest, the strongest person was only at the Celestial Master stage. She was prepared to spend her entire life to reach the Celestial Master stage. Even if she had to pay a high price, she wanted to succeed. Therefore, she began to rush to the North Ice region alone. The North Ice region, like the Northwest and the South Wasteland, was a flat land. However, it was very suitable for ice attribute warriors to live and cultivate. Bing Ruoshui spent nearly half a year rushing to the North Ice region. However, before she could enjoy this rare cultivation resource, some roving bandits set their eyes on her. At that time, she was only a high-level soul master. In the Flat Ridge region, she was already considered a rare expert. However, there was a king stage existence among the roving bandits. Just as she was about to be captured by the roving bandits, her master, Li Shui, happened to pass by and killed all the roving bandits. Not only was Bing Ruoshui rescued, but Li Shui also took a fancy to her ice attribute aptitude. She expressed her interest in taking Bing Ruoshui as a disciple. Bing Ruoshui wanted to increase her strength, and Li Shui was very powerful. Bing Ruoshui was naturally overjoyed to have such a powerful expert take her as a disciple. She immediately took Li Shui as her master. Li Shui wasn't from any powerful sect. She was just a rogue cultivator with the strength of a mid-level heavenly master. She had rushed to the North Ice region in search of some rare ice attribute spirit herbs. Compared to Bing Ruoshui, a mid-level heavenly master stage expert was already at the top of the Northwest. She was already ecstatic to be able to take such a powerful expert as her master. She also hoped that she could become a celestial master in her lifetime and rescue Ling Xiao from his clutches. After following Li Shui to the North Ice region, she had been brought to the central region by her master. Her master had settled down in Zhongguang City, which wasn't far from the setting Sun Mountain Range. Bing Ruoshui had been cultivating in Zhongguang City for the past few years. Occasionally, she would go to the setting Sun Mountain Range with her only senior sister to train and search for some rare spirit herbs for cultivation. After a few years of hard work, Bing Ruoshui had already crossed a major and 3 minor levels and reached the high-level king stage. The Lion Fong mercenary group that had chased after them was an extremely famous mercenary group in the setting Sun Mountain Range. The few captains of the group were all at the Heavenly Master stage. When the Lion Fong mercenary group saw how beautiful the two of them were, they had wanted to bully them with numbers and humiliate them. Fortunately, they had seen the opportunity in time and had the help of the mid-level rank 5 Snow Eye sculpture. That was how they had managed to escape. After listening to Bing Ruoshui's story, Ling Xiao was deeply moved. Thinking back to how Bing Ruoshui had always been cold to him, he didn't know how she had developed feelings for him. At that time, he had also intended to take Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyin. But because he had been sealed in the heaven-suppressing sect, by the time he returned to the Purple Sky sect, Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyin had already disappeared. He hadn't expected that Bing Ruoshui's feelings for him would be so deep that she would travel thousands of miles to cultivate in the North Ice region just to reach the Heavenly Master stage as soon as possible and rescue him. It was no wonder that she had been so passionate when she had first seen him in the pool. Having a daughter who loved him so deeply in this life, Ling Xiao was truly satisfied. It's been hard on you all these years. Follow me from now on. I won't let you suffer anymore. Ling Xiao gently pulled Bing Ruoshui into his arms. Chapter 669. In the dense forest, a man and 2 women were leisurely walking on a mountain path. Behind them, there was another man sitting on a majestic 3-eyed wolf. There was also a small dragon coiled on top of the wolf's head. It seemed to have fallen asleep, ignoring everything around it. Ling Xiao, how can you have this name? Can you change it? Yao Qingmin said to Ling Xiao with a pleading expression. Ling Xiao had a headache when he heard this. He had heard this sentence hundreds of times in the past few days. He was almost tortured to the point of collapse by this woman. He had already said that he was the first emperor, but why didn't this girl believe him? He couldn't help but think to himself, do you really want this young master's dragon body to shake and emit that tyrannical aura before you believe me? Ling Xiao was too lazy to bother with this thick-skinned woman and just treated it as if he had heard it. Now that he had met Bing Ruoshui, Ling Xiao gave up the time to comprehend in the mountains and accompanied them out of the setting Sun Mountain Range. At the same time, the two of them wanted to take the opportunity to warm up and tell each other what they had encountered and heard in the past few years. It was just that Yao Qingmin was not tactful. She didn't even know how to retreat at the right time. It really made Ling Xiao have the urge to grab this woman and ruthlessly ravage her. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Yao Qingmin pulled Bing Ruoshui in a bad mood and said, Junior sister, can you let him change his name? How can someone as weak as him have the name Ling Xiao? Bing Ruoshui said unhappily. So what if he has the same name? What's so great about it? He's even an alchemist, and his status isn't any worse than the first emperor. What? He's an alchemist? A first or second rank alchemist? Yao Qingmin was surprised at first, but then she said with disdain. Although the status of an alchemist was honorable, an alchemist who had not entered the ranks was not worthy of others' attention. Bing Ruoshui said with a slightly proud expression. A few years ago, Xiao was already a fourth-rank alchemist. Now, he should have gone one step further. He was a fourth-rank alchemist a few years ago. I really couldn't tell that you have a bit of ability, Yao Qingmin said with slight surprise. Ling Xiao was only 25 or 26 years old at most. A few years ago, he was only about 20 years old. To be able to become a fourth-grade alchemist at that age, this Tianbin was quite outstanding. Bing Ruoshui didn't want Yao Qingmin to look down on Ling Xiao, so she immediately asked, Xiao, are you a fifth-grade alchemist now? Ling Xiao kept him in suspense. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course it's the truth, Bing Ruoshui said angrily. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, if I said that I've already reached the realm of a sixth-grade alchemist, would you believe me? I'm being serious here. Bing Ruoshui rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sighed. These days, no one really believes the truth. Yao Qingmin laughed at the side. Hee, this is the first time I've met such a shameless man. If you were a sixth-grade alchemist, I'm afraid I'd be at the Mystic Emperor level. A sixth-grade alchemist was a respected figure in any sect or clan in the central region, and those who could reach this level were all middle-aged or old men. She absolutely didn't believe that a young man like Ling Xiao could reach the sixth grade. In a legendary medicine sect, there probably didn't even exist a sixth-grade alchemist at such a young age. At the side, Bing Ruoshui didn't speak up for Ling Xiao. She also felt that Ling Xiao's words were too unreliable. Damn, no one believes the truth these days. Ling Xiao sighed speechlessly in his heart. Since they didn't believe him, he couldn't be bothered to explain. In any case, time would prove everything. After a few more days, the group was almost at the outskirts of the Sunset Mountains. The Sunset Mountains was a paradise for mercenary groups. Here, there were often dozens of mercenary groups hunting spirit beasts or searching for various spear herbs to auction in exchange for various cultivation resources. The Lion's Fong mercenary group could be ranked in the top 5 among the many mercenary groups. Its leader, Shi Langjia, was a mid-level Empyrean, and he had 5 low-level Empyrean deputy leaders under him. There were more than 1,000 Earth Emperor and King-level people. It had to be said that the strength of this mercenary group was indeed extraordinary. The ones chasing after Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin were only members of one of the small groups. In a tent, Shi Langjia and his 5 assistants were drinking and chatting merrily. Each of them was served by 2 beauties with outstanding figures. Shi Langjia was already 600 or 700 years old, but he looked to be in his 50s. His 5 deputies seemed to be a bit older than him. Sha Jin, didn't your subordinates say that they found traces of Li Shui's 2 precious disciples a few days ago? I heard that they wanted to catch them for me to have a taste. How come a month has passed, and I still haven't seen them? Shi Lantian, who was sitting at the top, drank a bowl of wine and said, Shi Langjia was like the king of the stronghold. His aura was extremely vigorous, and the lion beneath his feet seemed to be exceptionally ferocious. The golden-robed man on Shi Langjia's right replied, Those bastards are really unreliable. We almost caught them, but they actually escaped inside. I don't know if we caught them or not. The green-robed man opposite the golden-robed man laughed. I'm afraid those bastards couldn't help but take the lead first. When they come back, they'll only be 2 trash. If they do that, I'll have to castrate them all, the golden-robed man said angrily. He didn't forget to fiercely grab the chest of a woman beside him. Actually, in my opinion, boss, why don't you just directly capture that Li Shui and make her our commander's wife? Although that Li Shui is a little old, her looks and figure are still superb. Another blue-robed man said with a lewd expression. Fourth bro's right. If boss doesn't like her, then we can work together to take her down and have her submit to us. That would also be a happy thing, said another person. Sure, Lanjia laughed. I've had my eyes on this woman for a long time. It's just that her combat strength isn't weak. Also, that ice wind eagle of hers at the peak of the sixth step is really a headache. Boss, you think too highly of this woman. If we really meet her here, wouldn't the six of us be able to capture her? The green-robed man from before said. Just as Sure Lanjia was about to say something, the corner of his eyes twitched. He revealed a thick smile and said, Third bro, your words came at the right time. That woman really is nearby. Let's go capture her and make her my leader's wife, huh? With that, Sure Lanjia flew out of the tent. The other five looked at each other and flew out of the tent at the same time. Not far away, a woman in plain white was rapidly flying into the depths of the setting sun mountain range. This woman seemed to be only in her 30s. Her facial features were very exquisite, and her figure was even more curvaceous. At first glance, she gave off the impression that she was a mature and beautiful young woman, which greatly aroused the desire of men. However, her cold temperament gave off a feeling of coldness before she even approached. This woman was Bing Ruoxue and Yao Qingmin's master, Li Shui, a peak mid-level heavenly venerable. I really can't be at ease with those two girls. I only told them to stay for a month before returning, but they've been gone for 2 months now. I hope they're fine. Li Shui was extremely worried. However, just as she was moving forward at top speed, she felt 6 powerful auras coming in her direction. Long time no see, Venerable Li. You're even more glorious than before. Sure Lanjia's voice came from afar. Li Shui frowned and murmured, Lion Fong mercenary groups, Sure Lanjia, and his 5 vice captains. Why are they all here? Li Shui faintly became worried and immediately summoned the Ice Wind Eagle to act as a protector. What does Division Captain want? Li Shui asked coldly. The 6 people landed on Li Shui's side and separated into several corners at the same time, surrounding Li Shui and the Ice Wind Eagle. Sure Lanjia even summoned his protective spirit beast, the 3-headed water lion. This lord has admired Venerable Li's beauty for a long time. My heart is deeply in love with Venerable Li. How about inviting Venerable Li to be this lord's wife? Sure Lanjia sized up the beautiful Li Shui as he spoke. Li Shui said angrily, Division Captain, please be careful with your words. Otherwise, your Lion Fong mercenary group will not have peace in the future. Boss, why waste your breath on him? Let's capture him first. When the time comes, do you think he'll refuse? One of the vice captains said. Li Shui knew that the other party was powerful and that it was not a good time to fight them head-on. She immediately leaped onto the Ice Wind Eagle and shouted, Sure Lanjia, you will regret today's matter. Wind Eagle, leave. Since we're already here, how can we let you escape so easily? Sure Lanjia said, and then shouted, Set up the 5 elements world. After saying that, he quickly flew up, and the blue broadsword in his hand condensed into a frightening sword energy that slashed towards Li Shui. The sword energy was so strong that the surrounding trees were smashed into pieces. Li Shui, who had just flown into the air, had no choice but to use her sword to block. However, in the instant she blocked, Sure Lanjia's 5 vice captains had already flown into the air and stood in 5 different corners. 5 small worlds were deduced. These 5 worlds were the most ordinary mortal world energy. However, these 5 people's world energy was different. They were the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth world energy of the 5 elements. From the looks of it, their strengths seemed to be about the same. The Pentagon stood in different positions, and the power of the 5 worlds they deduced was like a 5-colored screen of light that enveloped Li Shui. And when those 5-colored attribute attacks fused together, their power was actually even stronger than the world power of a mid-level Empyrean, approaching the world power of a high-level Empyrean. The 5-colored attacks flew towards Li Shui and the Ice Wind Eagle, while Sure Lanjia and his 3-headed water lion attacked from the side. Li Shui felt like she was facing a pincer attack from 2 mid-level peak heavenly venerates. She was in a sorry state. Her clothes were already torn, revealing her tender skin. Chapter 670. The five low-level heavenly venerables controlled the colorful light screen, and the golden blades, wooden spikes, waves of water, fire blades, and earth spikes all smashed towards Li Shui, who was in the icy world. When the five ordinary grade world energy overlapped, it actually reached the spirit grade world energy, and its power was several times stronger. Li Shui's world of ice and snow was being blasted apart by the waves of attacks from the five attribute world energy. Fortunately, she was wearing a set of high-grade defensive armor. Otherwise, she would have been seriously injured. Shirlan Tian occasionally launched sneak attacks, making her even more exhausted. Meanwhile, the ice wind eagle was entangled by the three-headed water lion, so it was difficult for it to help her. If you want to capture me, Li Shui, you will also have to pay the price. Li Shui had to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Otherwise, if she was really captured, the consequences would be unimaginable. Frozen World. Li Shui's small world appeared once again, and the atmosphere within 100 meters of her immediately became much colder. Some hail and snowflakes fell, and countless ice blades bombarded the colorful world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The continuous bombardment caused the sky and earth to tremble slightly. Li Shui's all-out attack finally created a crack in the colorful world power of the five low-level heavenly venerables, just enough for her to escape. However, just as she leaped out of the crack, a domineering wave of water blasted towards her. Li Shui was caught off guard and was immediately sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the five-colored world power of the five vice leaders shrouded Li Shui once again. The powerful energy locked onto Li Shui, and if she made even the slightest movement, she would immediately be crushed by the five waves of energy. Shirlangjia walked over slowly and looked at Li Shui proudly. "Venerable Li, are you willing to be my wife, the wife of the leader of my Lion Fong mercenary group?" Li Shui said angrily, "If you have the guts, kill me immediately. Even if I die, I will not be with a scum like you. Seems like you still don't understand the situation. Wait for me to destroy your mount first. Then I will properly entertain you." Shirlangjia looked up at the three-headed water lion, which was currently at a disadvantage. Then he flew up, and a water screen world enveloped the ice wind eagle. "Feng Ying, run for me. Go find my two disciples and protect them." Li Shui knew that she would not be able to escape death, so she decisively removed the contract curse from the ice wind eagle, returning it true freedom. The ice wind eagle let out a few screeches, forcibly breaking through the siege of Shirlan Tian and the three-headed water lion, and flew towards the depths of the Sunset mountain range. Just as the three-headed water lion was about to give chase, Shirlangjia said, "Forget it. A feathered beast can't do anything." Shirlan Tian returned to the surface and walked towards Li Shui. Li Shui's eyes flashed with an unwillingness to die. She thought to herself, "I originally wanted to nurture my two disciples into heavenly geniuses, but it seems like I, Li Shui, am unlucky and do not have this fortune." Thinking of this, she already had the thought of exploding her dantian. Shirlan said, "Venerable Li, why are you doing this? If you die, your two disciples will probably become the female pets of my Lion's Tooth mercenary group in the future. You bastard! Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off." Li Shui cursed. Just as she was gathering her energy, Shirlangjia did not want to take the risk of sealing her dantian. If she detonated it prematurely, it would not be worth it. What a pity for this woman. Shirlangjia sighed inwardly. Roar! An eagle's cry reverberated in the sky, and the ice wind eagle once again flew back. The ice wind eagle seemed to know why Li Shui was being suppressed, and it pounced towards one of the five low-level heavenly venerables controlling the five-colored world. The ice wind eagle was a peak rank 6 spirit beast, and if not for the three-headed water lion, they would not have been able to suppress Li Shui. Why is the ice wind eagle back? Li Shui paused and looked at the snow-white figure in the sky. You really don't know death. Water lion, attack. Shi Longjia shouted from atop the three-headed water lion. His three-headed water lion was a rank 6 spirit beast, and it was slightly weaker than the Ice Wind Eagle. However, if they worked together, it would not be a problem to kill the Ice Wind Eagle. One of the low-level heavenly venerables maintaining the five-colored world was startled by the Ice Wind Eagle, and he had no choice but to retract his energy to block it. The five-colored world's power could no longer be maintained, and Li Shui's energy exploded once more, forcing the other four back. Li Shui no longer held back, and the powerful Ice Wind world continuously emitted a temperature below 0 degrees Celsius, blasting the low-level heavenly venerables into pieces. Boss, hurry and stop this woman. Let us reorganize the five elements world. One of the low-level heavenly venerables hastily called out. Li Shui panicked. If she allowed the other party to reorganize the five elements world, she would be under their control again. Immediately, her attacks became even more ferocious. Within a few hundred meters, countless ice flowers and frost kept falling, and the trees and flowers below were all frozen into frost. The low-level heavenly venerables had no way to reorganize their formation, and they were blasted far away by Li Shui's attacks. Their bodies trembled nonstop, and it was obvious that they could not withstand the chill of Li Shui's Ice Wind world. Shi Longjia cursed inwardly. He could only give up on the opportunity to kill the Ice Wind Eagle, and instead charged towards Li Shui. The two small-dimension worlds collided, and a powerful energy explosion rang out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the five low-level heavenly venerables immediately swallowed some recovery pills and adjusted their auras. At the same time, they summoned their own lion beasts, letting the five low-level Tier 6 lion beasts and the three-headed water lion surround the Ice Wind Eagle. One of the low-level heavenly venerables said, "This time, we can't hold back anymore. Once that woman is heavily injured, there will be nothing to fear. That's right. Let her have a taste of the true power of our five elements world." Another low-level heavenly venerables nodded in agreement. In an instant, the five low-level heavenly venerables erupted with their strongest power. The metal, wood, water, fire, and earth five elements world fused together once again, and a huge five-colored sky screen once again enveloped Li Shui. Li Shui, this time, don't blame this venerables for not knowing how to have tender and protective feelings for the fair sex. Shi Longjia roared, and used all his strength to force Li Shui into the five-colored sky screen of his brothers. Li Shui once again faced the five-colored sky screen, and the power of the small-dimension world once again forced her into a sorry state. Am I really going to die here? Li Shui thought dejectedly. Then, she bit her lips and muttered, "Even if I die, I have to drag a few down with me." Li Shui fought with all her strength, and the five people controlling the five elements world were also struggling. On the other side, the Ice Wind Eagle was also being besieged by the six-headed lion spiritual beasts, and the situation was also quite bad. Shi Longjia looked at the situation and decided to restrain Li Shui first. He couldn't let her self-destruct, or else this trip would be in vain. Not far from the battle between humans and beasts, a man and two women were watching the battle in the sky. Yao Qingmin and Bing Ruoshui's expressions were already extremely anxious. Just now, when the Ice Wind Eagle flew over, they met them, and it was also because of this that they knew that their master was trapped, so they rushed over at top speed. The two of them wanted to immediately rescue their master, but unfortunately, they were stopped by Ling Xiao. Now, it was a time of crisis, so how could they care so much? They just wanted to rush out and help. However, before they could fly out, they felt a powerful pressure confining them, making them unable to move. "Xiao, did you do something? Quickly let us go. We want to save our master," Bing Ruoshui begged. Yao Qingmin didn't believe that Ling Xiao was confining them because she didn't feel any fluctuation of Ling Xiao's aura. She felt that it should be the doing of Ling Xiao's little brother. "Ling Xiao, quickly let the three-eyed wolf king help my master." I, Yao Qingmin, am willing to serve you together with my junior sister. At this moment, Yao Qingmin actually calmed down and said, no longer having the slightest bit of nerves. She was an orphan that Li Shui had picked up when she was young, and she had depended on her master since she was young. Her master was her second parent, and she was willing to sacrifice everything in exchange for her master's life. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, then you could be my bed-warming maid. You, Bing Ruoshui, said angrily. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so shameless, taking the opportunity to make such an excessive request to her senior sister. She couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. Before she could finish, Yao Qingmin, who was at the side, immediately made a decision and said, sure, I, Yao Qingmin, will absolutely have no complaints as a slave or a maid. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then transmitted a message to the Golden Wolf King. Xiao Jin, eat those lions for me. The Golden Wolf King had already reached the peak of the 6th stage after being fed with beast cores for a period of time. After hearing Ling Xiao's instructions, it immediately roared and flew into the sky to join the battle of the spirit beasts. Ling Xiao then said to the prodigal, Zizai, I'll leave that annoying fellow to you. You can do whatever you want with him. The prodigal was already itching to use his skills, so he raised his gun and shot towards Shilongjia from behind. Shilongjia didn't expect a wolf and a man to appear at this moment to help Li Shui out. Who are you? I am the Lion Fong mercenary groups. Shilongjia was shocked by the prodigal's powerful shot, and he immediately asked in a panic, someone who wants your life. The prodigal didn't want to talk nonsense. He kept waving the long gun in his hand and raised a fire shot toward Shilongjia. Shilongjia gritted his teeth and had no choice but to fight. Although Li Shui had the prodigal to share the pressure, the 5 Elements World Force was extremely difficult to deal with. Under normal circumstances, she, a peak mid-level Heavenly Venerate, would definitely be able to defeat 5 low-level Heavenly Venerates without much effort. However, these 5 people were all from the 5 elements, and their small world force was actually fused together. Their combat power kept multiplying, and the pressure was so great that she almost couldn't breathe. Damn, the 5 elements world force is too difficult to deal with. Li Shui cursed in her heart. Yao Qingmin and Bing Ruoshui, who were not far away, became more and more anxious as they watched. On the other hand, Ling Xiao looked at the 5 elements world force with an infatuated look, as if he was in some kind of enlightenment. Chapter 671. The 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other. The world formed by the 5 energies was filled with supreme might. The golden blades, wooden spikes, water waves, fire blades, earthalls, and all sorts of other attacks came one after another. They also relied on the principle of mutual promotion to amplify their attacks. It was as if the world had formed an independent world of the 5 elements. Li Shui was struggling to cope with the 5 elements world. Although her world of ice could barely protect her, if she couldn't break the world of the 5 elements, she would die sooner or later. Ling Xiao looked at the world, and a certain scene kept appearing in his mind. World of metal, golden dragon roars, showing the domineering aura of a ruler. World of fire, volcano cheilans display their ferocious might. World of wind, wind wreaks havoc, leaving no corpses behind. World of ice, ice mountains seal thousands of miles, raging rivers. World of wood, vitality flourishes and time passes in an instant. Like a giant painting of a scene, it kept appearing in his mind, and the related profoundness within it. There seemed to be a special relationship with the mysteries of the 5 elements world, but it was hard to grasp. The 5 elements lack earth, but there's wind. How do I combine them? Ling Xiao's eyes glowed as he vaguely comprehended something. However, he couldn't connect the nodes one by one. It seems like I can only know how to integrate the world's energy by experiencing it myself. Ling Xiao murmured excitedly. Then a powerful aura burst out. What's wrong with laughing? Bing Ruoshui sensed that Ling Xiao was acting strangely and asked. Suddenly, she felt a terrifying aura pressing down on her chest. Looking at the dragon chi that emerged from Ling Xiao's body, she couldn't help but feel a sense of submission. Yao Qingmin, who was at the side, was already a low-level earthly sovereign, but facing Ling Xiao's powerful aura, she felt suffocated. She looked at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes and murmured, What a powerful aura. Could he have been hiding his strength all this time? Swish! Ling Xiao ignored Bing Ruoshui's words. He bounced up from the ground and flew towards the battlefield at full speed. Bing Ruoshui shouted worriedly at Ling Xiao, Don't laugh at me. It's a battle between heavenly venerables. You can't participate in it. Yeah, we can move out now. Yao Qingmin was astonished, and then said to Bing Ruoshui, Junior sister, don't shout anymore. Let's go and help Master. Oh, okay, no, we can't go. With our strength, we'll just be throwing our lives away, said Bing Ruoshui. Then what should we do? Could it be that we can only watch as Master dies? Yao Qingmin stamped her foot. Senior sister, don't be anxious. Look, Bing Ruoshui pointed upwards with a dull look on her face. Yao Qingmin followed her gaze, and her expression changed several times. The energies of the several minor worlds collided with each other. Any martial artist below the Empyrean realm would likely be turned to slag if they were to approach. However, a figure had actually managed to forcefully enter the five-colored world, as if it didn't require any effort at all. Junior sister, you said that he's called Ling Xiao? Yao Qingmin asked sluggishly. Bing Ruoshui nodded heavily. Yes, I've already told you 1,000 times. Then he said that he's the first emperor, right? That's right, he said that, but we didn't believe him. Now, do you really think that he's the first emperor, Ling Xiao? I don't know. I only know that he can save our master, and you're his maid who warms his bed. Even if Ling Xiao didn't increase his combat strength by 20 times, his strength was still comparable to that of a low-level heavenly venerable. Although the power of the five elements world was very majestic and violent, he still forced his way in. Where did this wild kid come from? He actually dares to enter the five elements world. He's really courting death. A low-level Empyrean shouted. Who cares about him? He's just a peak Earth Emperor. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Another low-level Empyrean said. Hurry up and kill this kid, then capture that Li Shui. Something seems to have happened to Boss, another person said. The few of them chatted for a while, and then each of them used all their strength to attack Li Shui and Ling Xiao, who were in the five elements world. Li Shui had long since switched from offense to defense. With her strength, she could still resist for a while. Once she didn't have a plan to break through the enemy, she would be exhausted to death. However, when she saw Ling Xiao suddenly barge in, she felt that she couldn't understand what was going on. The young man in front of her clearly only had the aura of a peak Earth Emperor, but it was as if he could ignore the attacks of the five elements here. He brandished a golden spear in his hand rather casually, and the energy that was pressing down on him was dispersed by him one by one. She looked at the handsome young man in front of her, who looked like an emperor, and her heart that had been frozen for a long time actually jumped a few times. I'll send you out first. I'll deal with them. Ling Xiao said indifferently to Li Shui, and the golden dragon spear in his hand blasted out a terrifying dragon-shaped energy towards the energy barrier of the five colors world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The five low-level Empyreans who were controlling the five colors world felt their respective auras become unstable, and one of the energy barriers even had a hole blasted open. What are you waiting for? Leave them to me. Ling Xiao's 20x combat power erupted at the same time to block the energy attacks of the five people. Li Shui came back to her senses and replied, Thank you for your help. I'll deal with them together. No need. They're perfect for me to practice on. You don't have to interfere. You should go take care of your two disciples who are worried about you. Ling Xiao replied with a calm smile. My two disciples? Li Shui murmured, and then she sensed two familiar auras. She immediately cupped her hands towards Ling Xiao and said, Thank you for saving me. Be careful. If you can't handle it, I'll definitely help you. After saying that, Li Shui finally flew out from the hole that Ling Xiao had blasted open. Oh no, that woman escaped. One of the low-level Empyreans said. So what if she escaped? We can't catch up with her. Even if we do catch up, I'm afraid we'll be defeated one by one. Let's kill this brat first. Another low-level Empyrean said angrily. Come on, let me have a taste of the true power of your five elements world. Don't let me down, or you'll all die miserably. Ling Xiao said excitedly, holding the golden dragon spear in his hand. He faintly felt that through this battle, he would definitely gain a lot. You're just a peak earthly sovereign. How dare you be so arrogant just because you have some ability? Watch me destroy you with one finger. The golden-robed Empyrean said with extreme disdain. He kept waving a large number of golden saber shadows in his hand, chopping down at Ling Xiao. This wave of golden saber shadows could completely smash a mountain into pieces. In the eyes of the five of them, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. But in the next moment, they were shocked. After the young man swung his spear wildly, the golden saber shadows were all smashed into pieces. Second brother, this brat is strange. Why don't we join forces to kill him and then help boss? Another low-level Empyrean said. All right, this brat's brain is flooded with water. He actually dares to fight 1 against 5. Another person replied. Ling Xiao did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he quietly waited for the 5 of them to gather the 5 elements world. When the 5 forces superimposed and fused in a mutually reinforcing and restraining trajectory, Ling Xiao's eyes became more and more conflicted. The 5 elements can mutually reinforce and restrain each other, but I'm not one of the 5 elements. How can I fuse them together? Ling Xiao muttered as he looked up at the 5-colored light curtain. The energy attacks of the 5 elements were like a mountain torrent, smashing down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's entire body was covered with 5-colored dragon scale armor. He let the waves of attacks hit his body. The sharpness of the metal attribute, the toughness of the wood attribute, the continuity of the water attribute, the explosiveness of the fire attribute, and the sturdiness of the earth attribute. 5 different attack energies bombarded Ling Xiao's body continuously. It seemed that with every hit, Ling Xiao could understand a little more. The superimposed power of the 5 elements caused slight cracks to appear on Ling Xiao's 5-colored dragon scale armor. Not far away, Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Ling Xiao being submerged by the 5-colored light curtain. Smile! Bing Ruoshui's beautiful eyes became misty as she exclaimed. I didn't expect that such a small body would actually contain such courage. If you don't die, why can't this lady warm your bed for you? Yao Qingmin clenched her fist and muttered. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao's handsome and imposing figure had already been deeply imprinted in her heart. The sound of breaking wind came from a direction. Master! The 2 girls exclaimed at the same time when they saw the newcomer. These 2 lasses really made Master worried. Li Shui looked at her 2 disciples and said happily. She originally thought that she wouldn't have the chance to see her 2 disciples again. Fortunately, her life wasn't fated to end. We made Master worried. We were also chased by the Lion's Fong mercenary group. They wanted to violate me and my junior sister. Fortunately, we escaped in time. Moreover, we were rescued by Ling Xiao. Only then were we able to escape. Yao Qingmin immediately went over to support the weak Li Shui and briefly explained. It's the Lion's Fong mercenary group again. Wait until this matter is over. I'll make them disappear from this sunset mountain range. Li Shui quickly swallowed a few medicinal pills and angrily said, Master, are you all right? Can you save Ling Xiao? Bing Ruoshui came to Li Shui's side and asked. Her master had already consumed a lot of spiritual power, so she felt embarrassed to make such a request. However, Ling Xiao was in a very dangerous situation. If she didn't save him, she was afraid. Ling Xiao, the newly born first emperor-level expert? What happened to him? Li Shui asked with a surprised look on her face. He was besieged by those 5 people in order to save Master. Bing Ruoshui pointed at the sky and said, He is Ling Xiao. Li Shui turned her head and exclaimed. Yao Qingmin replied, Yes, master. He should be the first emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao. Then, he and the Wolf King are his helpers? Li Shui pointed at the prodigal boy and the Golden Wolf King and asked. Both of them nodded. Bing Ruoshui said, One is his little brother, and the Wolf King is his mount. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so outstanding. The first emperor-level expert is indeed worthy of his name. Li Shui's beautiful eyes revealed a complicated look as she muttered. Chapter 672. Master, now is not the time to be emotional. Even if he is the first emperor, but he is only at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm. How can he be a match for 5 Emporians? Bing Ruoshui said in a panic. Li Shui looked at Bing Ruoshui in astonishment. You already knew him? Before Bing Ruoshui could reply, Yao Qingmin rushed to say, He is Junior Sister's junior brother from the Purple Sky sect. He is also the lover she has been yearning for. Senior Sister. Bing Ruoshui's face turned red as she stomped her feet, not daring to look at Li Shui. She had the impression that her master did not have a good impression of ordinary men, and she was afraid that her master would be biased against Ling Xiao. Li Shui revealed a thoughtful expression and said, He doesn't need my help. Look over there. His friends and the Wolf King have already obtained an overwhelming advantage. I think he can definitely deal with them, which is why he doesn't want me to help him. On the other side, the Icewind Eagle had the help of the Golden Wolf King. 2 of the 6 lion spirit beasts had already been bitten to death, and it wouldn't take long for the remaining 4 to be bitten to death. After all, the 2 peak rank 6 spirit beasts couldn't even win against a high rank 6 spirit beast and 5 low rank 6 spirit beasts, so they should just smash their heads and die. The prodigal was currently at the peak of rank 6, so it wouldn't take him much effort to deal with Shilongjia. However, his boss didn't allow him to kill so quickly, so he had been playing with Shilongjia. Shilongjia could no longer remain calm. He couldn't understand where this expert had come from to help Li Shui. Could it be Li Shui's lover? However, seeing that this young man was only in his 20s, he couldn't help but suspect that Li Shui was an old cow eating young grass. This can't go on. That woman Li Shui has already escaped, so there's no point in fighting. Shilongjia knew that it would be difficult for him to defeat the young man in front of him, so he already had the intention to retreat. The prodigal seemed to be able to see through Shilongjia's thoughts, and his attacks became fiercer, making it harder for Shilongjia to defend. He tried to escape several times, but he was always intercepted by the prodigal. Now it was like a cat playing with a mouse. Shilongjia understood his situation more and more. On Ling Xiao's side, he was like a lone leaf in the ocean, allowing the waves to surge violently and the torrent to surge violently, yet he could still float steadily. Ling Xiao seemed to have completely forgotten that he was in a battle. Layers of the 5-color dragon scale armor wrapped around his body, allowing the various energy attacks to hit him. He closed his eyes and entered some kind of epiphany. A vivid world seemed to appear in his mind. It was an ancient forest. There were giant trees that towered into the sky, and all kinds of strange flowers and grasses were everywhere. The scenery was very pleasant and beautiful. From time to time, roars of beasts could be heard. A golden white wolf king climbed up the mountain and howled at the sky, displaying the ferocity of the wolf king. Not long after, gusts of cold wind blew over, and the world began to change color. The trees, the grasses, the flowers, all of them actually withered in an instant, forming a gray world of emptiness and chaos. No one knew how many years this world had experienced. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning began to intersect in the sky, and an earth-shattering roar resounded in all directions. A huge golden shadow descended from the sky. It was a real dragon, a golden dragon that shone with golden light. It was like an overlord, stirring up the heavens and earth, and the cold wind and dark clouds were all blown away by it. The golden dragon began to shine, and the heavens and earth became clear again. Everything began to gradually recover, and strange lands began to form in all directions. Volcanoes rose up like spring bamboo shoots, and the blue flames in the belly of the volcanoes kept compressing. Finally, as if dissatisfied with the heavens and resisting everything, the countless blue flames covered thousands of miles, and countless living beings were burned into nothingness. Then, a fiery shadow rushed out from the belly of the mountain. The Chilean divine beast was born between heaven and earth, and auspicious clouds filled the sky. Its awe-inspiring righteousness was on par with the tyrannical might of the golden dragon. The four seasons changed and alternated without end, and everything grew here without end. When winter came, it was covered in layers of glittering snow, and in the end, it formed a beautiful scene that was like a naturalized sculpture. Everything seemed so real, so beautiful, and it caused one to feel carefree and intoxicated. The 5 low-level Empyreans who were constantly attacking Ling Xiao were incomparably shocked. They couldn't help but think, is this guy a masochist? Second brother, he seems to be immune to our elemental attacks. We've been bombarded so many times, but we haven't been able to completely break his defense. A low-level Empyrean said. The golden-robed, low-level Empyrean replied. He must have some kind of high-grade defensive armor on him. It might even be at the half-step saint level. Otherwise, even a high-level Empyrean wouldn't be able to withstand our attacks. Why don't we do this? We'll fight him in close combat, kill him, and then snatch his defensive armor, a low-level Empyrean reminded. The 5 of them made up their minds and withdrew the light screen of the 5 elements world. One of them flew towards Ling Xiao, who had his eyes closed, and a long sword slashed towards Ling Xiao's head like a snake. Ling Xiao didn't open his eyes, but his head seemed to have an extra pair of eyes. He gently tilted his head and dodged the incoming sword. The low-level Empyrean was surprised for a moment, and then the long sword kept changing, slashing, stabbing, and lifting towards Ling Xiao's vitals. However, no matter how he attacked, Ling Xiao always seemed to be able to predict the future and was able to dodge them one by one. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't kill you. The low-level Empyrean cursed. The long sword in his hand moved even faster, and his moves became even more powerful. Countless sword flowers bombarded Ling Xiao like raindrops. This time, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. He gently lifted the golden dragon spear in his hand and disintegrated the low-level Empyrean's attack. All of you, come at me together. This kid is 2F** King Abnormal. The low-level Empyrean shouted to the 4 people behind him. Not far away, 4 low-level celestial masters looked at each other, and then they all charged towards Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. The aura of a peak Earth Emperor was actually becoming unstable. It wasn't because his aura was in disorder, but because the power was gradually spreading out and his strength was starting to soar. With all things as the boundary, wood as the foundation, wind as the supplement, metal and fire as the spear, and ice as the embellishments. Even if the 5 elements are incomplete, I can create a world that belongs to me. It contains all things in the world, whether it's ancient trees, forests, or the leader of all beasts. Everything in the world can be formed with a single thought, and everything can be at my fingertips. So the power of the world is born from the yearning of my heart. So that's how it is. I understand now. As Ling Xiao muttered to himself, the luster in his dragon eyes grew brighter and brighter, and a world gradually appeared behind him. This world was a true primordial world. The ancient trees, strange flowers, strange herbs, divine beasts, everything that should be there was there. It looked like a moving scene, and it caused one to be absent-minded. When the 5 low-level Empyreans who wanted to kill Ling Xiao fell into this world, their expressions all became sluggish. They all felt as if they had entered an independent space. Everything here was watching them, and they had become outsiders to this desolate world. Second brother, where are we? A low-level Empyrean asked. The golden-robed man replied. Who do you ask me? Could it be that that guy used some kind of demonic technique to bring us to another place? No, This seems to be an illusory space. This is that person's world power. One of them immediately saw Ling Xiao in the center of this world and cried out in shock. What? This is impossible. He was clearly at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm just now. It seems like he just used the power of our five elements world to comprehend his own Tao. This kid definitely can't be left alive. Take advantage of the fact that he's not familiar with using it, and kill him. The five low-level Empyreans were already very anxious. The will of the world in their bodies erupted, and the power of the five elements world converged once again. Five elements equal heaven. The five of them cried out in alarm at the same time, and a vast amount of energy simultaneously blasted towards Ling Xiao, who was slowly walking over. This was the full strength of the five of them. Even a high-level Empyrean would have to temporarily avoid it. As for Ling Xiao, he still walked over with a straight face. He casually waved his hand and muttered, "Tree rise." The ancient trees in his world actually grew crazily. The powerful tree trunk formed a strong defense in front of him, and the snake-like tree vines entangled the few people from all directions. The dense leaves were like arrows that shot towards the few people's vitals. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerful force destroyed the tree trunk, but the countless tree vines bound the five people. The sharp leaves pierced the bodies of the five people, turning them into beehives. The thin wounds on their bodies kept flowing with blood. The five of them were shocked. The powerful force had scattered the tree vines. They actually didn't have the courage to fight against Ling Xiao anymore, and chose to retreat together. "Didn't you guys want to kill me? Why are you leaving just like that? I still have to repay you guys for letting me comprehend." Ling Xiao smiled like a spring breeze. He had already put away the golden dragon spear, and his palms began to change. The volcanic craters that were covered by the ancient trees were revealed under their feet. The compressed lava kept churning, making people's scalps go numb just by looking at it. The five of them retreated frantically, but it was as if they had entered an endless space. No matter how they flew, they couldn't escape from this world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Several volcanoes erupted at the same time, and the earth-shattering energy seemed to destroy this part of the world. The intense flames burned everything into ashes. Not far away, the three women saw this scene, and their expressions became sluggish. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were also wide open. The Golden Wolf King and the Ice Wind Eagle, who were fighting at the side, were scared out of their wits. They ran far away, as if afraid of being affected by the energy. On the other hand, the prodigal completely knocked Shi Lanjia unconscious and retreated far away with him. Chapter 673. Am I hallucinating? Why is there a real space in the sky? Yao Qingmin rubbed her eyes fiercely and murmured. Bing Ruoxue also had a look of disbelief on her face. "I think I'm also hallucinating. There's a volcano erupting over there. What terrifying power." Li Shui let out a heavy sigh and said, "What a genius." No, he should be a genius. He actually comprehended his own Tao in the midst of battle and created this peerless world energy. Could this be the power of an emperor-grade world energy? How terrifying. Emperor world energy? Master, are you talking about him? Yao Qingmin pointed in Ling Xiao's direction. Who else could it be other than him? I really didn't expect the first emperor to be so terrifying. No wonder he could suppress so many geniuses from the other factions. Now it seems that he's truly talented, Li Shui praised. When Bing Ruoxue heard her master address her, the boulder in her heart was finally lifted. She was really afraid that her master wouldn't like Ling Xiao, but now it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. At the same time, she felt happy for Ling Xiao. As expected of the sect's youngest elder, he always surprises people again and again. In the sky, the five low-level heavenly venerables had already been blown to smithereens. The clouds above the clouds had long been dispersed by the firelight. When the mushroom smoke disappeared, everything returned to normal. The primordial world in front of Ling Xiao did not disappear. The grass, the trees, the flowers, and the beasts were still alive and kicking. Oh no, how do I get rid of this thing? Ling Xiao discovered that his spiritual sea was spinning happily, but the illusion in front of him didn't show any signs of dissipating. Looks like I have to close it properly. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, and then said to the prodigal, Zizai, follow your sister-in-law and hand that person over to her master. I'll look for you when I come out of seclusion. After saying that, he brought his world and rushed into the Sunset Mountain Range. Wherever he went, everything around him was crushed into pieces by his world. Ling Xiao flew at high speed. After flying for an unknown period of time, he chose to descend on a mountain peak. Rumble. However, as soon as he landed, the world that seemed to descend from the sky instantly crushed the mountain into dust. The spirit beasts nearby let out a series of neighs and hid far away, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. What a scam! You can't toy with me like this, Ling Xiao said in distress. He wanted to control his world power to stop, but he found that his spirit power was showing signs of losing control, and those world illusions were still constantly changing. It doesn't matter. I'll collect the power of this world here first. Ling Xiao sat down helplessly and began to comprehend the mysteries of this world's power. In Ling Xiao's spiritual sea, the vast and pure spirit power kept churning, and under Ling Xiao's elixir field, the five-colored energy kept emitting strong spirit power, and the two produced a resonance that penetrated through Ling Xiao's body and mind. As the five-colored energy was continuously transferred over from his elixir field, his spiritual sea underwent astonishing changes. The original spiritual sea kept expanding, and the space that could fuse with spirit power became more and more, while the original almost full spirit power seemed to be less. In fact, the amount was still the same, but as the space grew, the proportion became smaller. The spiritual sea was expanding, and the five elements' energy was like a bridge, gradually crossing the sea of consciousness. This energy actually showed signs of dividing the sea of consciousness into two. Ling Xiao was in a completely unconscious state, and this change was like a canal without any signs of discomfort. In the end, after the five-colored energy bridge divided the sea of consciousness into two layers, it didn't stop. The five-colored energy began to form another layer of shield, and the sea of consciousness was actually divided into three layers by the two five-color energies. The first layer was the largest, and it was full of pure spirit liquid. The second layer was a lively world, just like the wonders of the world power that Ling Xiao displayed. The tree, the flower, the grass, and the beast were like real existences, looking incomparably magical and wonderful. The third layer was occupied by a green tree and two beads. This amazing change made Ling Xiao feel a sense of surprise. His sea of consciousness was actually divided into three, and the spiritual sea of consciousness below seemed to provide the purest and most gentle energy to the first two layers, so that the first two layers always maintained the purest aura. As Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was divided, the world power around him finally slowly shrank and finally disappeared. Ling Xiao's aura rose at this moment, and the nearby spirit qi surged towards him like swallows returning to their nest. The spiritual qi seemed to have formed a storm, absorbing all the spiritual qi within a radius of several thousand meters. The nearby mercenaries were all shocked by this scene. Is someone breaking through to the Emperor's stage? The nearby spirit qi has been sucked dry. That must be it. Or else what kind of expert could cause such a huge commotion? Could it be that one of the three mercenary kings broke through? If it's them, then it's possible. 10,000 miles away from where Ling Xiao had made his breakthrough, a middle-aged man with two axes on his back was shocked. He looked in the direction of the surging spiritual energy and murmured, "It's absorbing the spiritual energy of the five elements." No, there's no earth element. There's a wind element. Could it be that someone didn't make a breakthrough, but someone set up some kind of formation. He hesitated for a moment, then instantly flashed in that direction. He was as fast as lightning, so fast that it was difficult to catch him. At the same time, a few people also flashed in that direction from a few different directions. These people didn't dare to get too close to the central area, because if it really was an Emperor stage expert breaking through, then they would be committing a huge taboo. Regardless of whether he broke through or not, they would fight to the death. None of them could bear the wrath of an Emperor stage expert. In another direction, a black-robed old man narrowed his eyes as he looked in the direction covered by spirit chi and muttered to himself, "His aura is vast and mighty, and he's showing his Emperor's might." Who is this young man? Doesn't he know that he needs to find a quiet place to break through, set up a restriction, and have people protect him before breaking through? How impulsive. Fortunately, it's not those two fellows. Otherwise, my old bones wouldn't be able to hold up here. In another direction, there was also a white-robed middle-aged man watching everything. This middle-aged man looked very dignified, and his eyebrows were actually white, making him look extremely unique. If other mercenaries saw this person, they would immediately recognize him as the leader of the #1 mercenary group in the Sunset Mountain Range, by Cho. Although he looked middle-aged, he was still an old man who had lived for more than 2,000 years. The black-robed old man and the middle-aged man with 2 axes on his back were the leaders of the 2nd and 3rd mercenary groups. They were called Lu Kun and Huang Tai-sun, respectively. These 3 people were the top experts in the Sunset Mountain Range and Zhongguang City, and they were all at the half-emperor stage. The strength of these 3 groups was about the same, and they had always been like the well water and not the river water. However, once one of them broke through to the emperor stage first, then the tripod would collapse. At that time, the distribution of resources in the Sunset Mountain Range would be very different. Therefore, they all rushed over to check on the situation, afraid that their opponent would break through first. Now that they had all sensed each other's existence, and the person who was breaking through was not one of them, they all felt at ease. However, they began to have other thoughts. They already knew that the person in front of them was not really breaking through to the Emperor stage, but breaking through to the honored stage. A breakthrough to the honored stage required such a large amount of energy, so one could imagine how strong this person's foundation was. Once he broke through, he would probably be much stronger than an ordinary Empyrean. And this person had chosen to break through here, so it was obvious that he did not have any backing or background. He was probably a rogue cultivator like them. This would give them the opportunity to rope them into their own mercenary group. Only by doing so, their strength could be greatly enhanced. As the commotion caused by Ling Zhao's breakthrough grew bigger and bigger, many powerful mercenaries rushed in this direction. They watched everything unfold from afar, and their faces were filled with shock. The spiritual energy storm in this world was simply too shocking. After 3 days and 3 nights, the spiritual energy finally stopped surging. It was also at this moment that a powerful aura instantly exploded. Bang! A figure shot into the sky, and powerful 5-colored light dazzled everyone's eyes. The dragon-shaped illusory figure became more and more solid, and the supreme dragon might and imperial aura it emitted caused everyone to tremble. Those martial artists who had not yet reached the honorable level felt as if they were facing an emperor. Their legs unconsciously turned to jelly, and they knelt on the ground, worshipping the high and mighty emperor. Although those heavenly venerables could barely resist the pressure, their faces were drenched in sweat, and it could be seen that it was quite difficult for them to resist. Only the 3 quasi-martial emperors remained calm. However, the solemn expressions between their brows had already betrayed the strange thoughts in their hearts. What kind of cultivation technique does this person cultivate to be able to emit such powerful might? And that golden dragon illusory figure, could it be that he has seen a true dragon divine beast? The 3 of them asked in their hearts. When the 5-colored light gradually disappeared, the golden dragon illusory figure also dissipated, and a dignified young man appeared in front of everyone. A low-level Empyrean? It seems to be more than that. Ling Xiao muttered as he spread out his hands. His dragon eyes shone brightly. He already knew that this breakthrough was not just a simple leap of a large level. His current strength had reached the mid-level Empyrean level. Previously, in the chaotic abyss of war, his strength was already enough to break through to the Empyrean level. It was just that he had not comprehended his own Tao, and he had forcibly compressed and purified it. Now that he had comprehended it in battle, he had finally reaped great rewards. A breakthrough had allowed him to jump 2 levels. This made Ling Xiao ecstatic. Ling Xiao looked around, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he muttered, 3 half-emperors? Just right for me to practice. Chapter 674. Ling Xiao looked in each of the 3 directions and hooked his finger in one direction. His attitude was quite contemptuous and disdainful. What is that guy doing? Is he challenging Captain Baichou? He's really courting death. He's just a newly advanced Empyrean. Even if he has a solid foundation, how could he be a match for Captain Baichou, who has the strength of a half-step emperor? Looks like this guy is overconfident. No matter what, there's a good show to watch. Baichou let out a cold smile and stepped out from the void. He looked at Ling Xiao playfully and said faintly, "Kid, I know you're very strong now. You actually jumped 2 rank from the peak of the Earth Emperor to the middle stage of the Empyrean realm. But you dare to challenge me. I have to say that you have good eyes. But I, Baichou, have never left anyone alive. Seeing that it's not easy for you to break through, as long as you're willing to surrender to me, I'll give you the position of vice captain. How about it? Sounds good, but we'll have to wait until you defeat me." Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. After saying that, he released his aura and a desolate world appeared in front of everyone. This desolate world exuded a thick ancient aura. Every tree, flower, grass, and beast were filled with an ancient aura. Especially the roar of the divine beast. It was even more frightening. The mercenary groups nearby were filled with surprise and confusion when they saw this world power. They had seen a lot of world power, but they had never seen such a mysterious and strange world power. Even Baichou, Lu Kun, and Huang Tyson's expressions became strange. They all felt the pressure of this world power, but they did not feel the killing intent of this world power. But this made them feel that this world power was not ordinary. Could it be a high-grade spirit-level world power? Baichou frowned slightly and thought to himself, "Come, as a trial opponent, I will definitely not kill you." Ling Xiao was like a god of that desolate world, exuding a vast majesty that pierced the opponent's mind. For some reason, Baichou felt a sense of stage fright, as if he was not facing a middle venerable heavenly venerable, but a true emperor stage powerhouse. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Baichou clenched his teeth, his aura started to rise, and his world power was also deduced. The reason why Baichou was able to become the leader of the Sunset Mountain Range mercenary group was because his world energy had already surpassed the mortal level and was a spirit-level, low-grade world energy. Amongst those of the same level, he was a rather powerful existence. In the white light, there were several snow-white pythons hissing nonstop, their bloodthirsty fangs flashing with cold, killing intent. This side of the world had already reached the perfect state of a small square world, occupying an area of 700 to 800 meters above the space. The giant python was like a dragon, its huge body like a hill, terrifying people. Kill! Baichou unleashed a thick killing intent. This was the killing intent formed from his many years of killing experience in the forest. An ordinary timid person would be frightened to the point of stage fright. And Baichou used this killing intent to engrave his fear of Ling Xiao in his heart. The world of white light enveloped Ling Xiao's small square world, and the several hundred-meter-long giant pythons descended from the sky towards Ling Xiao's desolate world. Although Ling Xiao's small square world was only in its initial form, The area it covered was comparable to that of a high-level heavenly venerable. It was already more than 500 meters wide. When the world of white light and the giant pythons collided, everything in Ling Zhao's small square world seemed to have come alive. The trees grew at a crazy pace, and the tree vines wrapped around the giant pythons. However, the giant pythons were not so easily restrained. They directly smashed the tree vines into pieces and pounced towards Ling Zhao. So it's just a small world of trees, and I thought it was something amazing, Bai Cho said disdainfully. However, the next moment, a shocking change occurred. Roar! An earth-shattering beast roar resounded. Several golden-white, three-eyed wolf kings pounced out of the forest and began to fight with the giant pythons. Although the wolf kings stopped the giant pythons, the intense white light was like the sun shining down, causing people to feel uncomfortable all over, and it was difficult to open their eyes. Rays of light shot out, destroying Ling Zhao's world energy. Bai Cho took the opportunity to attack Ling Zhao. Arrogant Junior, when I, Bai Cho, made my debut, you weren't even born yet. You've just broken through to the heavenly venerable realm, and you're already so arrogant, Dai. The silver spear in Bai Cho's hand was like a giant python, piercing towards Ling Zhao's vitals. Ling Zhao smiled faintly. Haven't you heard of the saying that the waves ahead drive the waves ahead? You old people are not qualified to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, another bestial roar rang out. The terrifying sound wave was many times more terrifying than the wolf's roar from before. Bai Cho was shaken by the sound wave to the point of losing his mind. His eardrums were buzzing nonstop, and he fell into a temporary sluggish state. When he regained his senses, a mighty seven-clawed golden dragon appeared in the sky above him, staring at him with its bell-like eyes, causing a half-emperor like him to feel his scalp go numb. The golden dragon roared as it pounced towards Bai Cho with its huge mouth. Bai Cho had no choice but to face the golden dragon head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This golden dragon was like a real existence. It was actually able to fight evenly with Bai Cho, and faintly made Bai Cho look like he was struggling. Is this a real dragon or a fake one? Bai Cho thought sullenly. No matter how powerful his attacks were, the golden dragon seemed to be unable to kill it. Instead, he was swept by it a few times, causing his blood and qi to churn. If this is all you've got, then I'm too disappointed, Ling Zhao said disappointedly in the desolate ancient world. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. Bai Cho snorted coldly, dodged the golden dragon's attack, and summoned his spirit beast to protect himself. A giant python, similar to the one in his small universe, appeared in front of everyone. This was a peak rank 6 silver python, a light attribute spirit beast. The silver python hissed and pounced towards Ling Zhao, revealing its sharp fangs. Hee, not a bad spirit beast. A pity it's still not enough. Ling Zhao smiled calmly and raised his palm lightly, as though he was giving some instructions. Another bestial roar sounded, and a blue qilin appeared in front of the silver python with its 4 hooves majestically. The supreme might of a divine beast caused the silver python to stagnate. The blue qilin and the silver python instantly clashed. For a moment, Bai Cho's spirit-level world power and himself were completely suppressed by Ling Wan's world power, and there were already signs of defeat. What kind of world power does this bastard have? It's actually like a separate space. Damn it. Bai Cho cursed in his heart. Lu Kun and Huang Tai-sun, who were watching the battle from the side, had a shocked look on their faces. Obviously, they were shocked by Ling Zhao's world power. The mercenaries nearby were also incomparably shocked. What kind of world power is this? It's actually so terrifying. It's at least high-grade spirit level. This time Captain Bai Cho is in trouble. You're all blind. Can't you see those 2 divine beasts? This is at least the power of an Emperor Realm world. This guy is really abnormal. That's right, Emperor-level world power. Not even 1 in 100,000 people can deduce it. What kind of background does this young man have? This still can't force me to use my true strength. This is too boring. Ling Zhao lightly shook his head and muttered, then turned to Lu Kun and Huang Tai-sun and said, "Both of you come at me together. Don't disappoint me." The surrounding people were in an uproar. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao actually had the guts to fight 1 against 3, and all 3 of them were the strongest pseudo-emperor captains? Just this courage alone was enough to win their respect. Good. I, Tai-sun, have long been itching for a fight. Let me experience this magical world of yours. Huang Tai-sun shouted, full of fighting spirit. The 2 axes on his back instantly burst forth. The vast desert world was also deduced, and a high-grade 6th-level 2-headed spirit hound appeared beside him. 1 man and 1 beast charged fiercely towards Ling Xiao. "All right, this old man's bones will accompany a young man like you to play a little." Although Lu Kun did not want to participate in the battle, he could not lose his reputation as a pseudo-emperor. If word got out that he, a pseudo-emperor, did not dare to fight a mid-level heavenly venerable, wouldn't he lose all his face? His mercenary group's reputation would also be greatly damaged. Lu Kun's was an ordinary wood world, while his spirit beast was a high-grade 6th-level green-eyed cat. 3 pseudo-emperors, 3 perfected minor world, and 3 high-grade 6th-level spirit beasts clashed together with Ling Xiao. Haha, now there's some pressure. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless at this time. The ice and fire swords appeared in his hands, and his minor world also began to display its true might. The desolate world actually began to blow with gusts of chilly wind. Mixed within the chilly wind were bits of snowflakes. At the same time, the temperature began to drop, and volcanoes appeared in the world. It was incomparably strange. The chilly wind had already made the 3 of them feel incomparably uncomfortable. The defensive light was actually being corroded bit by bit, and the snowflakes caused the temperature to plummet, causing them to feel a bone-chilling cold. The terrifying energy contained within the volcanoes made their scalps go numb. "You two, block it first. Let me go and take him down. Then this world will collapse on its own." Lu Kun was indeed an old man. He was also extremely experienced in battle. He immediately pointed out the crux of the matter. Bai Chou and Huang Tai-sun both nodded and did their best to block the various attacks from Ling Xiao's world. Lu Kun took mysterious steps. A series of afterimages flashed past. The azure sword in his hand burst forth with countless sword chi, drowning out Ling Xiao. Good timing. Ling Xiao shouted excitedly. The ice and fire swords also began to brandish out sharp sword rays, meeting the azure sword chi. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 675. Close combat could better reflect a person's true strength. Although Ling Xiao was only a middle-level heavenly venerable, the eruption of 20x combat power was not a joke. Fortunately, Lu Kun had the cultivation of a half-step emperor, which was several times more powerful than ordinary peak heavenly venerables. Thus, he was able to fight against Ling Xiao without falling behind. However, Lu Kun's heart was in a perilous state. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why this young man had the cultivation of a middle-level heavenly venerable, but his combat power was comparable to his. This made him extremely depressed. He could not help but wonder if he had lived for nearly 3,000 years in vain. He could not even defeat a middle-level heavenly venerable. Ling Xiao became more and more courageous as he fought, and his speed became faster and faster. At the same time, 12 clones appeared, bombarding Lu Kun and forcing him to retreat step by step. He wanted to summon the green-eyed cat to help, but he realized that the green-eyed cat had actually been frozen into an ice sculpture and could no longer move. My God, this kid definitely has the power of an emperor-level world. Lu Kun wailed in his heart. On the other side, Bai Chou was still evenly matched with the golden dragon, but the silver serpent python in his world power was firmly suppressed by the three-eyed wolf king and countless tree vines. His world power was already in a state of withering, and it would not be long before it was completely exhausted. Huang Taisun's situation was not much better than his. His desert world was blown back by the countless chilly winds. The chilly winds formed a terrifying tornado that enveloped him. making it impossible for him to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. The light of his dark protection force was being corroded bit by bit. Even though he tried his best to disperse the chilly winds, it was a pity that it was all in vain. His two-headed spirit hound also encountered the same dangerous situation as him. The volcanic energy kept exploding out, and it was so frightened that it dodged in all directions. It did not have the demeanor of a high-level spirit beast at all. The surrounding mercenary groups were all dumbfounded. The three mercenary kings that they had always admired were actually forced into such a sorry state by a young man. This was simply too unacceptable. At this moment, a young man and three women rushed over from afar. They were all sitting on spirit beasts and watching the battle from afar. It's the three great mercenary kings. They're actually ganging up on Ling Xiao. Isn't this too much? Li Shui said with surprise and indignation. What should we do? The three great mercenary kings are people who kill without batting an eye. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, he won't be a match for them. Bing Ruoshui said worriedly. Yao Qingmin said from the side, the situation doesn't seem to be that bad. Don't worry, boss will definitely win. The prodigal said without a hint of worry. Ling Xiao actually already advanced to the middle level Empyrean strength. How could he possibly advance so quickly? Furthermore, his world energy is very strange. It can actually contend against three quasi-emperors. Li Shui seriously observed the battle situation, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Beside her, Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin were also stunned. This old man concedes. Lu Kun was forced by Ling Xiao to the point where he had no strength to retaliate. He knew that if this went on, his old life would probably be tossed around here. This kid in front of him was too abnormal. Old man, play a little longer. I'm also almost exhausted, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Lu Kun panted heavily. He looked at the calm and composed Ling Xiao and cursed in his heart. You're not even panting, and you're saying that you're done? Who are you trying to fool? That was what he thought in his heart, but he still wore a smile on his face and said, this old man knows that I'm not a match for you, so I'm willing to concede. Seeing Lu Kun's sincere attitude, Ling Xiao did not want to make things difficult for him anymore. He immediately said, thank you for letting me win. With that, he calmly walked towards Bai Chou. I'm not fighting anymore. I concede. Bai Chou was already at the end of his strength when facing the Golden Dragon's attack. Now that Ling Xiao had come over, it gave him a lot of pressure. He could only helplessly admit defeat. On the other side, there was no need to ask Huang Taisen. He had actually been spun by the tornado to the point that he was foaming at the mouth. He had completely lost the ability to fight. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. He did not have enough fun and dispersed his desolate ancient world. At this time, Ling Xiao looked a little tired. He sighed in his heart. If not for my Dantian and Sea of Consciousness being stronger than those of the same level, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on for an hour. Although his world energy was strong, it consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had not taken any pills to increase his strength all these years. This allowed his foundation to be incomparable to others. Moreover, he was proficient in mental power attacks, and his Sea of Consciousness was especially strong. This was the true reason why Ling Xiao was able to use the world energy for such a long period of time. The situation of the three half-emperors and the three spirit beasts was even more difficult. If not for Ling Xiao holding back, the three of them would have already died. Do the three of you admit defeat? Ling Xiao asked indifferently with his hands crossed in front of his chest. The three of them had ugly expressions. However, they were not as skilled as the other party, so they could only nod their heads and admit the facts in front of them. After this battle, this young man's name would probably spread throughout the Sunset Mountain Range and Zhongguang City. One must know that they were all famous people in this area for a long time. To actually lose to a middle-level heavenly venerable, they had lost a lot of face. However, when they remembered that the other party used the Emperor World Energy, they felt a little better in their hearts. That's good. Many thanks for the practice. I won't disturb you anymore, Ling Xiao said with a relaxed expression. Then, he flew towards the prodigal and the others. Little friend, please wait. At this time, Lu Kun called out. Ling Xiao stopped and looked at Lu Kun. Is there anything else, senior? Could it be that you want to fight? Lu Kun waved his hands and said no. How could that be? This old man has already admitted defeat. This old man has a presumptuous request. I wonder if little friend can talk to me? Oh, then tell me about it, Ling Xiao replied after a pause. Lu Kun rubbed his hands and said, Little friend is a dragon among men. However, I see that you chose to break through here, and there is no one to protect you. It seems that you are a rogue cultivator like us. I wonder if you are interested in joining the mercenary group. I can give you the position of group leader. What do you think? What? Old Lu, are you crazy? Huang Tai-sun cried out in shock. Bai Chou also revealed a look of surprise. He did not expect Lu Kun to make such a decision. The surrounding mercenaries also revealed puzzled expressions. A few figures flew out at the same time. Leader, you can't. This is your hard work over the years. Do you have the heart to give it away? A high-level heavenly venerable said. That's right. We 2,000 brothers only recognize you as our leader. Please reconsider, another heavenly venerable said. We are only willing to follow you, leader. A few heavenly venerables objected, their expressions filled with indignation. They were all brothers and subordinates who had followed Lu Kun for many years. Now that the mercenary group had developed to its current scale, it could be said that other than Lu Kun, their contributions could not go unnoticed. Now that Lu Kun actually wanted to give the position of leader to a young man of unknown origin, how could they accept this? Some of them even wanted to replace Lu Kun's position as soon as possible. Lu Kun waved his hand, his old face darkening. I'm old. If I don't take that step, I don't have many years left to live. After I die, do you all have the ability to keep your current position? I'm afraid that old brother Bai and old brother Huang will be the first to not let you off. And the 2,000 brothers who followed me, old Lu, will definitely suffer. So, I'll let this little friend take charge of my group. Old Lu, can also go search for opportunities without worry and see if I can take that step. Lu Kun could not remember how long he had lived. He was afraid that it was at least close to 3,000 years. Any high-level Empyrean had a maximum lifespan of 3,000 years. If they couldn't break through, then only death awaited them. Although Lu Kun was at the quasi-emperor realm, the many years of fighting and killing in the forest had left behind many hidden injuries in his body. Although he had consumed many natural treasures, it was still difficult for him to eliminate all of those hidden injuries in his body. Recently, he felt that his time was approaching, so he had no choice but to make plans for his mercenary group in advance. He had a few strong subordinates, but they did not have the talent to lead, and it was difficult for them to compete with the other two groups. He had no choice but to make this plan. If they could recruit Ling Xiao, not only could their mercenary group keep their position, but they could also go up a level. Bai Chou and Huang Tai-sun could understand Lu Kun's plan, but they did not have Lu Kun's courage to give up the position of group leader. Wasn't this equivalent to giving up their foundation? They were not that great. What do you think, little friend? My Green Cat mercenary group is one of the top 3 groups in the Sunset Mountains. We have a good harvest every month, Lu Kun said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waited for Lu Kun to finish speaking and basically understood what he meant. He immediately spread out his hands and said, Senior, I appreciate your kindness. I, Ling Xiao, am used to being undisciplined. I really don't have the time to manage this mercenary group for you. All right, the 3 of you, I'll take my leave now. With that, Ling Xiao turned around and flew toward the prodigal. Ling Xiao, this name sounds very familiar. I don't remember where I heard it before. Could he be the newly born first emperor, Ling Xiao? The one who defeated many powerful forces, and even the princess of the Dongfang family took the initiative to throw herself at him? Yes, it should be him. The previous 100 combat emperors entered the pond of enlightenment for more than a month. I think this Ling Xiao did not leave, but took the opportunity to break through to the celestial master level. He really deserves to be the first emperor of his generation. Even after breaking through to the celestial master level, he is still an invincible existence. This child's future is boundless. It is rumored that he is the only successor of the legendary demonic emperor. So it's him. No wonder his combat strength is so abnormal. Lu Kun, Bai Chou, and Huang Taisen suddenly realized. However, they felt that this year's first emperor was really abnormal. Even they, who had been famous for many years, could not hide his brilliance. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and looked at Lu Kun. If you want to take that step, maybe I can help you. Chapter 676. What? You? You can help me? Lu Kun's body trembled as he replied. Bai Chou and Huang Taisen looked at Ling Xiao in shock. They had been stuck at the half-emperor stage for hundreds of years, and they knew that if they wanted to take this step, without sufficient resources for them to absorb and cultivate, it would be very difficult to take another step forward. Other than that, they also needed to have Tenbin's outstanding comprehension ability. These two conditions were indispensable, otherwise they would not have been stuck at this stage for so many years. And now, Ling Xiao's words were simply shocking, causing them to be unable to remain calm. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, 80%. 80%. Lu Kun, Bai Chou, and Huang Taisen sucked in a breath of cold air. This success rate was a little too high. If it was only 30%, they would definitely believe it without a doubt, but 80% success rate. Even if there was a heaven-defying pill that could directly advance, it would not be so reliable. This made them doubt Ling Xiao's words. Believe it or not, I will still be around here for half a month. At that time, you can come and find me. With that, he instantly landed in front of the prodigal and the three girls. Let's go. The few of them followed Ling Xiao's footsteps, looking for a place to stay. Lu Kun looked at Ling Xiao, who was already far away. His heart was filled with contradictions. He had at most 20 to 30 years of lifespan left. He really did not have the confidence to cross the threshold that he had been stuck at for close to 1,000 years in such a short period of time. Could it be that I really have to put down my old face and try? Lu Kun thought in his heart. Ling Xiao, the prodigal, Bing Ruoshui, Li Shui, and Yao Qingmin found a quiet place to stay. Ling Xiao then solemnly bowed to Li Shui. Thank you, Senior, for taking care of Ruoshui these few years. Ling Xiao is truly grateful. Li Shui lightly waved her hand and said, She is my disciple. This is nothing. I should be the one thanking you for saving my life. She looked at Ling Xiao, who was now at the same level as her. Her heart was truly filled with emotions. She had already found out from Bing Ruoshui that Ling Xiao was only around 26 years old. Yet he already had such achievements, it really made many people of the older generation feel ashamed. Ling Xiao just happened to be at the right time. Moreover, Ling Xiao also wanted to take the opportunity to comprehend his own Tao. It was out of selfishness, Ling Xiao said modestly. Looking at this mature girl who was not inferior to Bing Ruoshui and Qing Min, Ling Xiao, Bing Ruoshui of Ling Xiao, had a good impression of her. The three girls were so beautiful. It would be if they did not attract trouble. When Bing Ruoshui saw how polite her master and Ling Xiao were, she immediately said, Master, Xiao is one of us now. There's no need to be so polite. That's right. Saying too much will make you look hypocritical. Yao Qingmin said from the side. All right, I won't say any more, Li Shui replied. Then she looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, your name has already spread throughout the central region. I wonder what your future plans are. Li Shui's words were actually asked on behalf of Bing Ruoshui. She wanted to know Ling Xiao's direction so that she could decide whether or not to hand this disciple over to Ling Xiao. In her heart, she was actually reluctant to part with Bing Ruoshui. It was difficult to find a suitable disciple, but before she could nurture him, it would be regretful to end their relationship like this. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Yao Qingmin said, Ling Xiao, you might as well cultivate with us. In any case, June, your sister, is your woman, and she is also your personal maid. Master can also be considered your mother-in-law. With you around, we won't be afraid of being bullied by others. Li Shui reprimanded with a straight face. Qingmin, how can you say that? Yao Qingmin was not afraid of her master, and immediately said boldly, Master, I've already lost to Ling Xiao, and I have to be his bed-warming maid. I also want to serve Master forever, so I can only let Ling Xiao accompany us to cultivate. This way, we won't have to be separated. Li Shui glared at Yao Qingmin, but did not reprimand her anymore. She knew that Yao Qingmin's words came from the bottom of her heart. Although she and Yao Qingmin had a master relationship, they were like mother and daughter. That's right, Xiao. If you have nowhere to go, why don't you come with us? Bing Ruoshui asked tentatively. In the past few years, Li Shui and Yao Qingmin had treated her well, which was engraved in her heart. She was also truly reluctant to part with them. Ling Xiao waited for them to finish speaking, then chuckled and said, Rather than me following you, why don't you follow me? Follow you? The three women were startled and asked. Li Shui recovered first and said, That's right, Ling Xiao, your strength is outstanding, and even a quasi-emperor is not your match. We should be following you to cultivate, but I am used to freedom, so I will leave my 2 disciples to you. You must treat them well, and if I find out that you have let them down, I will definitely not let you off. Master, I don't want to be separated from you. Yao Qingmin said very firmly. Bing Ruoshui was full of contradictions. One was her lover, and the other was her master. Making her choose between the two really put her in a difficult position. I don't think there's a need for you two to separate, Ling Xiao said. Then he looked up at the sky and said, I want to create my own world and establish my own business. I'm short of manpower. Although your strength is a little lacking, there's still room for development. Follow me. I won't let you suffer. Yao Qingmin anxiously said, What strength is lacking? My master is a mid-level heavenly venerable, and this lady has the strength of an earthly sovereign. This lady is not even 40 years old. A mid-level heavenly venerable was considered an expert in the central region, and Yao Qingmin, who had broken through to the earthly sovereign before the age of 40, could be considered a genius level 10bin. Qingmin, wait for Ling Xiao to finish speaking, Li Shui said, then frowned and said, You want to establish a mercenary group? Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and said, No, I want to establish a force that can stand shoulder to shoulder with those major forces. I want everyone to know that I, Ling Xiao, have people walking around in the central region so that everyone will respect me and not be bullied. Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin were all shocked by Ling Xiao's words. Maybe you don't believe me, but I will prove it to you. Ling Xiao charmingly smiled. Then 2 bottles of 10,000-year stone emulsion appeared in his hands. Other than the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable, I am also a 6th-grade alchemist. Perhaps in the near future, I can become a 7th-grade alchemist. Ling Xiao sighed. Then he handed the things in his hands to Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin respectively and said, The 10,000-year stone emulsion can allow you to cleanse your marrows and meridians. I will seclude myself here for a few days and refine isotribute pills for you to break through. After saying that, Ling Xiao opened up a secluded cave and had everyone stand guard for him while he went in to refine pills. 6th-grade alchemist. Li Shui's expression became incomparably excited. She really didn't expect that a monster like Ling Xiao was actually not a 6th-grade alchemist. Moreover, from what he said, it seemed that advancing to the 7th-grade alchemist realm was very easy. This was simply unbelievable. 3 days later, Ling Xiao once again appeared in front of the 3 women. He gave Bing Ruoshui an Emperor Ascension pill and a King Ascension pill, Yao Qingmin an Emperor Ascension pill, and Li Shui an Incarnation pill. When the 3 women received the pills, they felt as if they were in a dream. A 5th-grade alchemy pill was already difficult to buy, And now there was a 6th-grade alchemy pill. This value was simply inestimable. "This, you are really giving this to us?" Li Shui asked with a sluggish expression. "Of course. Regardless of whether you are willing to follow me or not, just based on my relationship with Ruo Shui, these pills belong to you." Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Bing Ruo Shui's heart almost melted when she heard this. She swore that these days were the happiest days of her life, and also the days when she laughed the most. Because with him by her side, her ice-cold heart was no longer ice-cold. The corners of Li Shui's eyes became a little moist. She didn't know how many years it had been since she received someone's selfless help. Thinking back to the time when her clan was destroyed by her enemies, she had to wander around alone, relying on her own 2 hands to slowly raise her own strength. Those who had once wanted to help her all harbored ill intentions. Now that she had this pill in her hand, all the bitterness and grievances she had suffered over the years burst forth in an instant. "Ling Xiao, us master and disciples will follow you from now on." Li Shui wasn't willing to let Ling Xiao see her loss of composure, so she turned around and flew away. Her resolute voice could still be heard from afar. Ling Xiao was very gratified. His efforts had indeed not been in vain. "You two should also go and break through. I will protect you," Ling Xiao said to Bing Ruo Shui and Yao Qingmin. Bing Ruo Shui nodded and said, "Xiao, thank you." After saying that, she even lightly kissed Ling Xiao on the cheek before leaving. Yao Qingmin, on the other hand, stared at Ling Xiao without blinking. Her beautiful eyes were filled with boundless foreboding. She had once fantasized that she would definitely find a man who could suppress her generation and was famous in the central region as her husband. She never thought that her wish would really come true. Not only was this man mighty and extraordinary, his appearance was also charming and alluring, causing her to feel extremely intoxicated. Ling Xiao joked, "Don't be infatuated with brother. Brother is just a legend." Who would have thought that Yao Qingmin would really directly reply, "I'm already infatuated with you. I'll be your bed-warming maid for the rest of my life." After saying that, she actually hugged Ling Xiao's dragon body and fiercely kissed Ling Xiao's thick lips. Then, she turned around and ran away. Ling Xiao touched his lips and muttered, "Could it be that this young master has become more handsome again? This charm is really increasing by the day. It seems that this young master should keep a low profile." Ling Xiao sat down in boredom, then called the prodigal, Golden Wolf King, and Blue Dragon over. "Do you recognize this thing?" Ling Xiao said as he took out a pearl. What kind of pearl is this? I can sense a very powerful energy, as if it has the bloodline of the god race like me, but it's different from my race." The prodigal said with a suspicious expression. The Golden Wolf King's knowledge was the worst. After smelling it, fear appeared in his eyes, and he said, "It seems to be the aura of a beast emperor. It's so scary." "Boss, is this a dragon pearl?" The blue dragon swallowed its saliva and said. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, "That's right. This is the dragon pearl born from the dragon's origin essence. Unfortunately, it's of the metal attribute. I wonder if you can devour it?" You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.